Hello, my name is Biff. Lessons in Rejection. A novel by Buford Jameson Hart. Read by the author. Disclaimers. This book is a work of fiction. Any references to historical events, real people, or real places are used fictitiously. Other names, characters, places, and events are products of the author's imagination, and any resemblance to actual events or places or persons, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. This book is intended for mature audiences. It contains adult language and sexual situations. Prologue type thingy. Hello, my name is Biff. Buford Jameson Hart, to be exact. It's April Fool's Day, 1997, but this is no joke. I am on a quest for documentation, scribbling these words in a fat-ass composition book from my Buckram hospital bed in my boring recovery room here at Denver General. The imminent stench of death is all around me. Plus, I think someone needs their goddamn bedpan changed. But that's not the worst of it. More concerning is the fact that my upcoming high school commencement is going to commence without me. I am a little banged up right now. My left arm is broken. My left ankle is sprained. I have tubes coming out of the sides of my chest. I am on oxygen. I no longer have a spleen, and I hope I won't miss it. What I do have is a new 12-inch gash snaking up my belly, currently held together by a dozen construction-grade staples. And there's a new tiny hole in my throat. My impossibly hot nurse Jennifer told me they call it a tracheotomy. I'm not complaining, though. I've learned never to do that. Testing. 1, 2, 3. At least my brain is still fully intact. Indeed, by all accounts, I'm lucky to be alive. So what the hell happened? As I think about it, I realize a lot of things happened, actually. Many events led up to this. Many lessons in rejection, as my subtitle suggests. They tell me I'm going to be here for a while, and screw daytime TV. Therefore, I don't have much else to do, so I figure I'll take the time to write it all down here. For you, whoever you are, maybe you'll learn something. I hope so, because I know I sure have learned a hell of a lot since all this began, damn near 3 years ago, in Parkland, our tiny podunk dirt town on the eastern plains of the conspicuously square state of Colorado, USA, at the tail end of my freshman year of high school. It was a rainy April day I will never forget for 2 life-changing reasons. The first involved meeting a girl, of course, and the other had to do with the sudden death of my all-time biggest grunge rock hero. Both events would turn out to be tragic in their own ways. Okay, and so that's where our story officially begins. And hey, in addition to my notebook, Mom also brought me my morbidly obese dictionary thesaurus combo. So, let's get started then. Ugh, back to freshman year. Buckle up. Here we go. I really do hope you'll learn something here. Sincerely, your protagonist, Buford Jameson Hart, a.k.a. Biff. Part 1, 1994 through 1995. Chapter 1. The chapter where I deal with some bullies at school and tell you a bunch of stuff about myself that I hope you'll find really interesting and totally relatable. Damn near 3 years earlier, April 8th, 1994, Parkland High. Shitty, shitty, shitty Parkland High. In the middle of fucking nowhere. Seriously. And I wonder, why are some people such jerks? My fat psychology textbook and frayed 3-ring binder flew out of my hands and slapped the well-worn carpet of our school's freshman hallway. Cooper fucking Gibson. Asshole. Bastard. Prick. The miscreant weasel was at it again, and this wasn't the first time he had messed with me that day. Nor was it the third. Rumors had spread of my keen ticklishness, and some of my more conniving classmates took full advantage of this knowledge for their own private entertainments. I know there are far worse things in the world than getting tickled, but because of my reactions, as involuntary as they were embarrassing, these seemingly innocuous assaults were just as dreaded as any sucker punch to the gut, and far more insidious. Do you remember high school? Ugh, sorry to bring it up. How about this one? Have you ever been bullied? Damn. As you can see, I have. In fact, if bullying me were a video game, I may have been stuck on the easy setting. Utterly helpless could have been my avatar's name when it came to managing Cooper's wrath. The mischievous action of creeping up behind me and squeezing the sides of my stomach and hips was referred to as jump-starting me. And, as we just saw, spastic contorting inevitably followed, cause and effect, as I released a girlish shriek, along with whatever else I happened to be carrying in my skinny arms. In addition to my book and binder, I had a rubbery blue racquetball squeeze in my left grip at the time of this latest tickle attack. It served as both a stress toy and a tool for strengthening my guitar fingers. Bar chords are a bitch. I craned my neck to see it ricochet down the filthy, fluorescent-lit hallway and succumb to my urge to chase after it. I should have anticipated Cooper coming. Maybe I was too distracted by my ever-escalating desire to escape, to run away from that wretchedly leaky, dingy, asbestos-stuffed sinking ship of a building and the hellishly long week I'd endured there. The impending weekend was upon us, and all I wanted, at that moment, was to get to my locker, to get my bag so I could get the hell out of that hellish hellhole and listen to some Nirvana, as provided by my beloved Japanese-made cassette-playing device. But first, squeezy fucking squeezy. Oh shit! Cooper called to his entourage of cronies as I chased after my ball like a farm club left fielder. Look! Biff just biffed it! Yes. Biff. Buford is the name you'll find on my Centennial State birth certificate. Not Biff, of course. It's a traditional family name my mother, Karen Jameson Hart, apparently, and unfortunately, felt obligated to perpetuate. And so, naturally, Cooper Gibson and his colleagues all delighted in calling me Biff as they sought opportunities to make me Biff in any and every way they could reasonably get away with. Surely you can imagine how life turns into utter hell in school when the most popular shorthand version of your name literally means to mess up, especially in a physical way. I hated being called Biff. This all continued to be true even well after I petitioned my parents to allow me to start going by a derivative of my middle name. They agreed, and so, from that day forth, I was on an ardent quest to be known only as James. As you can see, results varied. Anyway, bounce, bounce, bounce. Down the hallway, I caught up with my runaway blue ball and seized it, as if it were a skittish, cowardly mouse. As I squeezed it, with the full force of my acrimony. Stress toy, remember? It's too bad these peers didn't acknowledge Biff also means a blow with a fist. If only I had the courage. And I wonder, why was it always so hard for me to stand up for myself? Why was I born without a backbone? Why was I doomed to live my life like some kind of skittish, cowardly mouse? Why? Good questions. No answers. Not yet, at least. I needed to be a little less like Blind Melon and a little more like Rage Against the Machine, if you know what I mean. Fight, flight, or freeze, hey Biffy boy, Cooper jeered while performing a menacing impersonation of a crab. He was referring to a lecture on the body's so-called limbic system we'd just heard in psychology class with Mr. Hammond. No shit, I thought. Furthermore, why did flight always seem like the only option on my brain's menu? My goddamned nervous system. My teenage brain and everything connected to it. That is, in all the unhelpful, if not humiliating, ways it reacts to threats. All kinds, not just physical. Mr. Hammond also discussed interpersonal threats, or the all-powerful threat of rejection and abandonment, and the mechanics of emotions as well. It's all mostly due to adrenaline and cortisol, he informed us. Two chemicals, I guess? Nothing more than a bit of goo my brain squirts out when I perceive any kind of risk, peril, or hazard, ranging from a negative creep, Cooper Gibson, or just an everyday math test, or, on the other hand, when I see a pretty girl I wish I could ask out. Or simply just talk to? Yes, this is all apparently true, and curses to that fact. A threat is a threat to the body. Adrenaline and cortisol. And so, presented in no particular order, and courtesy of Cooper Rat Bastard Gibson and his goddamn sneaky fingers, is the first of many lessons in rejection we will cover as far as our text is concerned. Lesson in rejection number 1. How to deal with being humiliated by people who have no regard for your physical boundaries. Thanks, Cooper Gibson and friends. Dude, never wear that shirt to school again, you fucking poser. That was fat, stupid, stinky Sam Roth, Cooper's primary partner in crime. A tragic coincidence saw to it Sam and I had independently chosen to wear the exact same black and yellow smiley face Nirvana shirt that day. This fact had apparently brought his territorial pissings to a boil. The bastard. Sure, Sam, I know. You're a real Nirvana fan. And I'm not. Whatever. That's what I was thinking. But of course, I failed to muster any such verbal response. Please note, this demand from Sam to restrict my wardrobe was not insignificant. In fact, my vast collection of Nirvana shirts felt vital. They served not only as billboards advertising my favorite band, but more importantly, my grunge rock-related identity. Grunge rock was, and still is, my favorite music to the point I basically worship it as if it were a religion. But please don't tell my Catholic mother. My band shirts, therefore, were the most meaningful and empowering garments I had to cover my skinny and scrawny, as pale as parchment, and lanky as they come as you are ass. While I'm at it, we should also note I had sworn off barbershops for well over a year in hopes of getting my hair as long as my grunge rock idols in Nirvana and otherwise. Oh, and my cratered face? Let's just say I had enough pus-filled pimples to convince anyone to add a few shares of Noxema stock to their portfolio. That's how cool I was, or at least trying to be. And I wondered how bad Kurt Cobain's pimples once were. And if Kurt Cobain ever had to deal with getting tickled by assholes. Anyway.
I know! Let's give him a reason never to wear it again!
Cooper said as he grabbed a fistful of my collar and yanked it towards him, then shoved me away. Towards and away. Towards and away. Some amount of instinct then caused me to push him away. Fucking stop it! I shrieked.
Oh yeah, shit! I don't think he wants to wear that anymore.
The bastard was right. Its fucking neck hole was now big enough to slide down off my ass. Gripped by fear and silence, overwhelmed with a barrage of taunts and jeers, I adjusted my now disheveled, ruined Nirvana shirt, and with the standard sense of urgency that preceded every jump-start attack, I grabbed the rest of my scattered belongings and made a spastic sprint for my locker where my Sony Walkman awaited. Hidden, stowed, ready. Speaking of music, maybe you caught it earlier when I alluded to how much I was looking forward to Nirvana whisking me away for yet another long-awaited grunge rock escape. But I wouldn't dare risk having my tape machine out in the open due to our school's ever-rigid no headphones rule that was as stupid as it was strictly enforced. No CDs, no tapes, and no radio either. Was this their deliberate attempt to cut us off from the outside world? How were we supposed to feel about that? How cruel. How else did they expect us to cope with all the standard treachery of being a high school student? Without my music, I'd surely, eventually, have an aneurysm, you know? I arrived at my section of our industrial-looking orange metal storage boxes and attempted to twist out my combo, but failed. Because, Mr. Hart, may I have a word with you? A deep voice said from behind. I froze. Chapter 2. The chapter where I tell you all about how obsessed I am with girls as my psychology teacher goes on and on about some assignment he wants me to do, and then something really important and totally life-changing happens at the end. Mr. Hart, may I have a word with you? A deep voice said from behind. Talk about fight, flight, or freeze. It was Mr. Hammond, our psychology teacher I just mentioned. I thought him to be kind of a badass, really, despite the fact that he looked just like jolly old St. Nick on his day off. Nevertheless, and quite unlike me, he never took anyone's shit, including Cooper Gibson, whom he had just sent to the principal's office towards the end of our class, by the way. And, as uncool as it may be to admit, I really did enjoy his class. Even though I had just raced out of it as if a bomb were about to detonate the instant the clock finally surrendered 3:45 p.m. And now, Mr. Hammond wanted an audience with me. I nodded, consenting to the conversation. Ha! As if I had a choice. He adjusted his pop bottle glasses and continued. You dashed out of class before I could get your attention. I swallowed hard. Why do I always assume I'm in trouble? Adrenaline and cortisol? I wanted to tell you again, for emphasis, I really did appreciate what you shared during our discussion today regarding why you love grunge rock. Phew. I relinquished some minor sigh of relief. I think my sphincter loosened too, as my mind flashed back about 10 minutes or so in class, a moment I would have preferred never to think of again as long as I live, when Mr. Hammond had dramatically thrown up his hands and declared, I just can't understand why you kids love that depressing grunge stuff. After hearing a few underwhelming, uninspired, and overtly generic answers from the peers around me, I raised my trembling hand and braved what I hoped would be considered a deeper or more thoughtful response. Which apparently it was, because Mr. Hammond then heaped a mountain of praise on me as my stupid face flushed beet red, and I felt every pair of eyes in the room devouring me. Anyway, sure, fine, great, whatever. In moments like this, when I'm under duress, I tend to start writing thank you letters to people in my head. Some are sincere, Most are sarcastic. A few can get somewhat cynical. All go unsent. Dear Mr. Hammond, I'd like to thank you in advance for never again, please, cornering me at my locker on Friday afternoons to talk about boring classroom matters when I'm feeling so painfully desperate to just start my fucking weekend already. Thanks. Oh, cool. Thanks, I managed. You know, we do have that big final term paper coming up at the end of the semester, and I feel like that could be a great topic for you to tackle. What do you think? What I thought was, I just want to get the fuck out of here and go the fuck home. So please, Mr. Hammond, for fuck's sake, leave me the fuck alone. Fuck. I gave him the most open and amicable-looking shrug he ever saw and agreed. Sure, that sounds great. I'll start thinking about it this weekend. Shit. I should have known better not to say that. Mr. Hammond, who used to be some kind of therapist, counselor, or something, responded with a torrent of caring comments on how I shouldn't work too hard on the weekends, and self-care this and self-care that. But soon enough, I wasn't listening anymore. Like, not at all. And why? 2 words, and let us pause for effect. Brittany Johnson. Talk about nervous neurochemistry. Talk about a hairspray queen. Brittany Johnson is the kind of girl you certainly wouldn't mind being locked in a closet with, or trapped on a desert island with, or forced to mate with when the aliens land and take over the world, because that's the only circumstance in which you can imagine her actually touching you. Personally, for me, she was the kind of girl that made you want to rush home to keep practicing guitar. How else would a guy like me ever impress a girl like that? Can you empathize? Picture being an awkward 15-year-old pimple-faced loser like me, who happens to have a locker right next to the hottest, tallest, blondest, bustiest cheerleader human Barbie doll supermodel in the making, complete with perfect teeth, flawless skin, a cute little nose with exactly the right amount of freckles, amazing blue eyes, and etc., etc. The list goes on. Considered by many, most, to be, hands down, the hottest girl in school. I thought, pausing to savor. She smelled damn good, too. A scent my brain had long ago paired with the pleasure of a gooey shot of dopamine, which, incidentally, is another neurochemical Mr. Hammond had recently lectured on. And I wondered, am I noticeably more obsessed with girls than any other heterosexual boy with a penis and a pulse? I think I was, am, and always will be. Put another way, I wanted a girlfriend. Really fucking bad. Yeah, more than anything and everything in the world combined. And in fact, even slightly more than I wanted to be a rock star. And if I'm being really honest, the biggest reason I wanted to be a rock star was so I could get a girlfriend. And yet, at the ripe old age of 15, I rather shamefully had never been on a date, and therefore, I had never been kissed. And sex? Ha! I didn't even live on the same planet as sex. Luckily, hormone-driven dreams are quite resilient, even when pinned against a bleak outlook. And so, Brittany Johnson, the kind of girl with the power to drain you of much hope. Speaking of which, I already feel another thank you letter coming on. Dear Brittany Johnson, I'd like to thank you in advance for doing anything possible to tone down your hotness, please. It's killing me. You understand? Why do you have to be so hot and smell so good, and thereby remind me on a daily basis of how hopelessly inept I am at talking to girls? Sure, you happen to be my locker neighbor, but that doesn't mean I'm ever going to ask you out, nor ever talk to you, nor so much as look you in the eye for that matter. Not even close. You, my dear, as I'm sure you know, are way out of my league. Way fucking out. But the proximity of your backpack to mine means I get to sneak some up-close glimpses of your pulchritude and take in deep breaths of your Chanel No. 5 or whatever airborne floral delight you wear. As pathetic as that might sound, my dateless, girlfriendless, virgin in so many ways ass will take what I can get. Anyway, I was talking to Mr. Hammond about some assignment. Like 5 fucking paragraphs ago. I continued to smile and nod as he went on and on about the whatever. Brittany grabbed her belongings and scurried away to start her weekend of fraternizing with meatheads, or so I assumed. And may we never speak of her again. Mr. Hammond jarred me back to the present moment with a specific question that would require some degree of focused cognizance. Do you feel like you understood my metaphor I brought up in class today about the whole key fitting into the lock of your brain idea? He formed a brain out of his fist, shoved a key made from his finger into it, and twisted it repeatedly. That was kind of weird. Because I think that could be a great concept to add to your paper if you wish. Yeah, totally, I said. That did make a lot of sense. I think it's a cool way to illustrate that concept. I wasn't bullshitting. This and many of Mr. Hammond's ideas and theories left an impression on me. To cap off that recent classroom discussion on why we love grunge, he noted this particular genre of music as part of our differential identity. All he got back from the class was blank stares, so he went on to note that certain people, places, things, and experiences at particular times in our development fit into our minds perfectly, like a key sliding into a lock. They open up portions of our brains, new neurons fire, and we end up wired in particular ways as new realms of experience and knowledge and knowing come into view. We are then forever changed, and we come to know more about ourselves and what it means to be a human in this universe. Yeah. I figured that idea alone would take up a good half a page. Swish. Alrighty then. Have a good, relaxing weekend, and we'll touch base on this sometime next week, Mr. Hammond said as he gave a half bow as a departing gesture and moseyed off on his merry way. Finally. I swung open my locker and seized my bag. Slam! I pulled my Walkman out as I shoved my blue ball in with optimistic hopes that I wouldn't need it anymore that day. As I stood fumbling to cue up my tape machine, covertly, I again heard Cooper Gibson's menacing voice lurking behind me. My heart jumped like a rabbit. I think I said mouse before, but rabbit is better. How rabbit-like I was, all the time, or some similar bottom of the food chain wretch.
Biff's a bitch! He's a little biffy bitch!
He taunted as he passed by again, crab-grabbing the air around him. What a son of a gun, as Mr. Hammond might put it. This, for whatever reason, hit me hard. It wasn't just Cooper, but a combination of stressful factors, including, for some random reason, a gnarly blast of fear that I might never get laid. What could be more terrifying to any young man with a hard-on and a heartbeat? An emotional implosion felt imminent as a tidal wave of despair seemed to crash down on me. I closed my teary eyes and clenched my fists, and for just a second or two, quaked with rage. Everything was blurry at first as I attempted to regain my composure. But my eyes soon found their focus, and there she was. Chapter 3. The chapter where I become blissfully aware of the most beautiful and amazing girl I'd ever seen or could possibly imagine, and fall madly in love with her at first sight. There she was, and nothing could have prepared me. There she was, and my life was about to change forever. There she was, like a mythical creature. And I wondered, where had she been all my life? Or at least, all of ninth grade. There she was, in a sea of mediocrity, walking in my general direction, a goddess of grunge rock. Smashing Pumpkins t-shirt covering her delicate epidermis. Average height, petite, porcelain, and pale. Slender, blue jean-wrapped legs ending in well-worn black Chuck Taylors. Classic. And a long, full, thick, bountiful mane of luscious hair stretched all the way straight down to her wispy waist. Incredible. Wow. Look at that hair. Much ink could be spilled to fill pages and chapters and books and volumes and never come close to describing the wonder and the beauty and the majesty of her hair. The grandeur, the opulence, the gravity. Oh my God, that hair. It was pulling me into her orbit. It was like a miracle or something. Like long curls of decadent dark chocolate. A miraculous thatch of brunette bliss, thick as a forest, finer than the illustrious mane and tail of Pegasus himself. Okay, sure, you get it. I was stunned. She was stunning. Have you ever found somebody to be unbearably attractive? So damn hot it hurts? Sure, of course. I think we all have. Talk about a love buzz. Shall we call it love at first sight? Yes, of course. This was the damn definition of love at first sight. But I refuse to settle for such an understatement. The term love struck fits perfectly. She fit perfectly. Talk about a key that could open my brain's lock. She was nothing less than a flawless match to the grunge-loving girl of my dreams and the romantic and sexual desires that fueled virtually everything I did, or was trying to do, in life. As she approached, her sheer presence prompted many noticeable changes in my biofeedback. Dry mouth, sweaty palms, increased heart rate, and a swarm of intestinal butterflies tore through my abdominal cavity. A strong instinct seemed to scream, "Smile at her!" Why did it feel like I was trying to stare at the sun? I could barely bring my 15-year-old pimpled face to look her in the eyes as she hurried towards me, somewhat briskly, with purpose. I assumed she, like me, was also more than ready to get the hell out of that wretched place and rock out to some Nirvana too. That's when I noticed. Indeed, hidden in her silky locks were the thin black cords of some inconspicuous headphones. Kind of risky business at Parkland High, as we know. Kind of badass as well, I concluded. Then, much to my utter shock, she stopped cold in her tracks, right in front of me, and seemed stunned by something she was hearing. She looked down at her own Walkman in her grip and frowned as she adjusted the volume or station or whatever. Here's your chance, I thought. Talk to her. Talk. Talk! Open your metal-filled mouth and say something. You can at least attempt to squeak out a compliment on her shirt. Sure. Yes, I could do that, I realized with a jolt of energy. I cracked open my chapped lips and felt my vocal cords begin to vibrate and I froze, utterly paralyzed, as an all too familiar voice screamed at me.
No, you can't do that. Who do you think you are, Biff? Way too risky. You'll make a fool of yourself for sure, you dumbass.
I know what you might be thinking. Not Cooper again. But no, I'm afraid that was the greater voice of a far more powerful antagonist than Cooper Gibson could ever be. That was the voice in my own head. That was Beauregard. That son of a bitch. Mr. Hammond taught us we all have an inner critic and encouraged us to give ours a name, thereby personifying it. And so, for whatever arbitrary reason, Beauregard. This wasn't the first time the bastard prevented me from talking to girls, nor far from the last. Talk about a cock block. Talk about something in the way. And so, lesson in rejection, number 2. Dealing with the fear associated with making a connection with a beautiful stranger based on a mutual interest in music, as evidenced by a t-shirt she's wearing. Thanks, gorgeous Smashing Pumpkins fangirl. Beauregard held the only opinion I could accept in regards to how I measured up to the likes of a conventional beauty queen like Brittany Johnson, and basically all other girls for that matter. And I wondered, what if this girl could be different? We both liked the same band, and no doubt other bands too. It was a spark that could grow into a flame, to a fiery whatever. Brittany Johnson represented no hope, but this girl, she felt like the embodiment of it. But still, and regardless, and nevertheless, I just stood there, dazed and dumbly smiling in her general direction, frozen with some kind of kinetic dissonance, as Beauregard continued to put me down. She soon resumed her walk away, anyway. Slower now, and with noticeable somber in her step. A desire to ask her if she was okay then gripped me, just as she reached the end of the hallway and slipped out of sight. My heart sank into my ass. Oh, what a wretched feeling. What a wretched, sick, sad, I hate myself and I want to die kind of feeling.
Classic failure. What else did you expect? Good going, Biff.
Thanks, Beauregard. You deplorable prick. You'll have another chance, another internal voice said. Not as loud as Beauregard, of course. Yes, I will have another chance. A strong urge then struck me to get home to practice my guitar. For someday, I imagined, I might be playing it for her. A big, goofy grin returned to my face as I momentarily melted further into this fantasy. Smashing Pumpkins girl swooning over me playing guitar? Delicious. Luckily, my best friend, Raymond, just happened to amble by on his way to our awaiting big yellow limousine. I needed him to snap me out of my trance. And snap he did. The fuck are you so happy about? Chapter 4. The chapter where we meet my best friend, Raymond Joseph Duran. And I tell you a bit about him as we ride the bus home, and I continue to fantasize about the amazing girl in the Smashing Pumpkin shirt I just became blissfully aware of. Then I learned of something really sad, unbelievable, and totally life-changing. It makes me sad to think that some kids spend their childhood without a best friend. Everyone should have a companion, a sidekick, a partner in crime, or in my generation's case, a player 2 on Nintendo. This person, for me, was Raymond Joseph Duran. The fuck are you so happy about? Ray sneered upon observing the broad grin plastered on my face. This, his only greeting, was typical and not at all surprising. Ray and I had been virtually inseparable since kindergarten. Motherly meddling ensured our first arranged meeting sometime in the summer of 1985. Luckily, I was willing to accept him as Egon Spangler that day, for I later learned he had rejected past friendships based on kids' refusal to play Ghostbusters. We strapped on our plastic proton packs, and a lifelong friendship was officially underway. "Oh, nothing," I replied. He shook his head with some amount of disgust and adjusted the single backpack strap he wore on his right shoulder. "Good, and come on." Whack! He gave my back a motivating slap. "Get the fuck out to the bus bell already rang, and you're just standing here looking like a goofy dipshit." Raymond's heavy hand then weighed me down as he used it to push me along. He will always be as husky as I am lanky. And I'm pretty damn lanky. And he wore dorky glasses. And he had a shit ton of freckles and a fuckload of Hawaiian shirts. He knew me better than anyone, despite how often he seemed to dismiss, ignore, or otherwise reject me. Yet still, seeing me wear such a high caliber of upside-down frown was not something he would have expected around this time. Hence his negative reaction to the love-struck look he found on my face. We didn't take but 2 steps before I erupted with, "Hey, do you know the girl with the really long, kind of dark brown hair and the Smashing Pumpkins shirt on today?" "Oh, Christ on a crutch!" he shot back in his sharpest tone. "Somebody's in love. That fucking explains it." "No, sorry, buddy. I surely do not know this individual you describe." No surprise, then, to hear that guilt and shame were my 2 most frequently experienced emotions whenever I was within 5 feet of Raymond Joseph Duran. How could I not become a guilt-prone person after a childhood's worth of experiences of my best friend appearing to be in great pain just from interacting with me? We stepped out of the building into the blinding afternoon sun. "Okay, fine, never mind," I said, realizing my mistake in daring to ask such a question. "Hey, relax! I'll keep an eye out for her, okay?" As sarcastic as he might have sounded, I knew he was sincere. As endlessly condescending as Ray always was towards me, I never doubted he had my back. Anyway, and speaking of never mind, now that we were out of the goddamn motherfucking no headphone zone, tape in, headphones on, volume up, blasting avoidance, and why not? I wanted to jump off the topic as soon as possible to avoid incurring any further wrath or ridicule from my good buddy. I just zipped my lips and followed him onto our titanically yellow government-appointed transport. There we found our morbidly obese bus driver, Bob, sitting idle at the wheel, staring off into the abyss and stinking up the place as usual. Apparently the bus driver's budget doesn't allow for luxuries such as Old Spice. I maxed the volume on my tape player as I shuffled by him while holding my breath. Standard procedure. I emptied out my lungs as Smells Like Teen Spirit filled my ears. Then my nose was pummeled by that same horrid, yet somehow oddly comforting, stench of our exhausted flat-nosed bus that looked like it had been to hell and back many times. At least it smelled better than Bob. Despite the fact we had a long ride ahead of us, I could tell from Ray's even more negative than usual energy, he didn't have much else to say to me on this particular day. He tended to be a young man of few words anyway, especially after sitting through an hour of algebra just before the weekend. He threw his cantankerous self into the first vacant seat he saw and deliberately positioned his girth right in the middle, with his bulky bag to the right and coat on left, as if to clearly say, "Don't fucking sit with me." Trust me, that's exactly how he would have put it verbally. Okay, so then, lesson in rejection number 3. Dealing with your best friend rejecting your joy over falling in love at first sight with a beautiful, long-haired, Smashing Pumpkins fangirl. Thanks, Ray. No question, then. He was having an extra shitty afternoon. I grabbed a fistful of green pleather and swung into the empty seat across the aisle. Good old number 9. I'd sat there before, the victim of countless pencil stab wounds and black Sharpie defacings. The familiar "fuck Bush" greeted me, and there were, of course, several crudely drawn dicks, and the whole thing was branded in at least 24 places with the searing faces of big lighters. I would never do such things, by the way. I was just very accustomed to seeing such destruction. Ray fixed his face into a hard stare out the dirty window to his right. I didn't really want to talk to him anyway, I then realized. I had some awesome music to listen to, and some major thinking, fantasizing, to do. My life had just changed forever, after all. Nothing would ever be the same again, by the way. My mind then filled with a colorful scene. Me and Smashing Pumpkins Girl, hand in hand, at a Nirvana show, at Red Rocks Amphitheater. Wow. Her delicate hand in mine, fingers laced together, threaded, locked. I got distracted by the abrupt movement of Ray shifting in his seat, seemingly unable to get settled. He yawned, and thankfully I sat upwind from his halitosis. His teeth were horribly stained by all the RC Cola he drank. Yes, Royal Crown Cola. Specifically and exclusively, because RC was his mom's maiden initials, and as such, she had a long habit of purchasing that particular brand. All the kid drank was RC Cola. He guzzled the shit. I assumed he brushed his teeth with fucking RC. I used to try to catch him drinking water. I think purple Gatorade was the closest he ever got. Once upon a time, his mother, Renee Duran, tried in vain to enforce a 1 pop a day rule. That didn't last long, and I don't know why I'm telling you this. Anyway, Ray was yawning. Right. He yawned, just as I remembered I wanted to remind him of our plans for the next day at 1 p.m. I squeezed the pause button on my tape machine and tore off my headphones. Hey, don't forget, you're still going to come with me to my guitar lesson tomorrow, right? My guitar teacher was going to be providing Raymond with drum lessons, and he needed to come with me to meet him and talk about when he could get started so his parents would buy him a drum set for his birthday in about a month so we could start our rock band so I could at last get a girlfriend. And yes, I know this is a run-on sentence. Forgive me. Yeah, we'll see, he replied with ample rancor. Ample fucking rancor. Then he feigned sarcastic coughing. Think I'm coming down with something. I might not be able to make it. Maybe I'm catching don't want to waste my time-itis. Or perhaps I've got rather be playing video games syndrome, he said, making air quotes. You promised, I said, sounding at least somewhat whiny. I'm sure Ray sensed I was about to launch back into my long-winded reasonings why he needed to come with me. Annoying info he had already heard at least 1,000,000 times. I had been trying to get him to tag along for several weeks. He headed me off. All right, Jesus! Don't get your goddamn panties in a fucking bunch. I'll be there. See, again, no matter how abusive he may be, Ray had my back. His emotions, as usual, were revealed through his volume and tone of voice. Dear Raymond Joseph Duran, I'd like to thank you in advance for considering any ways that you can become a little less like Slayer and a bit more like Weezer. You know, you can be very ape at times, if you know what I mean. Thanks, buddy. Good, I said. We'll pick you up about noon. Great, can't fucking wait. Ray scoffed as he turned back towards the window. And I think if sarcasm was something that actually oozed from your pores, well, you know. Sit down, kids. We're gonna get moving now. That was at least the 1,000th time I'd heard our bus driver utter that same sloppy declaration from his CDL Class B perch. Plus, should we have been concerned, he always sounded at least somewhat drunk or otherwise mentally impeded. And with that, I jammed the play button as Bob guided us out of the parking lot. I mentioned before that our high school was in the middle of nowhere. Despite how cliche that might sound, I wasn't kidding. No less than a tedious 10-mile drive on a barren stretch of two-lane road was required just to get into town. I had already listened to In Bloom and Come As You Are before we reached Signs of Civilization. Podunk Parkland. Our little town has never been much more than an intersection, squeezed on all sides by the miles and miles of boring nothingness that surrounds it. The setting where Ray and I had spent the last decade sharing many adventures and interests. The landscape passing by outside the bus window always reminded me of it. The shitty dirt baseball diamond where we played Little League. The tiny comic book store where we spent our allowance. The video store where we rented Nintendo games. The dome-shaped Quonset hut building, community center, where we had our Cub Scout meetings. The standard array of fast food joints where we enjoyed many Happy Meals and the like. And of course, the mom-and-pop candy store on Main Street, nestled in the original Old West Town settlement, where we purchased various sugary provisions. The entirety of Parkland takes no more than 5 minutes to drive through, and that's only if all 3 traffic lights happen to delay you. Let's go ahead and say it again. Podunk. Breed played on as our old bus chugged up the steep incline of Hilltop Road and the longest leg of our journey home had begun. Each afternoon, from 4 to 5, our big yellow beast lumbered up and down and all around the rutty dirt roads on the winding hills of the outskirts of Parkland. It's a good thing Big Bob not only had a huge belly, but also a heavy foot. Otherwise, it might have taken even longer to make our drive back out to our sprawling rural subdivision of multi-acre plots and ramshackle houses. Windy Hills, here we come. Anyway, as we leveled off, I noticed the light changing off in the direction of home. Darkness encroached in the form of ominous black clouds gathering. This, to me, represented another type of threat, a potential ticking time bomb of sorts, due to the fact Ray and I both had a lengthy trek home from the bus when taken by foot. Okay, so we might have to walk home in the rain. Whatever. Back to the music. I don't even care. We could have a breed to sell. I thought, as I enjoyed Kurt Cobain's familiar words. Would I ever like to breed with her? This new grunge-loving girl is a whole new breed. I smiled to myself as I chuckled inwardly. Then I thought of how disgusted Ray would be if he could read my mind right then. Quite, I assure you. Track 5 began to play, Lithium, as additional revelations came. Thinking back to the declarations I shared earlier in Mr. Hammond's class, I couldn't have previously imagined how my beloved grunge rock could become even more important to me, because now it was also the link that connected me to this new person of romantic interest. It was to serve as the excuse I sorely needed to approach her and make a connection. Everyone needs a good conversation starter, and us less than confident guys need one bad. Now I had one. A really good one. I knew our common love for grunge could serve as the catalyst for the destined love that would inevitably sprout between us. It was to bring us together. Hard destiny. I had never felt so sure and so hopeful of anything. This music was the perfect key that fit into her brain too. Oh, wow. I heard myself say out loud. Thank God Raymond didn't seem to hear. This new grunge girl was like the perfect key to unlock my brain too. Mind blown. Perfect. Since I didn't know her name, for the time being, I would take great pleasure in assigning her this temporary designation based solely on the small portion of her wardrobe I had briefly observed. Grunge girl, grunge girl, grunge girl, I whispered repeatedly to myself, overflowing with pleasure as I closed my eyes and let Kurt Cobain's voice take me further away. As Lithium played on, I too felt like I was in a daze because I've found God. Yeah, it really did feel like I had just found God. This was significant, by the way. I'm not always sure I even believe in God, a fact that has caused great distress to my very Catholic mother, or at least it would if she wasn't in complete denial about it. At least I can say I always maintained a high degree of hope that God is something out there somewhere. How else could I explain the existence of such an angelic being such as this new grunge girl? She was all the proof I needed. I hope you agree with my logic there. Just then, damn it, I said to myself as Kurt's voice slowed and deepened about halfway through the first verse of Polly. This, my tape player's dreaded indicator of low batteries, meant no more tunes on this extra boring bus trip. I clicked the stop button in resignation and stowed my device back in my bag. Since my best buddy across the aisle still seemed quite unavailable for conversation, I again closed my eyes and returned to the one in my head. Grunge girl, grunge girl, grunge girl. And I wondered, how the hell, and in the name of all things holy, had our paths never crossed before? What zigging and zagging we must have done all these many months. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I thought about where I could take her on a date. Parkland offered depressingly limited options. You can't take a girl on a date to McDonald's, nor should you bring her to Taco Bell. Then it hit me. Grinders. I could take her for hot drinks at Grinders Coffee House on Main Street in Old Town Parkland. She would be vibrant and beautiful, and really, really into me, of course. We could find a quiet table for two and order a few bottomless cups of chai, or maybe if she doesn't like chai, we could have some pennyroyal tea. But of course she likes chai. Mrs. Grinders is the absolute best in the damn world. I could almost smell it as I imagined our dialogue. We would talk about music, of course, and the glories of grunge rock, no doubt. I would reveal my budding talents on the guitar and tell her all about my plans to start a rock band just as soon as my friend Ray gets a drum set. She would be beyond impressed. This fact would make me irresistible to her. There was that urge again to hurry home and practice some chords and scales. That's all I needed from that scene. I hit my brain's fast-forward button to get to the good stuff. The next thing I knew, we were at nearby Old Brenner Park, rotating tongues on a particular bench that was uniquely secluded. As I enjoyed these fantasies, I should note that there was one other nagging thought that kept trying to butt its way into my brain. How exactly the hell am I going to ask her out?
You'll never pull it off. Why even try? Failure.
Beauregard wasn't helping, of course. Nevertheless, I had some ideas, but I wasn't quite ready to focus on them yet. I was otherwise having too much fun exploring her glorious mystery. And I wondered, again, what is her name? A powerful idea then hit me. A flash of brilliance. Last year's yearbook, I thought as I surged with the energy of my new joyful intention to race home and scour my 8th grade annual to discover her beautiful black and white photograph and magnificent moniker, whatever it was. I snuck more peeks at Ray every so often as we bounced along. Where was his Game Boy today? His batteries must be dead too, I concluded, assuming he was struggling to refrain from his oral fixation of choice. Thumb-sucking. Yeah, I don't mean to throw his 13-year-old ass under the flat-nosed bus here, but it's true. He was getting there, but it was an ongoing battle with his mom to give up that bad habit. Regardless, he seemed content to just stare out the window in a trance at the passing herds of cattle and occasional pair of horses. Yes, by the time livestock started coloring the landscape, we knew we were getting close to home. Beads of water then began smacking the windows of the bus. Shit. We had finally caught up with those dark clouds I mentioned before. I knew this rain was not going to help Raymond's sunny disposition. I'm sure we both reached for a bit of penitence, a little prayer, that at least one of our mothers would take heed and be there to pick us up. I tried again to push this thought from my head. Back to Fantasyland, please. Less than a minute later, and I already had Grunge Girl naked on my bed. As our too-fast bus veered left and careened onto the final hilly dirt stretch of our journey. The combo of our vibrating vehicle and my vivid sexual fantasy was, not surprisingly, causing a buildup of blood in my most prized extremity. Am I any more obsessed with sex than the next boy with a boner and a bloodstream? That question again. I repeat. I fear that I am. And I wonder, did my brain get messed up at age 11 when I found my brother's well-used Playboy mag from the 80s under his mattress? Maybe. If so, it was so worth it. Is 11 too young to see titties and bush? Page after page of mammoth muffs? Maybe I could ask Mr. Hammond. One thing's for sure. A new center to my universe had officially taken hold. Women. And their mammoth muffs? Something like that. Anyway. I'm sure it was TMI, but I was telling you about my boner on the bus. I adjusted my jeans as we rocketed over another hilltop. Bob often achieved the roller coaster effect, even when the road was drenched with various forms of treacherous H2O slick. As my stomach dropped, I clutched my seat for dear life. We slowed down as we approached our bus stop, and I was reminded of the thunderous sounds a jetliner makes when attempting to halt its mass. The rain had become goddamn torrential, as Ray would say. Anxiety prompted me to scan the road for Mom's behemoth brown Chevy Suburban, also known as Big Bertha. Yes, she was there, and Ray's mom was too. Let it rain. I've got a dry ride home. Ray barely acknowledged me as we shuffled off and hurried to our respective motherly transports. He'll be in a better mood tomorrow, I reassured myself as I dove onto the familiar comfort of Mom's cool leather passenger seat. Slam! Mom gave her typical warm greeting. Hi, sweetheart. Happy Friday. How was school? She bit her lip and squinted her eyes, like I'd seen her do a million times, but still not her usual modus. I knew right away something was up with her tone. It was the way a lot of moms talk to their kids when they're sad, hurt, or otherwise plagued with consternation. Good. It was pretty standard, minus those couple of tests, but they went okay. I replied, just before thanking her for picking me up. A different kid might have told his mom all about his latest love interest on a day such as this, but I, for whatever reason, shied away from such disclosures. Good. So everything's good then? You're doing okay? She inquired with noticeable caution in her voice. Yeah, why wouldn't I be? I questioned back, now gripped by my own circumspection. Oh, nothing, she stammered. I mean, those boys. Did those boys leave you alone today? Okay, so I never told my parents about my crushes on girls, but they did hear plenty about my bullies. No, they're still messing with me. Honey, this can't go on. I told you if they keep doing this, I am going to call the school and— Mom, I know. Please just let me handle it. I can deal with them. They're basically just tickling me, I pleaded, yet again. And of course, that was when she noticed my severely stretched out Nirvana shirt I was trying to conceal, and took at least half a minute freaking out about that. Ugh. I'll spare you the rest of that tedious back and forth. Rain continued to pound even harder as we pulled into our long graveled driveway and parked in front of the garage. I pulled the collar of my flannel together in preparation to sprint into the house. Then Mom reached out with a gentle touch to stop me. Sweetheart, wait. Did you happen to hear the news at all on the radio today? She asked with even more of that same cautious tone. Did you hear about what happened earlier this week? Up in Seattle? No, I didn't hear anything. I managed to mumble back as my anxiety spiked. "Griffin? Is Griffin okay?" I blurted out in terror. My older brother, Griffin Jameson Hart, had gone through a lot and, therefore, had put the rest of us through hell over the past few years. He had been expelled from school for having a switchblade. He knocked up his girlfriend and coerced her to abort the pregnancy. He lived out many episodes of running away, multiple arrests on drug charges, and eventually a drug overdose that nearly took him from us. He had survived and gotten through rehab, but before we knew it, he was on a plane, relocating up to Seattle, hence my immediate assumption and concern. The only good thing that had come out of the whole ordeal was I had become safely terrified to ever even think about going near a drop or a puff of anything, and I knew my mom was just fine with that. "Oh, no. Griffin's okay. He's just fine. In fact, I just talked to him on the phone about an hour ago," she assured me. This was a relief, but the feeling only lasted a second or two. "Okay, so what happened then?" The hammering rain on the metal roof above was then amplified by the heavy silence that followed my question. I assumed she'd been hoping she wouldn't have to be the one to break this news to me. And who could blame her? "I'm so sorry, son. They announced today that Mr. Cobain is dead. They're saying that she stammered. "He took his own life a few days ago. He's gone, sweetheart." Chapter 5. The chapter where I learn more about Kurt Cobain's death, and my dad makes me go shovel horseshit in the mud. I will never forget the day when the likes of Smells Like Teen Spirit first assailed my consciousness. Mom and I were driving home from our town's one and only dinky little grocery store, Hill's Market. Dave Grohl's thunderous drums exploded through the radio and demanded the deepest attention I'd ever given to any music. I like to think I could feel my brain changing as I listened. A new key opening, a new lock for sure. Speaking of my brain, it was a little confused by what Mom said, or maybe just how she said it. "Mr. Cobain?" I questioned as my brow furrowed. Kurt Cobain's dad committed suicide? Was something like the thought bouncing around amid my inner echo chamber of denial. Then, of course, I caught up with comprehension, and the stunning clarity blindsided me. "Kurt Cobain is dead?" I managed to reply, my weighty words deeply felt, though barely audible as the weather continued to bombard the truck around us. "Yes, dear. I'm so sorry. I know his music means so much to you." My whole body blazed with the neurochemistry of resistance and disbelief. Then came a soothing numbness and moist eyeballs. Mom thought she understood how much Nirvana meant to me, but I have a notion she didn't know the half of it. As I attempted to explain to my somewhat out-of-touch psychology teacher, this man and his music, to me, were larger than life. Being a Nirvana fan, for a lot of us, has always felt somewhat central to selfhood, as Mr. Hammond said, identity. Really, I must admit that, indeed, I worshipped Kurt. In a way, any objective onlooker may have concluded that, in my eyes, he was bigger than Jesus. Shit. Once again, please don't tell my Catholic mother that one. Speaking of my ever-penitent mother, she does in fact get some credit for allowing me to be a Nirvana fan in the first place. Maybe she understood they were an unavoidable force. Or maybe she felt she couldn't deny the excitement and joy they brought me. Whatever the case, you can imagine how my mother, and countless other parents, might have felt by just the album titles alone, like In Utero, Incesticide, and Bleach, not to mention an album cover featuring a surprisingly meaty baby dick. "Never mind is right," Mom once quipped. I don't think she knew how much Nirvana served to influence me with lyrics that did much to dissolve my innocence just as puberty kicked in. Through my exposure to his music, Mr. Cobain was the first to educate me on many of life's horrors. People get raped, incest is a thing, lithium isn't just for batteries, and of course, his latest life lesson. Genius musicians, who appear to have it all, can be tortured souls who use drugs and eventually take their heads off with shotguns. I'll come back to that point later. I was either sheltered, ignorant, or just a late bloomer in many respects. Anyway, Mom continued. It's just one of those sad and ugly things. People get so lost in their darkness, and not to mention they lose touch with Jesus, and pretty soon they don't see any way out of their pain. And when they struggle with impulse control, and in this country with the way guns are so prevalent, and with how easy it can be to get prescription drugs, and blah, blah, blah. I could hear what she was saying, but I wasn't listening. Her words came through fuzzy and fell deaf on my blurry brain. My mother, Karen Jameson Hart, is a nurse. She had pulled plenty of shifts on plenty of psych wards in her day, so she was no stranger to mental health and self-inflicted death. As Mom offered her comfort, I noticed it bothered me. She surely believed Kurt had gone straight to hell for his final mortal sin. God damn. All I can say is that's not the kind of deity I want to believe in. Anyway, Mom rubbed my back for a few seconds before we jumped out of the truck and scurried into the house. She offered me a snack, but my appetite was nowhere to be felt. I peeled off my damp flannel and flopped down on the couch. As the rain clouds loomed outside, our living room smelled like a wet dog in a dumpster because the roof had leaked on the carpet the day before. It felt way darker than usual, too, which was perfect for my current mood. I twisted on the lamp to my right and grabbed the remote, and I wondered, what did Kurt Loder have to say about Kurt Cobain? I flipped on MTV just in time, of course, to hear the looping special news brief. Cobain's body was found at a house in Seattle on Friday morning. He was found dead of an apparently self-inflicted shotgun blast to the head. Police have found what is said to be a suicide note at the scene, but have yet to divulge its contents. I wasn't ready or expecting one particular word to grab me with such ferocity. Shotgun. Mom hadn't mentioned the cause of death, and the question of how'd he do it was still yet to enter my dumbfounded mind. On a subconscious level, I guess I assumed overdose, since there had always been so many rumors about Kurt's drug problems. Shotgun, I repeated to myself in a stunned whisper. My dad is a hunter, which meant his own long-barreled weapon was hanging on display above our living room fireplace. My eyes became affixed on it. I was about as interested in hunting as I was in any dull, boring, or tedious activity involving sitting in silence with your father for hours on end in the frozen wilderness. Thus, I had rarely paid it much mind before. Now I couldn't help but continue to stare at it, as I imagined what it would be like to point it at my head and, fuck me, put it in my mouth. What must that taste like? I pondered in horror. Like fireworks and a fistful of pennies. I killed the TV and threw myself into my tried and true distress tolerance action plan. Mom, I'm going for a walk, I called, informing my ever-concerned parent of my next needed move. Okay, honey, dinner will be ready at 6, she shouted from above. I took walks almost daily. It had become one of my primary coping activities, and of course, my 2 mutt dogs, Cookie and Oreo, were collateral beneficiaries. I mean, the dogs benefited too. I ran down to my room and grabbed fresh batteries for my Walkman. The rain was letting up, and I knew our long, hilly country roads would be as sloppy as the mud pit at Woodstock. But I didn't care. I loved walking in the rain, and I needed the soothing sensory of the deep smell of drenched earth. But I didn't make it far. Not even out the front door, in fact. My dad had just arrived home from work, and he had other ideas about how I might spend the next hour of my life.
Hey, where the hell do you think you're going?
I froze. Dad's classic after-work tone. Always a pleasure. He popped off his sweat-soaked Rockies baseball cap. His forever sunburned face typically made it difficult to tell if he was angry. Best to assume he was. Let me reach for a little compassion here. Poor Dad hated his job. Just for a walk, I said. To walk the dogs. I knew it was always advisable to make this sound like a chore if at all possible.
You can walk later. Right now, you need to get your ass out to the paddock and finish shoveling that horse shit.
My face fell even further than it already was. I should have been more careful with my nonverbals. I knew better. They had the power to draw the vein in his forehead and volume in his voice.
And get out of my sight with that mopey face. It won't even take you an hour if you don't drag your ass every step of the way.
He slammed down his lunch cooler.
I told you on Monday I wanted it done before the weekend.
And with that, adrenaline and cortisol. Lesson in rejection, number 4. Coping with feeling like your dad doesn't give a shit about your feelings is evidenced by him forcing you to shovel shit less than an hour after you learn one of your heroes killed himself. Thanks, Dad. Oh, honey, don't make him do that now, Mom interjected from the top of the stairs. It's so muddy and... He threw up his leathery red hand like a stop sign to interrupt her protest.
No, Karen. Why don't you just zip it? Because as usual, you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Dear Dad, thanks for yet another lesson on how to be an asshole and how not to treat women. No, I didn't say that to him. Just another one of my unsent thank you letters, I'm afraid. As usual, I just glared at him for a second or two until he looked up, sending my eyes darting for the floor. Tad continued.
The mud is less than ideal, but we agreed he'd have it done by the weekend. So if he didn't want to do it now, he should have planned better.
He looked daggers at me. His eye contact, harsh as ever, like a weapon, one that stabs.
I didn't have to loan you the money for that damn amplifier, you know. We can take it right back to the pawn shop anytime you like.
I shook my head in submission, eyes still glued to the floor. He looked down at his watch.
Hey, in fact, how about we light a fire under your ass? Let's say if you don't have your chore done by dinner at 6, we'll still have plenty of time to make a trip to Centennial Music Pond by the time they close at 8.
I looked at the clock on the wall and swallowed hard. It was already 20 after 5.
Never gonna be a rock star if he doesn't have his big expensive amp,
he said. Let's see. Sarcastic? Condescending? Patronizing? Disrespectful? All the above, of course. But Jim, he's had a pretty tough day. I wish Mom hadn't said that. Dad detested sympathy based on principle. He ripped off his coat and shoved it onto a hanger.
Well, I had a tough day too. In the mud too. In the rain. With an aching back and broken tools and a moron crew that doesn't know their asses from holes in the ground. Then I have to come home and put up with this shit. My ungrateful wife and son who apparently want to disagree with everything I say.
This scene makes me want to ask, was your father nice? Or a dick? Ugh, sorry to bring it up. To be fair, my dad and I used to be buds, but then I got into music, and I lost interest in the Denver Broncos. And as we know, hunting was never my thing. So I don't think he had any idea how to relate to me after my puberty hit. And we kind of lost our connection. Go ahead, honey. He's right. I mean, it shouldn't take you that long, Mom said with her eyes also affixed on the floor. Shovel's in my truck. The clock's ticking, boy. No shit, Dad, I thought. But I had nothing else to say. No protests for sure. So I slumped out into the cool April air and let anger conjure within me. I needed its energy to complete the demeaning task before me. I had learned to focus my rage into a productive force I could use to please him or otherwise meet his demands. I know, and as my dictionary says, how obsequious of me. I never felt like I had any other choice. My damned nervous system, I realized again. It never gave me any other options. But I knew I could choose, as a man, to be nothing like him. Dad. All I could do was hold on to gratitude, for I knew I would grow up to be the opposite of Jim Hart Jr., my anti-role model. Okay, that's not completely true. I could always say I appreciated his work ethic, and he never drank or drugged, as far as I know. He's always been a good provider and protector, and I've never questioned his love for me. But like I said, he was an asshole, and he often, but not always, treated my mom like shit. So, therefore, much of his conduct repelled me powerfully in the opposite direction and wired me up to be hyper-respectful, super compassionate, and always a staunch gentleman. A nice guy. A really, really nice guy. Too nice? Yes. Are you sure? Yes, I've come to conclude in the years that followed this fateful day. But I'll let you be the judge on the pages ahead. Given how we just saw him treat my mom, we might assume this is a good thing. But no, not inherently, not completely. You might just have to take my word on that for now. I grabbed the gear from my deplorable work and hurried back to our barn. I just wanted to get it the hell over with, and not just because my new amplifier hung in the balance. Horse shit. As usual, I took solace in the fact that at least I had my music. I pressed play. Kurt Cobain's voice, of course, picked up right where I had left off on Polly. A chill gripped me, or shot up my spine, or whatever. It was the first time I'd heard his voice since hearing the news of his death. A heavy thought then saddened and sickened me. From now on, listening to Nirvana would be different. The experience of my favorite band would never be the same. From now on, I'd be listening to a dead man. Then I saw him, in my mind. I couldn't help it. He was in his bedroom, as I imagined it to be, with a shotgun. A Remington 870 just like my dad's, naturally. The suicide scene then played out on the theater of my mind, over and over, as I tried not to imagine his brilliant brain splattering on the ceiling and walls. What a waste. Sorry, I'm sure I just made you think of it too.
Hey, fuckface! Get your ass in gear, dummy! You've only got about 30 minutes to get this shit done!
Right. Thanks for the reminder, Beauregard. Shovel, plop. Shovel, plop. As I shoveled and listened, my mind drifted deeper. I now realize I was trying desperately to stave off some powerful variety of disillusionment that had arisen. I had to reckon with the fact that the man who seemingly had it all, or at least everything I thought I wanted in life, still chose to throw it all away. I guess being a rock star isn't all it's cracked up to be. Kurt had given us such great music, and apparently it had killed him to do so. Another victim of success, as they say. I guess it felt like a large part of my dreams were trying to die along with him. I didn't know what to do with these feelings. I didn't yet know what it meant. I just knew it was heavy. As a heavy empathy fell upon me, as I thought about Kurt Donald Cobain. Not the rock star, but the person, the 27-year-old man, and the pain he must have been in. Shit. And what about Little Frances Bean, his young daughter, and his wife, widow, Courtney. What about Dave and Chris? A lot of people are grieving today. I didn't fully realize. People. People. People like
Grunge girl!
My brain then detonated and tore open like a bursting dam of excitement that swiftly washed away my grief, for the moment, as I remembered what I couldn't believe I had forgotten. Grunge Girl. I wanted to find out Grunge Girl's name. A surge of energy spurred me to life, resulting in double-speed shit-shoveling, until I froze. And I wondered, how must Grunge Girl be feeling right now? I had no doubt that she was a Nirvana fan too, of course. I wished I was with her to give her a hug, as I longed to be with a person who really understood, as I was sure she did. I pushed myself to keep pace and had the rest of that shit shoveled in no time. And, phew, with 5 minutes to spare, I barged through my bedroom door and whipped open my yearbook. Flip, flip, flip. Page after page, I scoured and scoured and scoured, and... where the hell is she? I whispered to myself, growing concerned. Anxious frustration mounted as I approached the final page. Since my first pass was done in great haste, I then took another more careful one.
Where in the holy mother of fuck is she?
I whispered again. I took a third pass, this time with a whole new level of fevered diligence, literally putting my finger on each and every black and white square, painstakingly disconfirming each and every female face. No, not her. Not her. No, no. Wait. Could that be her? No, definitely not. Damn, not her. No, no. No, shit! I didn't know if I could handle one more tragedy on this day. She wasn't in there. God damn it.
Hey, James! Get your ass up here for dinner!
My father called from above. Okay, Dad. Chapter 6. The chapter where we meet my kooky music teacher and I tell you more about my quest to become a musician. 18 hours later. 10 minutes east of Parkland off County Road 186, also known and much revered to the locals as Scenic Inspiration Drive. There, I sat on a shitty folding chair in a 2-story barn. Red as a tomato frog sitting on a fire truck eating a strawberry. This moderately sized structure had been converted into a makeshift apartment, living space, or whatever you want to call it. The place where my eccentric music teacher, Bernard Barney Thunderhawk, lived and taught drums, bass, and guitar. Yes, I took guitar lessons in a barn from a guy named Barney. I couldn't make shit like that up if I tried. When you think barn, one of the first words you'd associate might be stinky. But this was one of the most good-smelling barns you might reasonably imagine. On this particular day, Barney had gone to great lengths, it seemed, to maintain a controlled environment of what I'll just call chronic sandalwood, thanks to no less than 3 sticks of incense smoking like a trio of chimneys all around me. Maybe he was trying to cover up another smell that people associate with the word chronic. Maybe. Surrounding me on every wall were various Native American paraphernalia, buffalo furs, dream catchers, and peace pipes. Not to mention enough used guitars to open a small pawn shop. Soft Lakota flute music floated in the background, providing a peaceful ambiance that contrasted with the irritation steadily building in my brain and everything connected to it. In fact, that may have been the moment I realized for the first time ever, I kind of didn't want to be there, for at least several reasons. First of all, my music lesson was supposed to start 10 minutes before. I normally buzzed with anticipation for my time with Barney because I could usually count on him to teach me something new and useful to aid me on my quest to get awesome on guitar and start a band so I could impress girls. But by that point, now 12 minutes in, I just wanted to get this lesson over ASAP. We had been working on learning All Apologies by Nirvana, but for obvious reasons, I wasn't sure I was feeling up for it that day. And I wondered, did Kurt Cobain ever take guitar lessons from a gonzo like this guy? I looked at the dusty digital alarm clock to my left. 13 minutes. Barney had better be all apologies to me when and if we ever get this damn lesson started. So why the delay? Scatterbrained Barney Thunderhawk was on the phone. Still on the damn phone. He had been since the moment I arrived. The same moment he waved me in and non-verbally urged me to take a seat. As instructed, I sat on his well-aged folding chair next to his super flimsy metallic music stand that looked like it had been to hell and back. It stood with sadly slanted posture and appeared to be even more overloaded with papers than usual. The sheet on top had a sample of his incomprehensible penmanship. Mr. Hammond once told us a little bit about handwriting analysis. What would the experts say about this crazy chicken scratch? Clad in turquoise jewelry, as usual, and an open-chested button-up, Barney paced the far side of the room with his cordless riveted to his ear. He had brought his voice down to a harsh whisper, which seemed weird. Barney Thunderhawk, in the 6 months I'd known him, had never been harsh about anything. It seemed like he was making an order for something, but struggling with a language barrier on the other end.
No, tomorrow. Esta a la mañana,
he said as he snuck what looked like a guilty glance in my direction. Or maybe it was a suspicious one? I didn't care what he was saying, but why the hell was it taking so long?
I guess he doesn't respect you or care about you enough to get off the phone and give you your lesson.
Yeah, never mind that. Just stupid Beauregard again. Regardless of what he thinks. Barney's unique character traits made him the kind of guy you never forget. Some of his students were lucky enough to hear his intriguing story about the time he was visited by a UFO back on his parents' farm. And none of us got to skip his grandiose stories about his days as the backup drummer for Carlos Santana. I'm not sure which of those stories was more believable. I always assumed Barney was of European and obviously Native American descent. His most striking feature was undoubtedly his freshly fluffed white guy afro. If you know what the famously joyful painter Bob Ross looked like, then I trust you can picture my guitar teacher. He may have painted a few happy little trees of his own at some point. As I continued to wait, my mind started to drift. A few odd objects I had never noticed before popped out at me. The weird Elvis figurine, the small army of alien action figures, and I soon found myself wondering what variety of beast gave its life for the shaggy rug under my feet. My eyes wandered to his coffee table in front of me and landed on a strange pink binder I'd never seen before. It appeared to be a photo album of sorts. He was beyond distracted, so I decided to take a peek. Because, boredom. I wasn't ready for what I was about to see. Asses. Pages and pages of bare asses and more asses. Butts galore. And the variety was astonishing. Big and small and everything in between. Some amazing asses of gorgeous women. Some horrifically hairy and fucking fat, pimpled, hail-damaged asses of gross males and females alike. At least they all appeared to be adult asses. Sheesh. Dear Barney Thunderhawk, what the fuck? His voice returned to normal volume, causing me to slam the weird-ass book shut. I scooted back to my seat.
See, yes, great, bueno, thanks. No!
He jerked the phone away from his ear and rolled his eyes in frustration.
See, no, my guy will meet you down there. Big black truck, Gran Camion Negro.
He whipped his head around too fast and slammed it into a hanging bowl of fruit. Apples everywhere. Shit, I thought, as he scurried around to pick them up. That was only going to delay him further. I squeezed stressed energy into my fretboard as I squirmed. My irritated boredom was filling to capacity. My eyes fell on the Jimi Hendrix calendar pinned to the wall to my left. Hendrix, with his upside-down white Stratocaster. Woodstock. Barney claimed he was there. Another one of his many braggadocios. I guess I believed it. I tried to picture him, the 1969 version, in the crowd, watching Jimmy in all his glory. My eyes drifted to the hatchet resting on two rusty nails above it. That particular tomahawk always reminded me of my first lesson, akin about 6 months before. That day, he had gone out of his way to show it to me, noting that,
if anyone ever broke in here, I'd hit him over the head with this.
I assume he noticed this declaration caused my eyes to double in size.
I've got a lot of valuable stuff in here, you know. And don't even get me started on all the loot I've got stashed upstairs.
I nodded as I glanced over to a homemade ladder that stretched up to some kind of hayloft. At that point, I probably looked scared shitless, so he picked up the slack again, noting that,
afterward, I can smoke out of it, 'cause it's a pipe too.
You're definitely high on something, I thought as he feigned smoking from the combination hatchet pipe. Then he taught me Neil Young's Heart of Gold. Pretty weird. Anyway, I looked back at Barney, still on the phone, and let out a sigh. And I wondered, at what point is it okay to just get up and leave? I might not have been so perturbed by all this, but I was already on edge because I was already stressed and pissed and annoyed with my best buddy, Raymond Joseph Duran. As you may recall, Ray was supposed to be with me at this godforsaken lesson. As I had reminded him the day before on the bus, we had agreed he'd tag along with me so he could meet Barney because he was going to start taking drum lessons from him as soon as possible. Like, right now, please? Today? Based on what I've told you about my cantankerous friend, it would be fair to assume starting a band with him would be an uphill battle every step of the way. But to my pleasant surprise, that same day I first floated out the idea to him, he swiftly went to work petitioning his parents for a big, loud, expensive instrument of his own. Drums. And yes, they would eventually come, but we had to bide our time over several excruciating months as we waited for his birthday to arrive. A long wait that would mercifully be over soon. And I wondered, didn't Ray understand how fucking painfully urgent this was? For me? Dear Ray, I need you to start taking drum lessons as soon as possible because your birthday is just a little over a month away and your parents told you that you must commit to a month of weekly lessons before they'll buy you a drum set. And Ray, don't you realize, if you don't start taking drum lessons and get a drum set, then we'll never start our band and I might not ever get a girlfriend or gain the gumption I need to talk to Grunge Girl. We can't have that. At that moment, the worst part wasn't the fact that he canceled our planned meet and greet, but it was the reason why he canceled that threatened to throw me into a conniption. Sega. He blew me off to play fucking video games. Look, I love Sonic and Mario and Mortal Kombat as much as the next kid, but come on. He apparently had a rental due back by 5, and he wanted to try to beat it beforehand. God damn it, Ray. My reaction may have been somewhat emotionally charged. He told me to fucking relax right before the line cut out. Had he hung up on me? I wasn't sure, but I had strong assumptions battling it out with my desire to give him the benefit of the doubt. Either way, I'm going to count it as our next lesson in rejection. Lesson in rejection, number 5. Dealing with feeling like your best friend doesn't care about your mission to start a rock band so you can get a girlfriend. Thanks, Ray. I was getting so bored, I actually thought about paging through that weird ass book again, just when Barney, at last, gave a sign of an imminent wrap-up.
And hey, uno más. One more thing. Don't forget the grass. All the grass, amigo. If mama ain't happy, no one's happy. Capiche? Gracias. Adios.
Don't forget the grass. Finally. He hung up the phone and absent-mindedly ambled his way over to where I sat waiting, guitar in hand.
Hey, James, buddy. Sorry about that. I had to take care of some business, long distance, ordering some merchandise,
His Polaroid lens-filtered eyes squinted shut as he pressed a palm on his short-circuiting brain.
Landscaping. I'm getting some landscapers hired for some work over at my girlfriend's house on the other side of town. You remember her place, right? You were there.
Yes, I was. At his ridiculous Christmas recital the December before. Man, was that a long and torturous night of claustrophobic holiday cheer. I nodded.
Anyway, thanks for your patience.
Yeah, thanks, Barney. Sorry to have disturbed you with our scheduled appointment. By the way, you gonna knock off at least $2 off your hourly rate? Or is that, like, a stupid question? Huh. I'm sure by now you know I would never say such things. But I was thinking it loudly. In reaching to give Barney the benefit of the doubt, I will note, like a lot of hippies, bewilderment would frequently consume his cranium, probably caused by too many drugs used in his glory days playing backup bongos on Black Magic Woman, or whatever. He could be forgetful, and you'd have to speak up if he tried to teach you the same thing for 2 or even 3 weeks in a row. Despite however annoyed I might have been with him, I should note the majority of my feelings for Barney were of the positive variety. I liked him as a person and as a teacher. He inspired trust and a sense that you were in good hands, and he was an awesome guitarist and drummer. He gave me hope that I could develop my own such abilities, and I knew I wasn't alone in my admiration and utilization of this locally influential man and his services. As it turns out, Barney was a very popular music teacher in the Parkland area, and I would soon discover that he provided lessons to several kids around my age who were forming bands of their own. Keep this crucial plot point in mind for later.
Hey, you want a soda since I made you wait? Hell, I'll even sneak you a beer if you want, as long as you don't tell your mom.
I froze as he stared right at my soul for 2 or 3 gawky seconds. Excruciating. I thought he was joking, of course, or at least I hoped he was. He sounded like he was joking, didn't he? As my mouth failed to speak words, he scooted over to his mini-fridge and pulled out a Miller High Life and held it up to me.
Huh? What do you think?
He asked, as he gave his eyebrows a vertical workout. What I thought was, Barney, I am really fucking uncomfortable with that offer you just made me, because I just happen to have a strong aversion to drugs, including the drug we call alcohol. No thanks, just a Coke or whatever would be great, if you have it. He popped open a tall frosty glass bottle of Coke and handed it to me.
Here you go, buddy. Mexican Coke. I get this stuff all the time down near the border. They use real sugar down there, you know. This is the good stuff.
He sat down and guzzled his own bottle of the good stuff. He had never offered me any kind of refreshments before, so this was notable.
So, hey, how you doing there, bud? I'm really sorry about what happened with Kirk from Nirvana. I know he was your favorite.
He then fell into a deep stare at the wall as he took the better part of 5 minutes mumbling through some incomprehensible anecdotes about Presley and Hawley and Hendrix and Joplin and Bonham and Lennon and Scott, all who had gone too soon. I knew he was trying to relate, so some measure of appreciation found its place within me. This feeling was soon replaced by a stiff discomfort as Barney went on to disclose some rather grisly memories of his own bandmate in the Ex-Fugitives, who also died by suicide in 1971. I don't think I'll ever forget those details, and I will spare you them here. But I will tell you about the nugget of invaluable wisdom he also tossed into the mix.
Yeah, so after Greaser died, we all felt lost. All we could do was cry and get high and get drunk. I don't remember much about those first couple of days. We didn't know what we were going to do, if we were going to break up or somehow continue on. Then one day, we just started playing and worked through the feelings with the music. We played and we cried, and we came up with a song. We called it Torch Song, and it became one of our biggest hits. Have you ever heard it?
No, I don't think so, I said, which was a much more amicable answer than hell no, or of course not.
Check it out. It's a tribute to our fallen comrade. We wrote many songs about him. They were all quite healing. We were carrying on his legacy, and at the end of every performance, we would chant over and over, "Greaser lives!"
And with that, a ray of light pierced my inner darkness, emotionally speaking, that is. I fully realized just how disillusioned and depressed I had become in the last 24 hours since hearing the news about Kurt. I don't know how the hell he did it, but Barney's story somehow gave me a new sense that everything was going to be okay. Maybe Kurt Cobain's death did not have to be in vain, at least not for me, nor any of us who could find inspiration and milk it for all it's worth, to be inspired by the importance of his life and the tragedy of his untimely demise. When I look back, I like to think this was a moment I shifted into a rebuilding phase of my grief, as Mr. Hammond put it, the day he gave us a lecture on the stages of grief. I grasped for the beginnings of a new narrative. It was up to me, us, and many others to carry on the torch for Kurt, to continue what he started, to take all he gave us and move forward with it to the next level. I wanted to start writing a song about him then and there. Then another thought hit me. I had been mulling over many options for band names. This was also the moment I decided for sure which finalist on my top 10 list I wanted. Elysium, a Greek word I found in my Webster's. Much like Nirvana, it means heaven. I had been hesitant to use it for fear we'd be labeled rip-offs or wannabes. But no. I then knew we would be tributaries. That felt good. That felt right. Whatever success I might enjoy with music could never rival Kurt Cobain's, but I knew I would enjoy a small taste of what he apparently could not savor. I didn't know what to say to Barney after all that. I just sat, kind of stunned, with my lukewarm Coke. And by that point, we had less than 10 minutes left in our hour. So he raced through teaching me a new scale. I guess that, plus a Mexican Coke, is worth $12, right? As I exited the barn, you'll never guess who stood there before me with drumsticks and his own $12 check in hand. Raymond Joseph Duran. I froze. "You see," he said, cantankerous. "I told you it didn't matter if I came with you. I'm having my own fucking lesson today." Chapter 7. The chapter where I finally attempt to ask out Grunge Girl with disastrous results. 5 goddamn motherfucking weeks later. May 13th, 1994. The final bell for the final class of freshman year rang out. I had just said an unsatisfying goodbye to Mr. Hammond. He deserved better, as he passed out our long-awaited, overdue yearbooks at the last minute of the day. Though I squeezed the hefty hardcover in my right grip, I hadn't so much as taken a peek yet, despite you-know-whose picture I expected to find in it. No. My attention, as I stood ever alert by my locker, was on my supreme task at hand, the 3-part mission I had failed miserably to accomplish over the last 5 fucking weeks. Number 1, locate Grunge Girl as she passes by. Number 2, compliment whatever awesome grunge band t-shirt she happens to be wearing. And 3, ask her out on a date. Wait, did you say 5 fucking weeks? Yes, I know what you're thinking. Probably the same thing Beauregard wants to shout.
Yeah, can you believe it? All that time later, and Biff, the loser, still hadn't pulled it off.
It's true. I'm a skittish, cowardly mouse, remember? Desperately scurrying around for crumbs of cheese. Wait, no, we said rabbit, right? Either way, please don't think for a second that I hadn't tried. Believe me, I had tried and tried and tried. My fingers tightened on my trusty blue ball as the weight of those previous ill-fated attempts I'd made to talk to my yet-to-be-identified-by-name Grunge Girl returned to torment me. I had made at least 2 valiant attempts, both of which were thwarted by the 1-2 punch of external forces and extenuating circumstances.
Wait, valiant attempts? More like pathetic attempts.
Okay, Beauregard. Whatever. First of all, please note that no less than 2 agonizing weeks went by before I again had the absolute privilege of gazing upon her splendor. Seriously. Monday came, and Tuesday went. When I still hadn't seen her again by Wednesday, brutal anticipatory anxiety was officially kicking my ass. Several more days passed, then another shitty weekend, then another fucking Monday. I never again saw her pass by my locker, or anywhere else in the whole goddamn motherfucking school, I would have told you. As the second week of reconnaissance began, I knew I would have to expand my search. A great deal of mental and physical energy was spent on sharp surveillance of every hallway, classroom, and corridor. I feared I would go crazy in my constant vigilance and ardent efforts to manufacture another happenstance rendezvous. My once casual passing periods had turned into speedy races around every hallway I could cover in each opportunistic 5-minute span. I went out of my way on countless occasions to the far reaches of the school, places I had no business being, areas I didn't even know existed, lunch hours that weren't mine, clubs I didn't belong to, acting lost, feigning confusion, and still, she had remained ever elusive to me. Talk about a mythical creature. By the way, am I sounding like a stalker yet? Don't answer that. As the days went by, I could feel my mind turning against me. And I wondered, had I really seen her? Was she even real? Had my love-starved mind just made her up in a fantastic hallucination? Was she nothing more than a mirage? A gorgeous, sexy mirage? It wasn't until that next Friday came, April 22nd, mind you, that another sighting finally occurred. There she was. Again. And so, I give you pathetic attempt number 1. In much the same way she had done before, she again strolled by my locker on a Friday afternoon in all her radiant feminine glory. She wore a Pearl Jam shirt. Pearl Jam! My God, she looked so good in that Pearl Jam shirt. I sucked in a deep breath and tried to put one foot in front of the other. But I'll be damned if my body didn't betray me. Big time. I froze. Again. Or as Beauregard put it,
total fucking paralysis.
Seriously, another grisly kinetic prohibition was in full effect. I couldn't move a muscle until she was safely out of sight. I imagine a lot of people who hunt exotic wild animals feel that way too when they happen upon the rare beasts they seek. Disappointment, disbelief, and defeat colored the next several hours of my life as I wrestled with Beauregard in my head. That insufferable brute. I knew I would have to step up my game, so I got some guided breathing and meditation tapes from the Parkland Library. They also came in handy to help me cope when Ray later made fun of me for having them. The next forlorn Friday came with another no-show. The Friday after that, we're up to May 6th now at this point, I felt blessed to have another chance when I saw her passing by my locker again. And so I give you pathetic attempt number 2. On this day, she wore a whole t-shirt. Yes, whole. Courtney Love's band. Kurt and Courtney. James and Grunge Curl. I, of course, had a Nirvana shirt on. But not the retired one Cooper destroyed, mind you. Hell yes! Perfect! It was a sign. It was meant to be. Now, I just had to amble up to her, smile big, and say, "Hey, nice shirt. That band is awesome." And that's all it would take. We'd then be off to our favored destiny. I breathed in deeply, just like the tapes taught me. Less paralysis this time, I realized. Still, as she drew closer, my nervous system became engulfed in some kind of neurochemical flames as my heart burned with each pounding thud. I pushed through the fear, with something like courage, I think. I could have also used a roll-aid at that moment. I could barely feel my rubbery legs as they somehow carried me towards her, and, without warning, out of nowhere, a goddamn flash mob descended upon us. Brittany Barbie Doll Johnson. It was her birthday, apparently, and the cheer squad, in its entirety, plus several football players each two-fisting a pair of purple cupcakes, came racing down the hallway and filled in all the space between us, clogging me, stopping me dead in my tracks as Grunge Girl gracefully slipped by and hurried away from the clamoring chorus of happy birthday that had erupted. I could have chased after her, but the feeling of defeat again consumed me. It was too much to bear. By the way, being a secret admirer really sucks. And I guess we really can't even call that a pathetic attempt. Anyway, now you know what that 5 fucking weeks was all about. I tried to push all that out of my mind. This was it. The moment of truth rapidly approached. Nothing like waiting till the last minute. Make a move now, or face a hellishly long summer of self-loathing ahead. May 13th, I told myself like a mantra. Today's the day. Today's the day. Fuck. Friday the 13th, I then realized. I looked at my watch as a slow bead of sweat slipped down my back. Exactly 1 minute until the get the fuck out to the bus bell would ring. The countdown had begun. And you better believe my trusty blue ball had found its way back into my left grip. Hey, James, you want to sign my yearbook? Shit. It was Fetus, this dorky little kid in our grade. I guess his real name was Nick or whatever. Damn it, Fetus. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm a man on a mission here. And the damn universe isn't cooperating. Sorry, man. I can't right now, I managed distractedly as I took another glance at my watch. I don't feel very well. My mind flashed back to one of the last things Mr. Hammond had taught us that day. Towards the end of the hour, he had given us a handout with a wheel of emotions on it. It's just like it sounds. A colorful wheel with a bunch of different emotions printed on it. In the center were the core emotions, like anger, sadness, fear, joy, and so on. Then, the many derivatives of those core feelings were printed around them. The flavors of anger, sadness, disgust, joy, etc., he explained. Just spin the wheel. It's like my favorite game show, Wheel of Fortune, he said, way too excited. I guess we're supposed to look at it and identify whatever awful feeling we're having, and that's supposed to make us feel better or some shit. Let's see. I feel nervous, worried, frightened, overwhelmed, pressured, rushed, and also excited, I suppose. Not sure if this is helpful, Mr. Hammond. I wish he could have given us some kind of handout on how to feel courageous. I also wondered if there's some kind of psychological diagnosis for constantly wanting God to prove his existence. If I could make this happen, it would be further proof of the existence of a benevolent, intelligent creator and order in the chaos of this very on-purpose universe. If not, well, then onward with more uneasy agnosticism. The get the fuck out to the bus bell rang. Oh God, who might not even exist? What if she's a no-show again? I continued to breathe deeply as 2 more minutes raced by. I sighed again in defeat and picked up my heavy feet to walk away. But then, as if magic, as if a miracle, as if it were my last chance ever to talk to her, there she was. Once again. Yes. Thank you, God. There is a God, apparently, and I will never question it again. Yeah, right. My chance had come. You've got this, James, a voice inside urged, with Beauregard apparently bound and gagged somewhere in the back of my mind. Her trajectory was set to take her right by my locker. One last merciful time. Deep breaths, I reminded myself. I had played this moment out in my head so many times, and I knew in that moment it was about to pay off. Believe it or not, miracle of miracles, I truly felt calm. As I saw her coming, I knew I had time for one more rehearsal for good measure. Hey, nice shirt. Those guys are awesome. Hey, nice shirt. Those guys are awesome. Hey, nice shirt. I squinted for a quick assessment of her selection of that day's grunge rock attire. A black Sonic Youth shirt with a little sock puppet guy. Okay, shit. This particular grunge group was far less familiar to me than many others we could name. At least I knew they were a band, even though I had scarcely heard their music, despite their association with Nirvana, by the way. She came within a few feet and, well, I thought I was calm, but is anyone really able to stay relaxed as a unicorn approaches? Of course not. My cardiovascular system was apparently under the abrupt impression I was running an uphill 100-meter dash with leaden boots on. My nervous system once again set ablaze with the most flammable cocktail of joy, excitement, and terror. Her deep blue gaze rose from the floor and fell upon me. Perhaps my Soundgarden garb caught her attention. Our eyes met with a fleeting glance, and she gave up a shy smile. She smiled at me, which then threw my own face into a sharp upward curve. I might as well have been getting ready to skydive. I pulled in one last deep breath, and I proceeded to dive out of that plane. Meeting her eyes again, my mouth opened, and words, The same words I'd rehearsed over and over started to come out. Hey, nice shirt! That, I'm afraid, is all I got out as it happened. Cooper, mother, fucking Gibson. Just as I had started to speak what was, to me at the time, the most important sentence I had ever uttered, the stealthy king prick of Parkland High School himself, Cooper Gibson, launched a sneak attack on my ever vulnerable and unsuspecting hips. A fucking mean one, too. The jumpstart to end all jumpstarts. One he had saved special for this last day. As usual, I lost all control of my body. I shrieked in the exact way you would never want a girl you have a massive crush on to hear you shriek. And my yearbook, with great force, flew out of my hands. It slipped from my grip and became a sharp-edged projectile, a rectangular missile of sorts, heading right for my beloved grunge girl's gorgeous face. I had thrown my fucking book at her! Lesson in Rejection, number 6. Fearing rejection from the girl you have a huge crush on because some asshole caused you to throw your book at her. Thanks, Cooper Gibson. Okay, maybe thrown isn't the right word. Tossed is better. I tossed the thick red book at her. It lobbed through the air like a volleyball, and after reaching the apex of its arc, gravity pulled it careening towards her. The expression on her face morphed to the exact look you'd expect from anyone as an unexpected airborne object rapidly approaches. Kind of a what the fuck type look that would be burned onto my brain, fucking burned, forever. Thankfully, she saw it coming and with an air of feminine grace, sidestepped the object and avoided a collision. Slap, said the book as it slammed on the floor. Normally, an experience like this would hurl me into a posture of penitence and profuse apologies. However, at that moment, I'd become too blinded by rage to even think about saying sorry to her. My brain and body instead prioritized the pertinent task of nullifying the immediate physical threat. Cooper Gibson would not enjoy the safety and comfort of my nervous system's usual flight mode on this day. Today, he was in for some fight. I just realized I haven't offered any physical description of my nemesis in question, who we have now met on at least 2 separate occasions. Perhaps you imagine Cooper as some kind of large and in charge, girth-ridden bully. But in reality, he was in fact somewhat shorter and skinnier than me. This tells you more about the caliber of easy target I was. Even the weak and dorky preyed upon me. But not on this day. On this day, Cooper Gibson administered the jumpstart that broke the camel's ass. Dear Cooper Gibson, I hereby kindly invite you to watch your ass. You've fucked with me for the last time, motherfucker. In a stunning flash of a fluid motion, I whipped around and clasped my right hand on his jugular, and with the intensity of a linebacker, I plowed him into the nearby bank of lockers. Leave me the fuck alone! I screamed with ample teenage squeak. I yelled the word fuck in that sentence at the precise instant that I slammed his backside into the cold, unforgiving, protruding metal handle of Brittany Johnson's number 147 locker. The perfect cinematic timing of it was a thing of beauty. Trust me, highly satisfying, and no less than amazing. Also amazing was the apparent fact that no teachers were around to witness the whole exchange. But of course, they appeared like magic as about 20 of our peers came together to chant, "Fight, fight, fight, fight!" At that moment, neither of us wanted any more trouble. I think we were both astounded at what I had just done.
Jesus Christ, Biff! Chill the fuck out, dick!
Was something like his wincing retort as he curled up in pain and scurried off. After stumbling through a few seconds of blurry consciousness, my spinal column, and everything connected to it, was stiffened by the unmistakable stern voice of my gym teacher, Mr. O'Donnell. Is there a problem here, Mr. Hart? I froze. No problem. We're okay, I managed as I spun and scanned the hall around me, trying to regain my wits and bearings. Instinct pulled me stumbling away from Mr. O'Donnell as my eyes darted near and far. Grunge girl, where'd she go? But it was no use. She was already long gone. I might have stayed longer to linger and look, but luckily, Raymond appeared to intercept me. He shoved my misplaced yearbook into my hands as he wrapped his arm around me and pulled me towards the exit. Time to go, buddy. A ride is waiting. Chapter 8. The chapter where I try to deal with that shit that just happened with that asshole Cooper Gibson and my stupid yearbook and Grunge Girl's beautiful face as Ray and I go to the music pond to pick up his drum set. 2 minutes later. Renee Duran, Ray's mom, might have been counted as kind, caring, somewhat permissive, and at times, totally clueless. She seemed to me to be in constant mourning of certain dreams for her life that had died long ago. She was like a second mother to me, and I was like the nicer, more respectful son she never had. She was waiting in the faculty parking lot to take us to purchase a large, loud, and very expensive toy. At long last, Raymond's drum set. It was my best friend's birthday, in fact. After sticking with a month of drum lessons and slogging through a daily routine of practice pad rudiments, as prescribed by Barney, he had proven to his parents some measure of dedication. At some point there, I realized it's kind of weird to be more excited for someone to get a birthday present than they are. And why? Band practice numero uno, I knew, would then occur shortly after. Rock stardom, here we come. I couldn't believe I'd actually forgotten that we were slated to visit the music pond right after school. Actually, I could totally believe I forgot. I was trying to ask out Grunge Girl, for fuck's sake. Ray loosened his grip on me as we stepped outside. I looked back at the school in disgust as an urge for arson arose within me. Admittedly, it wasn't the first time I'd fantasized about burning the whole damn place to the ground. I breathed in the beloved smell of drenched earth as I noticed the day's heavy spring rain had reduced itself to sprinkles. Well, congratulations, Ray said. I didn't know you had it in you. I bet Gibson will think twice before messing with you again. Still in shock, I had to force myself to reply. Yeah, I guess. And what did I tell you? Was it really that hard? His question failed to register. I was too busy listening to the litany of statements and questions Beauregard was screaming.
You've really got to get a handle on yourself. How do you ask a girl out after throwing a fucking book at her head? You can't. You don't. You won't. You're fucked now, Biff.
Good point, Beauregard. And I wondered, can you still ask a girl out after you throw a book at her head? Ever? Good question, as was Raymond's. What do you mean? It's not like I decided today's the day I lose my shit on Cooper. I just snapped. And now she's going to think I'm a total psycho. I found the confused look on Ray's face to be infuriating. Who? Grunge Girl. His eyes then seemed to double in size as he reached for his most dramatic, sarcastic tone. You actually talked to her? She actually exists? Oh, call 911! Alert the press! Holy shit! By this point, I had brought her up to Ray on several occasions, only after swearing him to secrecy, of course. He'd become beyond sick of hearing about my rare and elusive, if not mythical, grunge girl, and even more tired of keeping a lookout for her on my behalf. No. I was trying to talk to her right when that asshole tickled me. Then I threw my fucking book at her. I didn't even say sorry. My mind then trailed off into a haunted house of cognitive horrors as I fully realized that grisly fact. As we made our way past the buses, the outside world opened up and greeted us with a contrasting scene of picturesque serenity. Heavenly beams of light stretched down from the clouds and reached for the earth as they illuminated the purple Rockies to the west. The feeling it all gave me was soothing, but I struggled to let it in. We reached Mrs. Duran's enormous gray Cadillac and slunk into the back as Ray continued our conversation. First of all, careful when you use the words tickle and asshole in the same sentence. He smiled, obviously amused by his own joke. Second, don't you realize now you have a good reason to talk to her when you see her again? You'll have something to say. Hey, sorry I threw my fucking book at you. And by the way, nice goddamn pumpkin shirt. Plus, now she'll actually find you more attractive, since she knows you can stand up for yourself. Women tend to like men with backbones there, tough guy. Hello, boys, Mrs. Duran offered with a curious tone. What are you talking about? Mom, it's an AB conversation. See your way out. Ray was always so mean to his mom, which always left me feeling guilty. Go figure. I rarely saw her so much as bat an eye in response to his disrespect. Still, I often felt a need to compensate. It's nothing, Mrs. Duran. Just some minor bully stuff and girl trouble. Well, I know your mom's being concerned about those boys picking on you, so I trust you'll let her know if there's an issue that needs adult intervention. Mom, Ray interjected. Can you just turn on the radio? My friend always played with his cards held close, so to speak. Ever guarded, he had perfected the art of avoidance as a lifestyle. Ray most often just wanted to be left the fuck alone. Ray, almost always, would rather be playing video games, which is exactly what he then did, thanks to the Game Boy he toted around virtually everywhere he went. His mom shut her mouth and obeyed her child. As usual, the Duran caddy was then filled with the golden oldies of Cool 105 FM as we made our way to our destination. In this case, the Centennial Music Pawn Shop. Still tight and tense and in disbelief, I remained saturated with stress. Let's see. What would Mr. Hammond's Wheel of Emotions say? Shocked, helpless, overwhelmed, worried, embarrassed, horrified, horrible, regretful, disappointed, awful. Great. I mean, I didn't feel great, but great. I thought this was supposed to help. Mr. Hammond. The fuck? Fixed on repeat in the theater of my mind. Mentally speaking, I couldn't look away from the look on Grunge Girl's face. Not her smile, mind you. I had all but forgotten that she had smiled at me. But the other look that screamed, "What the fuck?" or "How dare you, asshole?" And I was at a loss for any other way to interpret it. This was bad. Fuck me. I had blown it. Not only had I failed, but I had also humiliated myself and nearly injured her. Ouch. That thought hurt, like a splinter in my brain, like a broken record it kept circling. What must she think of me after that? That, whatever the hell that was back there. And again, maybe Ray was right. What if this whole thing could actually play out in my favor? Maybe. One thing was for sure. It was going to be a long summer of waiting to find out. The big long now I feared would feel never ending. All I could do was trust God or the universe or whatever would give me another chance. What else could I do? In the months ahead, I would focus on establishing our band. That would put me in a much better position to impress her anyway. Yes, this was unfolding in this way for some greater reason or purpose. Right? God, if you are out there, it was all going to work out. A bolt of cognitive lightning then hit me. I had my new yearbook in my hands. A consolation prize of sorts. I had forgotten that at least I could finally find out her name. We had just crossed the northbound Parkland boundary line. That meant I still had about 5 minutes to quickly examine most, if not all, of the black and white rectangles on the pages before me. Freshman class. Nothing. Damn. Okay, maybe she's a sophomore, I reasoned. I could feel my stress level rise with each fruitless turn of another page. Cortisol. Up. No, not there. Nothing. Sounding familiar. Wow. Could she be a junior? No. Apparently not. I noticed I was holding my breath as I prepared myself for the dreaded possibility she was a senior. What a disaster that would be.
Ha ha! Seniors don't date freshmen, you fucking loser!
Yeah, no shit, Beauregard. Plus, that would mean she'd be long gone the following year. Where was my blue stress ball? Shit, I think I left it in the hall. I could scarcely believe my eyes as I slowly folded the last page of the publication. Nothing. She was nowhere. I reassured myself that she had to be in there as I shoved the book into my bag. I wanted to take another pass at paging through, but we had just glided into a choice spot in front of the pawn shop. Mrs. Duran opened her purse and produced an envelope full of cash and handed it to her son.
There should be plenty here, so expect some change and get a receipt.
Raymond rolled his eyes.
Don't forget to tell them that you're Barney's students,
Mrs. Duran reminded us as we climbed out. Right. Another of Barney's boasts he'd recently dropped on us. Apparently he was supposedly in good with the proprietors of this fine establishment, and the mere mention of his name would reportedly yield sizable discounts. We figured it was worth a shot. More guilt crept in as I glanced back to notice Mrs. Duran's 1,000-yard stare. I'd seen this look on her face on countless occasions before, but it was deeper this time. She looked like she had just agreed to amputate a finger or limb or something. The door chimed as we shoved our way into the Centennial Music Pond. Oh, those wonderful smells. New instruments, metal, and wood. Electronics, plastic, rubber, and felt. Ray and I had ventured just north of Parkland to the strip mall that housed this legendary local music store many times before. An empty wallet never stopped me from going to lust and gawk at the effects pedals and tweed-covered amps stacked from carpet to ceiling in this modest rectangular showroom. I'd marvel at row after row of beautiful brand new polished guitars, shapely and seductive, like a woman. The stuff dreams are made of. I always wanted to touch everything. But watch it, the nice, but weird, old lady from New York who owns the place will soon be hovering by.
Hello, young gentleman. Is there anything I can help you with today?
Yep, right on cue. With that flaming red hair and big pink lipsticked smile. I knew her name, but she didn't know mine. Irene. The 5-foot Jewish grandmother from New York I never had. I doubt I could ever get used to that whiny tenor in her voice, nor her gag-inducing old lady perfume. Maybe it was just the general assault she had on your senses, but intimidating is a word I would use to describe this little old woman. "We're here for a drum set," Ray said, with a previously unexpressed air of confidence.
"We're not known for our drum merchandise."
A gruff voice shouted from the back, followed by a series of hacks. Irene wasn't alone. Her husband, Buck, mostly stayed to himself in his workshop in the back. This fat 50-something often came across as crass and grumpy. I figured he always seemed annoyed because he was always swamped with work. Maybe he didn't like mountains. Perhaps he hungered for a good New York pastrami on rye you just can't get out west of the Mississippi. Most likely, his wife/business partner was driving him fucking nuts. Buck always appeared slovenly, often sporting greasy parted hair and clothing from the 1970s, complete with the thick Polaroid lenses he saw the world through. He was a skilled guitar repairman, and the clear musician of the pair. I doubt Irene played guitar herself, but she was a legit businesswoman, and she knew her stuff. Or at least she knew how to sell to scum like us. "Well, yes," Irene said. "We don't have the biggest drum selection, but I'm happy to show you boys what we've got in stock." "I want the blue Ludwig set if you still have it," Ray said as Irene led us to the back.
"Good man. He knows what he wants,"
Buck called out as he restrung a guitar from his post. "Okay, yes. I thought you boys seemed familiar. I knew you all had been in here to see us before. Are you two starting a rock and roll group?" she asked. "Yes," we both replied in unison. "You know, my husband Buck runs a state-of-the-art recording studio in the basement of our shop here." She handed us each a business card. "He offers special pricing for all customers under 18. So, keep us in mind when the time comes to cut your first record." "Thank you. We will," I assured her. "Wonderful. Here's that Ludwig you want to buy, my dears," she said, all smiles. "Cool. I'll take it," Ray said. "And, we're both students of Barney's," I added as I moved my hand to Ray's shoulder. This stopped Irene cold in her tracks. She turned around and looked me dead in the eye, suppressing a fire inside, or so it seemed. "Yikes."
"He's banned!"
Buck shouted as his fist struck an enormous gong they had for sale in the back. I winced as he shook the pain out of his hand and pulled himself into his office while continuing to grumble.
"He's banned for life, that two-timing son of a bitch."
Irene's red hair might as well have burst into flames at that point. "I'm sorry, young man, but Barney Thunderhawk is no longer welcome in our store." Ray and I glanced at each other and swallowed hard, then dared to look back at Irene, and we froze. Chapter 9. The chapter where Ray and I have our first band practice, and I share some highly entertaining info about his family. 2 days later. May 15th, 1994. Sunday afternoon. There we stood, me and my best friend Ray, in a barn. Yes, but not Barney's muse. This was a whole other buyer. This was our barn. Our own barn of rock, if you will. Our own stinky, dusty, dirt-floored, pigeon shit-covered, square-spaced barn of rock. And we were set to embark on what I hoped would be a very long musical journey. Our inaugural band practice was about to begin. And yes, our band was going to be rehearsing in a barn. More on that in a minute. I suppose I'll go ahead and state the obvious. It had been a rough couple of days after the 1-2 punch of that humiliation with Grunge Girl and the yearbook at school, then not finding her picture in it later. Plus, I'm not sure what the hell Barney did to piss off Buck and Irene so much, but I felt thankful they didn't ban us from their store too, based on association. And you'd better believe we paid full damn price for that fucking blue Ludwig. I was ready to put all that behind me now, It was time to focus on the music. The music that would wipe all this tragedy away. The music that would get me my grunge girl. I shouldered up my guitar. A baby blue Fender Mustang, by the way, complete with a red tortoise pickguard. Surprise, surprise. The very same make and model and color Kurt Cobain often played. Though mine wasn't left-handed, of course. He called his Skystang 1. Mine was known to me simply as Sally. As in Mustang. Oh, and just in case you were wondering, and as I hinted in the last chapter, yes, I liken guitars to women. Both are delicate. Both are shapely, curvaceous. Both are beautiful works of art. Both deserve great care and respect. Both will sing for you when you learn how and where to move your fingers and hands across them. So then, Mustang Sally. I had to take pause to savor this moment. It had been at least 6 months in the making. My mind flashed back to October 9th of the previous year. As the smoke arose from 15 extinguished birthday candles, the first step of my dream had already come true. My first electric guitar. She looked just as good as she felt in my hands. As she bathed me in satisfaction that day and every day since. Anyway, I cranked my 120-watt amp as loud as humanly tolerable. Ray settled on to the throne of his new blue drum kit and started in with a few warm-up rolls, which sent a flock of frightened pigeons spazzing in all directions. The barn had 2 stables. His drum kit took up the better part of one, and I set up my territory in the other. We were separated by a slatted wall of raw wood and planks, and therefore couldn't see each other without making annoying efforts to peer through the cracks. Not ideal for nonverbal communication about changes in verses and choruses. Maybe this would be the kind of thing that someday we'd look back and laugh at. Back when we used to rehearse in a barn. Haha, our humble beginnings. All big bands have them. And I wonder, did Nirvana ever rehearse in a barn? Probably not, I guess, but maybe. So then, how do you start a band? Good question. Looking back, I don't think we had much of a clue. But good thing we didn't overthink it, because the answer really is, you just do it. Okay, I said, go ahead and play me a beat, I suggested to my new bandmate. The fuck do you want me to play? Ray fired back. You can't just tell me to play. I don't know what the fuck to do. I felt blasted by his sharp resistance. Why was he so prickly? Extra fucking prickly, I should say. Was this yet another of Ray's insecurities being covered by a mask of toughness and brutal candor? Sure. My ever-present intuition urged me to tread lightly, to proceed with caution. I quickly realized this project would require a lot more finesse to get off the ground, for I knew Raymond Joseph Duran had developed a tried-and-true one-size-fits-all defense mechanism to powerfully mitigate any and all problems he might face in life. I can sum it up for you perfectly in just 5 short words. I don't give a fuck. I've realized now that non-caring attitudes serve to soothe all people from time to time. Just a basic beat like bass snare, bass snare, crash, I beseeched. You know, just whatever you can do. He glared at me with his typical contempt as he pounded out exactly what I had described. Awesome! I shouted. Keep it going! I then jumped in with some basic 3-chord progression, and instantly, as if magic, we were doing it. We had the exhilarating beginnings of our first song. We were moving the air around us with sound, amplified by the electricity running through my hands and bouncing off the walls and rafters above us. To wield this power for the first time was, I've got to say it, magical. I closed my eyes and a grin consumed my face as I imagined the vast crowds of gorgeous groupies cheering us on. The possibilities felt endless. I knew there had been many kids, just like us, who started out in just this way, who later went on to take over the world, so to speak. E, 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 G, 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 C, 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 I strummed. My hands grew moist with sweat. I tightened my grip on my pick and struck the strings harder. Ray varied the beat, adding more hits on the cracking snare. I instinctively jumped to a new variation of what I was playing. Yes, was not the thought so much as the feeling, as my brain integrated this new experience and rewarded me with a wash of dopamine or whatever else Mr. Hammond had taught us about. I switched back to the first part again, the verse, I guess, then back to the chorus type section one more time. Kinetic energy took over me, surged through me. It began with my foot tapping and made its way up to my head, which was soon a vigorous jostle of nodding up and down, banging to and fro, my long hair swaying in rhythm as it smacked my face. I played harder and harder, pounding the strings, pushing the limit of their integrity. This creative, if not sexual, energy swelled as it surged, as if I was about to explode and... Yep. Snap! Broke a string. The low E. Damn! I yelled as Ray halted his beat and craned his neck to see what had happened. Break a string? Yeah. Gear down there, big shifter. This was one of Ray's favorite things to say to me. It's okay, I brought extras. Okay, he said as he smacked his sticks down. Well, time for a smoke break. I trust the scene above illustrates how I dove into our music making with a great sense of urgency, dragging Ray along with me. We hit the ground running, despite the fact we didn't even know how to walk yet, so to speak. We were like toddlers smearing about our first set of finger paints. Technically, we were making art, but it wasn't pretty. Nevertheless, we had a band. Wait a minute. Did Ray just say smoke break? Smoke break? I said. I had never seen him smoke before. I'm sure you're still reeling from the shock of learning that he had only recently given up thumb sucking, so I guess one bad habit for another was a fair trade. Let's say it marked his entrance into manhood. Yeah, if I'm going to play in a rock band, then I've got to smoke, and you should too, he lectured as he pulled a half-smoked pack of parliaments from the circular hole in the front of his kick drum. Sorry, Raymond, old pal, but I already knew for certain I would never dare to even think about touching tobacco. My mother had too thoroughly terrified me of a variety of consequences for any chance of that. No way, I said. Yeah, I didn't think so, puss, was his smug reply as he coolly strode out. Flap, flap, flap. Some pigeons returned to the rafters as I took my time replacing my broken string. I guess this is as good a time as any, during Ray's smoke break, to tell you a little bit more about his sitcom-worthy family and the reasons why we were playing in the fucking barn in the first place. The question of where would we rehearse was the big hang-up Ray's parents had been stuck on for months, well before his drum set had even been purchased. The basement? The attic? The garage? All these options were far from ideal to Mr. and Mrs. Duran, mostly because they would still be able to hear us. I still vividly recall the dinner conversation I witnessed, one of multiple times it was discussed. Between bites of macaroni and cheese, Ray again cautiously brought it up. But where will you guys rehearse? Mrs. Duran had asked with some whiny tone of despair. Vincent Duran, Ray's abundantly stern and stoic, hard-boiled Vietnam veteran father, approached and sat down with his typical patriarchal authority. cleared his throat, dusted some sawdust off his blue collar, and frowned as he stared up at the ceiling with a thoughtful look of contemplation. A silence fell upon us in anticipation of what his gray mustached lips were about to speak. His words came out slow and heavy.
Let's look at this logically. You guys are animals, and your music is animalistic. Therefore, as far as I'm concerned, you can play out in the goddamn barn!
The barn?
Mrs. Durand protested, only out of initial shock or surprise, I assume. Sure, why not? They're already taking music lessons in a barn. Why couldn't the band play in a different barn? Might as well be used for something. That last sentence sounded so bitter coming from him, I think it made his lips pucker. Ray's dad had built the family's home with his own bare hands, as he often reminded us. A monster of a house, a big old purple monstrosity of a thing that sat smack dab in the middle of their 30-acre plot they bought for next to nothing in the early 70s. After building the house, Vincent would be driven, by fatherly love, to raise a barn as well. It's easy to forget that Ray had 2 big sisters. They were much older and long gone before he was even out of diapers. He could, for all intents and purposes, be considered an only child. He was definitely a surprise or one of those oops babies. In fact, I later learned he owed his life to a medical phenomenon known to urologists as recanalization, aka,
my fucking vasectomy didn't fucking work!
And I wonder, how did Raymond feel about that fact? Regardless, the barn had sat as empty as it was dusty for a number of years, ever since Ray's big sisters had lost all interest in the ponies they just had to have. An all too common tale, I'm sure. These unfortunate steeds were seldom ridden and barely taken care of before they eventually grew old and croaked. Talk about a lesson in rejection. Biscuit and Buttercup's graves had since been marked by wooden crosses adjacent to the barn. Anyway, it's even got power, Vincent further informed us as our meal continued at the dinner table. I'll let you know how much my electric bill goes up. I swallowed hard, unsure if he was kidding. You better book some paying gigs, he added, incredulous. I remember then glancing at Ray. He didn't look up, too busy chowing down on his bright orange noodles, like a hog at a trough.
He's got power, but he doesn't have heat!
Mrs. Durand shrieked. Yes, shrieked.
What are they going to do in the winter? That's a good 6 months away.
We'll worry about that after we get our first blizzard, if the band is still together.
If.
This was the most incredulous if ever uttered by anyone in all the history of speculation. We'll get a propane heater or something. We'll pray they don't burn the whole damn thing to the ground. And so, the band barn was born. A stinky wooden box with a hayloft. I already mentioned the pair of stables, and I swear I could still smell a few decomposing piles of horseshit spread about. We had swept and otherwise shoveled the place out and pieced together some old carpet scraps for some modicum of increased comfort under our feet. It wasn't much, but it was ours, and we could play as loud as we wanted with minimal chances of being heard, and therefore judged, by anyone. For whatever reason, we had agreed that Sundays at 1 p.m., after church, would be our band practice time. Maybe we instinctively knew that it would be a satisfying enterprise for releasing the buildup of energy one tends to suffer over the duration of a standard Catholic Mass. Anyway, Ray still hadn't returned from slowly killing himself as I finished restringing my E, so I headed out in search of him. The smell of smoke found its way to my olfactory as I stepped into the sunlight. I found him more than halfway through his cancer stick, his chimney ass hiding from parental view behind the barn. "Where did you get those?" I asked. He took a long drag and his face disappeared in a cloud of carcinogens. "Cooper Gibson," he said. Yes. Apparently that guy was even more trouble than previously assumed. Ray took another drag. "What's our little band's name again?" he asked while making derisive air quotes. "Elysium," I reminded him. Ray responded with much condescension, only after taking a too long drag and coughing his ass off. Newbie smoker. "And it means heaven or some shit?" "Yes, it's basically Greek for heaven." "Fucking Greek?" Another drag. "It's too much like Nirvana. What's next?" "James likes Soundgarden so much, he names his band Noise Farm." I frowned and shook my head. "Or, how about James likes the Smashing Pumpkins so much, he calls his band the Bashing Gourds. James likes the Offspring so much, he calls his band the Kids. Or James likes Tool so much, he just simply calls his band Wrench." "Are you done?" I asked, unamused. He wasn't. 5 minutes later. "All right," I said, as he extinguished the final centimeter of his cig. "My guitar's ready. Let's get back and see if we can play that one again." "Nah, I think that's quite enough for one fucking day. Don't you?" Ray said. I froze. Then I frowned. God damn it, Ray. Chapter 10. The chapter where we go back to school for sophomore year, and we meet some new bandmates as I cope with the disappointment of not seeing Grunge Girl again. 3 months later, August 22nd, 1994. School. Our sophomore year began on a bright and beautiful Colorado morning like any other. Nevertheless, the first day of school is always a bitch. Damn straight. The struggle was real as ever, plus extra. I knew I was about to have to keep up with all the new people to meet and information to assimilate, all while at least half of my divided attention would be dominated by the supreme task of spotting Grunge Girl and figuring out my next move. Damn, it had been a long summer. Mrs. Duran softened the blow by giving us a ride on this first day. At least we wouldn't have to smell Bob just yet. My senses were focused on the harsh music in my ears. On the drive in, I listened to all 5 of our latest band barn recordings Ray and I had captured on lo-fi. Despite how discouraged I was at the abrupt end of our first jam session, I'm happy to report that we went on to have a productive summer of songwriting. Ray's resistance gradually laxed, and in between his smoke breaks, we had crafted some kick-ass stuff. Now we just needed to find 1 or 2 more members, especially a bass player. Shit. Add that to the list of back-to-school stressors. A sense of dread weighed me down as I approached the building. Then I actually walked in. Ugh. Fuck. Gross. The air. If mustiness could slap you in the face. Well, basically. As musty as you would expect from a building with carpet old enough to buy beer that has been repeatedly soaked from a roof that leaks like a sinking ship. The resistance. The overwhelm. The resistance was overwhelming me. Every cell in my body urged me to run the other way. It was like breaking back into Alcatraz. Emotionally speaking, that is. And the oranges, and the browns, and the greens and yellows. This place should have been condemned. Like, at least 3 fucking presidents ago. And would it kill the janitor to change out his collection of fried fluorescent bulbs? Just focus on the ladies, I told myself, as usual. Focus on the mission. Locate Grunge Girl. I must find her.
Hey, fuckface. You think she'll remember you? She's probably gonna scream for help as she sprints in the opposite direction.
Not helping, Beauregard. That's when the self-consciousness really set in. Self-consciousness that would pervade every minute of the day. I needed to not only be overfunctional in all my duties as a student, but also to look as cool as possible while doing it. At least the length of my hair had damn near doubled since freshman year, and my face was starting to look less like World War III and more like just the Battle of Waterloo. Thank you, Noxzema, and their respective shareholders. I slipped right back into my normal, dazed, scared, confused, at-school state of being. In that exact order, mind you. Gripped in a fierce state of hyperarousal, sustained by a constant feeling I was about to make some kind of mistake that would guarantee my swift social suicide and enduring pariahdom. Not to mention, what if Grunge Girl saw? Find her. Find her. Where is she? Constant vigilance is exhausting. I yawned as I stumbled away from my locker. Earth science class, first period? I complained out loud to no one when I got my schedule. Printed on bright red paper, by the way. And I wondered, did our administrators ever take the psychology of color into account when selecting the paper they used? I already missed Mr. Hammond. I think a cool baby blue might have been a more compassionate choice. I stared at my schedule, bewildered, as I wandered into a large classroom and sat next to a towering lank of a peer with a noticeably similar disposition. I thought I was tall, shy, awkward, and nervous. And I wondered, how in the world was he getting away with wearing a dark green patty cap indoors? He looked more like a really tall leprechaun than anything. If leprechauns wore those classic black and white Ramon shirts, that is. Whatever the case. Hey, ho, let's go. I figured he could be trusted. Weird, though. Initially, I only interacted with him in response to the teacher's instructions to partner up with someone sitting close by and learn a few interesting facts about them to share with the rest of the class. Therefore, it was our sheer proximity that ensured we made each other's acquaintance that day. I guess I'll just partner up with you, he managed gauchily with a nervous stutter. One awkward but interesting 5-minute conversation later, I was sharing my new knowledge with any and all classmates who could muster the attention span to listen. This is Seamus. He just moved here from Texas, and he plays bass. See what I mean? Very interesting indeed. More on Seamus later. Meanwhile, across the building, Ray was having a similar awkward, if not torturous, meet and greet experience. His first period, Algebra 2, the fucking sequel, which took place in 105A, the most oppressive, windowless dungeon of a classroom ever conceived and constructed by man, and was taught by Mrs. Madison, a homely, scrawny, pug-eyed, miserable excuse for a teacher, Mrs. Madison. Mrs.? What poor bastard married that beast? She, in her typical evil way, decided to have a little fun at a great expense to my pal Raymond Joseph Duran. By the way, never mind the grudge. Mrs. Madison nearly flunked me freshman year. In the midst of some horrific name-game activity, she paused mid-sentence as her eyes darted back and forth around her verbally choked throng of silent students. Nobody breathed. It was so quiet you could have heard a mouse pissing on a cotton ball in the far corner of the room. She chortled as a mischievous smile crept across her leathery face. She repeatedly pointed and crinkled her index finger to beckon Ray, who was trying his best to hide away in the back, to stand up and join her at the blackboard. Slow as a half-dead turtle, he plodded up to begrudgingly oblige. Then, like some kind of goddamn sadist or sociopath, she stifled her guiltless glee as she instructed another young man from the opposite side of the back row to come forward and join them as well. Cornelius Maximus Hansen, or just Max as we'd later know him, then trudged up from his seat with a similar disposition, I assumed. Maybe less like a turtle and more like a reluctant rhino. Sure, why not? He took his place next to Ray and made an about face. The classroom then erupted with raucous laughter. Trust me, you would have giggled too. So what was so goddamn funny? Both of these fine young gentlemen, Ray and Max, were wearing the exact same outfits. Identical black and red Rage Against the Machine t-shirt. Check. Indistinguishable Levi's. Check. Matching black Doc Marten boots, similar in size. Check. And to top it all off, comparable chain wallets, not allowed on school grounds, and soon to be confiscated by Mrs. Madison. That damn bitch. Check. In case you were wondering, no, these two young men had never met before. This was a sheer coincidence, as humorous to all others as it was humiliating to them. Ray and his new acquaintance, Mr. Max Hansen, in that moment would have preferred to sprint as far and fast away from each other as possible, but Mrs. Madison, of course, had other socially deleterious plans in mind. She, in her sick and sadistic way, then required them to partner up together so they might learn a few fun facts about each other to share with the class, beyond the obvious. Ha ha ha. They were both Rage fans. It was there in the conversation that followed that Ray and Max learned not only of each other's love for grunge, but also of their respective rock music abilities.
You're a drummer? Nice.
High five.
How long have you been playing?
He inquired. About 6 months, Ray coolly replied. I assume he exaggerated at least a little bit.
Sweet. I play guitar,
Max then informed.
I've been playing for years, but I'm always on the lookout for a good drummer. We ought to jam sometime. Do you have a band or anything?
Ray informed him he did, and, of course, we were looking for more members. Before the conversation was over, they had agreed to set up a jam session soon, followed by a pact to never again, under any circumstances, wear any Rage Against the Machine shirts to first period, Algebra 2. 7 hours later. Could the inability to remember where your bus always parks maybe indicate some level of deliriousness? Sure. At 6:55 a.m. that morning, I'd entered the school with my optimism intact, full of much hope for all that might unfold in the way of meeting new bandmates and potential girlfriends. Who would cross my path? I had wondered with some measure of optimism. Let's call it an anticipatory feeling of readiness. Turn the damn page already. God or whoever, whatever. Time for the next chapter of my destiny, please. The universe will yield, I reminded myself, trying hard to believe my own BS in an attempt to soothe my disappointment over not yet seeing Grunge Girl anywhere. Yeah. Can you believe it? No fucking where. At least I had found us a bass player in Earth science class, though. Well, maybe. Probably, I suppose. But it wasn't for sure yet. I'll explain what I mean back on the bus. Good old Bob grunted in my general direction as I slipped by his perch at the wheel. Ray's familiar freckled face brought a cascade of relief to my shot nerves. On this day, his nonverbal communication seemed to indicate I was cleared to share his seat. We had business to discuss and notes to compare on our inaugural sophomore experiences. You can imagine my excitement to inform him that I met a new kid in first period, Seamus, who plays bass, but he just moved here from Texas, and I guess the moving company lost all of his gear and a bunch of other shit. They're still trying to find it. Yes, just our damn, dumb, stupid luck. The spirit was willing, but the bass guitar itself was still hundreds of miles away, back in Dallas, or maybe Houston, as it were. Apparently as lost as Waldo in a candy cane factory, buried in the massive storage facility of some inept moving company. Shit. Who'd they hire to move them? Dipshits or us? Ray smirked. He paused in contemplation. I met a new kid too, in math class, who plays guitar and he's interested in joining us, he informed, nonchalant. I, on the other hand, couldn't deny nor conceal my excitement at hearing this news. Really? Awesome, I said while a glob of spittle accidentally launched off my lips and splattered on Ray's glasses. Fucking Christ! Settle the fuck down there, bud, he said as he removed his specs for a Rage Against the Machine t-shirt wipe down. So long to his nonchalance. Shit, sorry, I managed to get out as I stifled the joy I otherwise felt. This news felt like a large puzzle piece clicking into place. What's his name? I asked. Max. Max? Yeah, Max. A given boy's name? Ever heard of it, fuckhead? Is he good? I don't know, James. As it turns out, he forgot to bring his fucking guitar to school today to give me a demonstration. Dipshit. Okay, I probably deserved that one. He said he's been playing for years. Cool. So he's going to join us then? Maybe. Maybe? Yes, fucking maybe. Why just maybe? Because! Why the fuck do you think? I frowned. My mind suddenly as blank as... He's gotta ask his fucking mom. His mom? Yeah. And guess who? He paused for effect. Mrs. Hanson. I froze. Chapter 11. The chapter where I tell you about our new bandmate, Max Hanson, and we have our first band practice with him, and he tells me that I'm basically the worst singer he's ever heard. One day later. August 23rd, 1994. James, this is Max. Max, this is James. Yada yada. How do you do? Nice to meet you. Great. Hello. Was something like Ray had said, with an aim to introduce his two musically inclined peers. Hey, what's up, man? Ouch. God damn, I thought as I endured the crushing pain of his handshake. So, Ray says you play guitar too, huh? His words were forceful. His voice kind of pushed you when he talked. He was shorter than me, but built far more solid. Though he was a musician, his name could be found scribbled on the school's second-string football roster. Built like an ox, he possessed a bit more muscle on his 15-year-old bones than you might reasonably expect. His black and white t-shirt said Nirvana, but his respectable haircut seemed to tell a contradicting story. I concluded he had each of his feet in two different worlds, not to mention a gap between his two front teeth you could shove a hot dog through. The conversation that followed saw the three of us instantly bonded by our mutual grunge rock infatuations and collective mourning over Kurt Cobain. Just as he'd previously done to Ray, the braggadocious Max went about his business of exalting himself to me with boasts of his long-established talents on guitar while simultaneously expressing interest in joining our band. Soon, with our lunch hour upon us, we had gathered in the corner of the cafeteria to claim our spot on the floor, where us grunge kids always sat, along with a few goths, stoners, and other burnout types. Not sure who decided we belonged on the floor, but regardless, the jocks and other well-groomed upperclassmen took precedence at the limited tables. We talked shop for a good 20 minutes or so while chomping down our sacked lunches, distracted only by various groups of attractive girls who occasionally ambled by.
Ouch! Ooh la la! Mama, mama, mama!
Max grunted multiple times and not so discreetly.
Look at that gaggle of geese!
His mention of the word mama forced me to remember something I was trying to forget. Yeah, so speaking of mamas, Ray said you need to get permission from your mom for joining the band, I said. He froze, mid-chew.
Please, don't ever mention my mom while I'm checking out girls. The fuck's wrong with you?
I nodded, my need to swallow hard preventing me from apologizing before he continued.
Yeah, shit. I still need to talk to her about it. You guys should come with me. Let's go ask her now.
I froze, much like I did on the bus when Ray informed me of who our new friend's mother happened to be. Fortunately, for the sake of convenience, I suppose, Max's mother, the notorious Mrs. Bridget Hanson, was dishing up sloppy joes in our cafeteria as we spoke. She, in fact, held the prestigious position of head lunch lady at our humble school. And she was mean. And she was scary. And therefore, of course, she was not nearly as warm as the sandwiches she served. She, like her son, was built somewhat like a linebacker, with red lipstick. No less than 40 hours a week, her thick body was wrapped tight in a standard white apron, yellowed by the years of those sloppy joe stains. Whatever short hairstyle she wore was tightly tucked under an oppressive hairnet. I guess she pretty much looked like your average run-of-the-mill, brutally apathetic lunch lady.
Mom, this is James and Ray. They want me to join their band,
he informed her in a timid tone I hadn't previously heard him use. She took one look at us. One dirty look, that is. A scowl, to be precise.
No, I don't think so,
she fired back with shocking immediacy as she turned her back to us and slammed down a large tray of tater tots that then bounced like a bomb had just exploded beneath them. A stoic chill shook me when she then told us to
get the hell out of here and get going back to class.
Perhaps a bit of background is in order here. The local country station provided the only music that occupied the air at the Hanson residence. So it's understandable that Max's mom was hesitant to let her son get involved with a couple of degenerate grunge kids that Ray and I surely appeared to be. I naturally reached the frustrated conclusion she assumed we were druggies, hell-bent on corrupting her pristine baby boy. As if. Dear Mrs. Hanson, please, ma'am, hear me when I say you have nothing to worry about. The DARE program happened to be highly effective on me, or more specifically, as I like to refer to it, the DARE not to almost completely ruin your life like your big brother did program, that is. No protests were offered at that moment, and I walked away from the encounter assuming defeat. Max remained cool, calm, and collected, just like alpha males always do. He told us not to worry and that he'd get it worked out. We would later understand that his mom initially said no to most things he asked, so we continued to make big plans for our budding rock band. 18 days later. September 10th, 1994, 1 p.m. The harsh Saturday sun imbued my backside to the point of perspiration along my westward trek. Bedecked in flowing jeans and one of my dad's oversized hand-me-down button-ups, my skinny ass walked the graveled mile between Ray's house and mine. Motorists passing by me kicked up the usual amount of dust one would expect on the shit roads of our neighborhood. Varying degrees of lead-footedness may have prevented them from noticing my gig-bagged guitar in tow across my shoulders and my rectangle of a combo amp taking a bumpy ride in the back of my rusted red radio flyer. "Mom, can you give me a ride to Ray's house at 1 p.m.?" I had asked my mother. Her answer was a regretful and frantic no as she rushed out the door to pick up a shift at the hospital. I didn't even bother to ask Dad. He had been hiding away in the garage for hours, lost in the sound of power tools. No matter. I had faced the burden of traversing this long and hilly road by foot many times in days gone by. But today was different. Even the air seemed a bit crisper than usual as I skipped along with a buzz in my step. Why so jazzed, you ask? Because the last 2 weeks had been hellishly ambiguous, but now we had finally claimed certainty when Mrs. Hanson eventually said yes. So, how did Max convince her to let him join? Believe it or not, it seems that God may have intervened on our behalf. Well, kind of at least. My radio flyer let out one final squeak as I arrived on the grounds of the Duran's Purple Palace. I turned to survey the scenery behind me just in time to see the Hanson family minivan peek around the bend. Instinct prompted me to pull out the golden crucifix around my neck, exposing it for my approaching audience of one. Gotta keep up appearances, I reminded myself. Again, the God thing I just mentioned. The Sunday before, you would have found me slouched in a pew next to my mom at church, trying to stay awake as usual. But little did I know I was about to have quite a serendipitous run-in at church. Not even 10 minutes later, we happened to cross paths with the entire Hanson nuclear clan on our way out to the parish parking lot. Max spotted me first and greeted me so loudly, with obvious intent, that he was turning some heads around us. He knew exactly what he was doing. This may have been just the opportunity he'd been waiting for, so, of course, he seized it.
Hi, James. Fancy seeing you here at Most Precious Blood Catholic Church.
He shook my hand. Ouch. Then turned to demand his mother's attention.
Mom, you remember my friend James from school? He's the young Catholic gentleman who wants to start a band with me. And it looks like he's here, as I'm sure he is every Sunday, with his lovely and responsible mother, basking in the fellowship of the Lord.
That was Cornelius Maximus Hanson running at full capacity in all his glory. Just as smooth as he was manipulative, laying it on thick, don't you think? So did old Bridget Hanson finally cave in because she'd fallen into the assumption that I was a good Catholic boy? Maybe. Hence the crucifix shimmering in the sun just below my sparsely bearded chin. But I doubt she noticed as they pulled up to the Duran's front door. She seemed to default to her standard lunch lady lack of eye contact. A simple nod exchanged sufficed for our greeting, as I helped Max grab his gear from the trunk. He then followed my lead to the barn. The barn. And I wondered, for the first time, believe it or not, what would Max Hanson think of our stabled practice space? Yeah, shit. I might have forgotten to mention every week we play where sad neglected ponies once ate and shat. What a relief, then, to hear him utter the following question and statement.
Whoa, you guys practice at a barn? That's fucking awesome,
he shouted. And yes, there went another flock of pigeons. All it's missing is a couple of titty posters, he added. I couldn't help but agree. He set down his amp and went about unsheathing his guitar from her gig bag. "Check out this beauty," he said. "Wow, cool," I replied thoughtlessly. It didn't look like anything special to me, not to mention I had never heard of the G&L brand of guitar before. But that fact would easily enough be concealed, I hoped. He strapped it on, cranked it up, and proceeded to blow us away with his warm-up of shred, as he later called it. My jaw dropped, and my heart, of course, did what hearts do when the good old wheel of emotions is pointing to intimidation. Yet more adrenaline and cortisol. Lesson in rejection, number 7. Coping with distress over skill differentials. He's better than me, and therefore, I am not good enough. Thanks, Cornelius Maximus Hansen. Wow, that's awesome. Do you think you could teach me that sometime? I asked. At that moment, I might have not realized there's a fine line between being an eager student and a desperate one. What do you think? I suppose it's also like the difference between envy and jealousy, inspiration and intimidation, and excitement and fear. The fear, as usual, was sharply pointed out by Beauregard, that bastard.
Wow, Biff. He's really good. I doubt he's gonna want to waste his time playing with you.
I can try, he said, but it's not something you can learn overnight. But I'll do my best to let you into my secrets on the guitar.
I don't know. Be warned. He's kind of a slow learner. Ray just had to get a jab in, didn't he? That goddamn ballbuster. A cognition that sponsored my next utterance. Fuck you, I said, looking at the ground. Max redirected us to,
Show me what you guys have got.
We bombed into one of our slipshod originals. After just half a verse, Max jumped in and kept up, easily. Something about his natural aptitude for music was to blame for the unsightly armpit stress stains I went home with that day. This was just the beginning. I'd later learn his good ear was the product of both nature and nurture. Max had been exposed to a lot of musicianship in his family. His dad, brother, and multiple aunts and uncles, back in the Cornhusker state, all played bluegrass and country guitar, which are some of the most difficult styles to master. That was the cloth Max was cut from. Then there was me, an old rag. How fucking clever. Plus, a short stint in the school jazz band during freshman year was also on his resume. Overall, the rest of that first practice went well. I sent him home that day with the latest demo tape Ray and I had recorded, the one that featured my overdubbed vocals. Thank you very much, cheap karaoke machine. The same demo he returned to me that next Monday at lunchtime. 2 days later, back at school. Max marched up to our usual floor space in the cafeteria, with all the energy and force that he was, threw himself into a squat, and pressed the tape hard into my chest to the point the plastic started cracking. That was a little uncomfortable.
We've got a problem, he said. Has anyone else besides me heard this tape?
No, I said. Just you and Ray. His stern face temporarily broke with a look of relief.
Thank God.
His hard eyes and frown returned.
You have to let me be our singer, or we can find someone else, or whatever.
He just stared at me, waiting for me to ask why. I looked away, like the beta I am. Okay. Why?
Because you can't fucking sing, James.
Ray gleefully answered.
Yeah, sorry to break it to you, man. You can't, and you shouldn't. Ever again. Promise me.
He stared at me again, waiting. I stared back at him, blankly. Deer in the headlights? Sure. but only if the headlights belong to a Mack truck that rammed that deer right off a fucking cliff, and it finds itself in a dark, vast ocean, and of course, the deer can't swim for shit, and it's fucking drowning. Wait, there we go. A drowning metaphor. I was drowning in the deluge of cortisol that he had just dumped on my nervous system. Perfect.
Look,
He continued.
this might be hard to hear, but you seem to have no sense of basic fundamentals of tone and pitch and melody. On this tape, it's like you just opened your metal-filled mouth and whatever squeaky abomination that haphazardly came out was...
"Okay, I get it," I said in a desperate attempt to end his digs on me, unable to take any more of the shame he was excavating. Though this hurt at the time bad, I now know he was absolutely right. Put another way, my singing was bad. Adjectives would fail to even come close to describing how bad, so for now, let's just think of it as the musical equivalent of our bus driver Bob sitting on half a piano with his fat ass. Wretched, deplorable, tone-deaf squeak. Yes, Max could have said it nicer, but he was right to say it. He was being a good friend in his delivery of the truth. "So you promise me you'll never sing again?" he asked. "Okay, yes, whatever," I said, as I stared down at the leftover crust of my PB&J sandwich and fought back tears. Lesson in rejection number 8. Dealing with feeling completely worthless because your friend is rejecting your singing. Thanks, Max. "Aw, poor little Biff sucks at singing," Ray mocked. I couldn't believe that had come through his tobacco-stained teeth. He knew how much I hated that name. He had always respected that boundary with me. Why was my best friend kicking me while I was down? Who was he trying to impress with this triangulation?
Biff?
Max said, with his eyebrows threatening to jump off his forehead. "Yeah, his real name is Buford, a.k.a. Biff." Max's eyes grew wide with wonder.
That's awesome!
"He doesn't think so. You know, Biff, I've got some tampons stashed away here in my bag if you need one," Ray said.
Oh yeah, I've got some douches in mine,
Max added.
"Morning dew flavor."
They ended this hazing session with a raucous round of high fives. All I could do was save face and pretend like none of it bothered me, despite the bleeding heart I always wore on my sleeve. "You guys are the douches," my only limp retort. Ring. Thank God. Saved by the get the fuck back to class bell. Chapter 12. The chapter where I finally see Grunge Girl at school again, and at long last learn her name and some other amazing, exciting, life-changing info about her. Stay tuned. 11 days later. October 12th, 1994. My eyes squinted to adjust to the brightness of our cafeteria as I sat on the filthy floor. It was corn dog day again, and you could smell it. "No thank you, Mrs. Hanson." I choked down my stale and depressing PB&J next to my pals Ray and Max. Just me and my bandmates. Lunchtime. But a bit before my usual lunchtime, mind you, as I had been relegated to the less desirable B-lunch group. A bitter reality due to a schedule change foisted upon me. I had the privilege of being there with my friends on this day only because I had raced through my geometry test at my own peril and convinced Mrs. Mason to let me leave early to tend to my reported pains of hunger. The truth is, I was up to my old tactics of varying my routines in hopes of crossing paths with Grunge Girl. I glanced at Max, who was halfway through scarfing down a bag of beef jerky. That stuff about my singing really hit me hard. Harder than you might expect. I think Mr. Hammond would say I was still processing it all, or whatever. Max had brought his dad's vocal amp and microphone to our next practice and sang for us for the first time. And yes, he was good. And of course, he was better than me. So I had to count that as a positive and necessary development. Now, our band had a singer with a strong and powerful and on-key voice. Girls will like that, I reminded myself. Girls will like that, and they'll still like me. Even though I won't be on the mic. Now the last singer our band still needed was someone to take up the low end. With no guarantee of when Seamus would get his misplaced equipment back from Texas, we would keep our eyes and options open for any and all available bass players. I was not going to be our singer, I thought again. Never. This new development would take some adjustment. I had been set on the vision of being our front man, the leader, the center of attention, and the focus of most females. Now, if I couldn't one day sing them for her, how would I get all of my messages of love to Grunge Girl? I had been laboring under the delusion that she would eventually hear the purple prose I had penned in the form of many rock songs we were crafting. If Max wouldn't let me sing them, then hopefully he would still allow me to write them. I'd have to find some other way, I concluded. If I ever saw her again, that is. If I was devastated on the first day of school to discover we had no classes together, then you can imagine my mounting despair after 6 weeks of roaming the crowded hallways of our public place of learning with no confirmed sightings of my fabled creature. Had she moved away or otherwise gone to a different school? A kind of delirium was setting in. Sure, I thought I saw her, several times in fact, and I might have for sure, most likely, but I could never confirm for various infuriating reasons. Hopes began to rot into precarious dread. It had been tough, and it was getting tedious. And I wondered, would I ever gaze upon her beauty again? I let out a sigh and shoved the rest of my soggy sandwich into my mouth. And then, once again, there she was! I stopped mid-chew and stared as if my brain had short-circuited. Was I hallucinating? It had the quality of a Sasquatch sighting as my eyes succumbed to a blurry out-of-focusness. Seemingly out of nowhere, she sauntered by with a plastic tray of corn dog and tots in her delicate grip. My eyes widened as every other Oregon orifice and muscle constricted. Time slowed down, and the rest of the universe seemed to fade away. I honed in on her like a long-searching, famished predator locating its prey. Shit. Sorry for sounding like a creepy stalker again. She claimed the last seat at a nearby table about 30 feet away, and I continued to stare. After missing a few beats in the conversation, Ray called me back to reality.
Hello, Earth to James.
Then Max piped in.
Anybody homo?
They both snickered. What? I said, snapping back to attention, still in a bit of a daze. I turned to Max out of some measure of instinct or impulse and blurted, Hey, Max. Hey, do you know that girl at the third table over there in the in utero shirt with the super long hair? In the baffled state I was in, I was far from ready for his boisterous response.
Who? Stella?
He ejaculated in a deafening cartoonish tone. And I wondered. Stella? I questioned, befuddled.
Fuck yeah! That's Stella!
Then he proceeded to regale everyone in earshot with his best impersonation of that famous scene from A Streetcar Named Desire.
Stella! Hey, Stella!
He screamed. I was terrified to raise my eyes to see if she was indeed responding to her apparent name being shouted. She glanced over at the spectacle, as many people did, but didn't seem particularly disturbed or otherwise interested. "Her name isn't Stella, jackass," I said in a disbelieving retort.
The fuck it isn't, Buford!
He mocked as he fingered sarcastic air quotes.
She goes by Ella.
"Okay, whatever you say, Cornelius," I fired back.
Go ask her yourself then, fucking puss.
"Ella," I softly repeated as my gaze longingly returned to her.
Oh, damn! Biffy boy wants to hit that.
Max then broadcasted back.
Fuck yeah, man. I could see it. I mean, she's not my cup of tea. I can't say that I like girls with big noses and tiny titties, but whatever floats your boat. She's pretty hot in a PJ Harvey kind of way,
he assured me. I was flabbergasted. "Big nose and tiny titties?" I protested, reeling with a blast of ire.
Yeah, that's a decent-sized snosh she's got there. I guess if barely a handful of boobs all you need, then more power to you. Yeah, I don't know, buddy. She's kind of a dog,
Ray interjected as he took in his first eyeful of my famed grunge girl. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "A dog? Screw you guys. She is not a fucking dog."
Yep,
Max slyly contended as he offered a high five to Ray.
she's a dog. She's a bird dog.
My hands turned to fists, but relaxed again when Max went on with a powerful question.
You want me to put in a good word for you with her?
"You know her?" I said, agog.
Sure. I was in jazz band with her. Hey, she plays bass. Maybe we could get her to join Elysium.
I froze. Chapter 13. The chapter where Ella, grunge girl Levinsky, comes over to jam with us at band practice. 3 days later, October 15th, 1994. 6 a.m. One more toss, one more turn. Slumber the night before grunge girl Ella was coming over to jam? Ha! I would have no such privilege. Sprawled out, I lay chilled in my sweaty bed, thinking and dreaming, dreaming and thinking. And I wondered, how will this day surely change my life forever? Since I couldn't sleep, I grabbed my tape machine and turned on the radio. To my surprise and delight, I found 106.7 KBPI to be at the beginning of a commercial-free presentation of Stone Temple Pilots' Purple album. I stumbled out of my basement cave to greet the pink sky. I had nothing to share with it but a massive yawn after that epic night of insomnolence. I breathed in the fresh morning air and smiled, realizing the break of the rising sun had filled me with hope for the promising day ahead. When Max told me Ella was a bass player, and we could possibly ask her to join our band, I must admit, I kind of forgot who I was and where I was for at least a few seconds. Once I could feel my legs again, the negotiations began. When, how, and who would ask Ella if she'd like to come over and jam with Elysium and possibly join our ranks? I, of course, wanted Max to go ask her on our behalf, but the only plan he wanted to accept was for me to strap on a pair and go ask her myself. He eventually made a concession to go ask her, but only if I came with him. When I whined that I couldn't, he called me some choice words and concluded, "Fine, then fuck it all." And after I begged for no more than 5 or 10 seconds, he told me to shove a tampon in it and to read up on how to stop being a pussy. And finally, that he would handle it all for me like a real fucking man does. The bus ride home that day was the longest ever, but also the most blissed out I'd ever been as I gushed with joy over the possibilities. Ella's a bass player. She plays bass, and she might become our bass player. She plays bass, and Max is going to ask her to join us. I found myself repeating these thoughts over and over, trying to process all these mind-blowing addendums to my reality. It was almost too much to handle. She's a bass player. Yet more proof. We were made for each other. A perfect match, if ever one existed. By the way, this might be a good time to mention I have a very high opinion about female bass players. 2 words. Darcy Wertsky. I'll explain more on that later. Oh, and by the way again, now that I knew my beloved's name, my school directory suddenly became a publication of extreme interest to me. Basically a phone book for my peers. This public resource allowed everybody to learn each other's middle names and mock accordingly. Sure enough, Stella Olivia Levinsky. The new coolest and most beautiful name I'd ever heard or could possibly imagine. Ella Levinsky. I said out loud several times as I choked down my morning Cheerios and continued to pinch myself. Wow. Ella Grunge Girl Levinsky. She's coming over to jam today. I still couldn't believe it, but it became ever more real as the hour approached. Talk about anticipation. The kind that feels like your chest is on fire and your gut is a pool of acid. Nervousness, excitement, terror, and joy. No need for that damn wheel of emotions on this one. All these feelings and more surged through my body as I killed the sluggish hours between then and the moment the Hanson family minivan would arrive at band practice, this time carrying a very special guest. A very, very special guest. A very, very, very... Sorry. 7 hours later. Purple carpet, purple drapes, purple couch. The only thing missing from the Duran's Purple Palace may have been that Stone Temple Pilots album from before. I had been pacing around the Duran's purple living room, burning a hole in the rug, as they say. A big part of my anxious anxiety was due to several unknowns that Max had refused to help me with. I had pried him for details concerning Ella's affect when she agreed to our proposal. I wondered if she had seemed excited or enthused. I feared she might have appeared obligated or even the least bit reluctant. Max failed to impart any information, let alone confirmation.
I don't fucking know.
He snapped back with sharply shrugged shoulders.
She said yes, so relax. Who cares?
Okay, Max. I guess I'll have to fill in the gaps myself. Ray paused his video game and shot me a mixed look of annoyance and pity. Though he tried, ignoring the buzz of my anxious energy would have been like trying to tune out a fly taking a shit in your ear.
Christ, now you're making me nervous,
he complained.
You either need to go down and take a walk in the creek bed, or we should just go to the bar and start warming up.
I opted for the latter option, due to a sudden influx of panic that came with my next thought, something like, fuck, what if I've totally forgotten how to play? The next thing I knew, Ray and I were jamming in our respective stables. Relief came as I discovered my muscle memory for guitar was still intact. Soon, after only about a song and a half, I shivered as the barn door was booted open. Bright sunlight stretched into the space, and Ray slammed the brakes on our jam session the instant he craned his neck to see Max swagger in, gig bag around his back and bear-hugging his boxy practice amp. He greeted us with his best Fat Albert impersonation. And right behind him, just as promised, in stark feminine contrast, was Stella Olivia Levinsky. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Ella. I could feel her presence, her energy, before I even saw her. There she was, the most beautiful of all creation, there before my wide eyes, in the glorious, glorious flesh, in our humble rehearsal space, carrying an old beat-up hardshell bass case littered with stickers of many bands I love. Weezer, Toadies, Rage Against the Machine, Nine Inch Nails, Helmet, Nirvana. I had been pinching myself all day. Now I needed someone else to pinch me. Is this really happening? My heart galloped on the wall of my sternum like a spooked equine interrupted from an epic piss. Let me put it another way. Fucking pounding. I gasped for air, as a consequence of forgetting to breathe. A trembling sensation threatened to overtake me. I fought it, out of fear my legs would soon become no longer trustworthy. Thank God some higher part of my consciousness then seemed to commandeer my corpse, as a balancing numbness enveloped me. All this, mind you, in the 5 seconds before she even spoke. "Hi, guys. How's it going?" she said, light, easy, highly casual. Her voice, I do declare, sounded exactly as I imagined it would. Absolutely heavenly. Daydreams of what she might wear had been another feature of my elated anticipation leading up to this day. The first sight of her black Stone Temple Pilot shirt came with equal parts comfort and joy. The fact that I had just been listening to that band earlier that morning was not a coincidence. It was more evidence. It was more of my all is right with the world, there is a God, and the universe does make sense type feelings. "Hey, good. What's up?" I managed to impulsively volley back, and thank God my stupid voice didn't squeak. Not to mention, I could relax in the fact that I wouldn't accidentally be throwing any books at her today. You only get one chance to make a first impression, after all. Actually, I like to think this was a rare chance to make a second one. She returned a smile and nod as Ray offered some similar minimal hello. And Max, in his impish tone, then gleefully jumped in to facilitate proper introductions, and surely to enjoy watching me squirm. Did I say proper? I think I meant exaggerated.
Ella, this is James. James, this is Ella. And that's Ray, our drummer, and he's cool. But James here, I was telling you, he's a really great guy. Grade A boyfriend material for sure. You know, just in case you're wondering.
Fucking hell, Max. Just as I feared, he was going to do his best to embarrass us all. Luckily, Ella seemed equipped to handle the whole thing with grace and stride. Cool. Well, thanks for inviting me over. This is a really cool jam space. I bet you guys can be as loud as you want out here, she said while surveying our surroundings. Thanks. Yeah, totally, I coolly replied. That's probably the best part. Fuck, I thought as my face flooded as red as a lobster eating cherries in a vat of tomato juice.
Oh, real manly, sexy and attractive, Biff.
Shut up, Beauregard, you sarcastic prick. Adrenaline and cortisol. Lesson in rejection, number 9. Managing embarrassment over your stupid voice that cracks at the worst possible time. Thanks, puberty. At least Max and Ray mercifully refrained from standard protocol of hazing me for the cracking vowel. There was a girl of romantic interest present. Dare I say this was a show of respect? Some kind of buddy code, perhaps? Ella just grinned as more streaming photons from the local star shimmered as they danced with resplendence on her vibrant face. Okay, sorry. I'm probably trying too hard there to once again convey just how unbearably smoking hot she was. Her beauty was ineffable.
If it's ineffable, then why the fuck are you trying so hard to describe it? Give up, you shit-ass writer!
No, Beauregard. I still have to try. She was pure essence, graceful, awe-inspiring grandeur, a flawless embodiment of woman, my counterpart, my perfect, complementary opposite, and I felt like I was on fire, burning with something. Passion? Desire? Love. All of the above, and dumbfounded by such flawless perfection. Yeah, that's right. Flawless perfection. Okay, she had a few pimples, sure. And I loved every single one of them. I had never had a clear view of her pearly whites before. She, like me, happened to be on a long and tedious journey of orthodontistry, but even with those bountiful pink braces, her smile was far beyond just a work in progress. It was already a masterpiece. In fact, I decided they made her look even cuter. Anyway, despite my friend Max's ongoing fiendish tone, he then gave a helpful and luckily distracting suggestion.
James, why don't you go help Ella with her amp? It's still up in the driveway. Ella, maybe you could show him where it is.
We exchanged a clamoring chorus of okay, sure's as I felt her gratitude expressed through an adorable shrug of her shoulders and a flash of her smile. As we stepped back into the sunlight and headed up towards the driveway, I asked her, "What kind of amp do you have?" "It's a Crate BX160. Just like a decently loud combo. It has a built-in chorus effect, so pretty cool. Kind of perfect for playing Come As You Are." "Oh, cool. Maybe we could play that one today," I said, cool and confident. "Okay, sure," she said with another smile and nod. Wow. And with that, at that moment, I felt confident I wanted her more than anyone ever wanted anything in all of human history or otherwise. We came to the mouth of the narrow path the Durans had worn between the barn and the driveway, and she took the lead. I pressed record on my brain to fully know and never forget any of her spectacular physical characteristics. Up close, trying to memorize every glorious detail, wholeheartedly taking in her sublime female shape. A fierce elation consumed me. I felt like I was floating, like I had died and she was an angel leading me up to heaven, Nirvana or Elysium, that is. And this was without doubt or hyperbole, the best and most exciting moment of my life up to that point. Fuck yes. And there was that hair. I can't believe I've waited this long to mention it. It was a force, the pinnacle of hair, up close and incredible. Mr. Hammond once noted that hair is widely regarded as the most powerful sexual characteristic of women. I agree. There it was. The most splendid, dark, chocolatey brown that stretched down and down and down her back. We hiked on, and I stared, mesmerized, the same way people get lost in one of those damn magic eye posters. As I followed her up the hill, I swear I caught the faintest whiff of it on the autumn breeze. My pace slowed as my eyes fell shut, and I breathed it in deeply. When I opened them, a second later, I found my face now in direct line of sight with her voluptuous fundament. Okay, so yes, I was totally checking out her ass. I admit it, it's how I'm wired, and I'm not made of stone, and I refuse to be ashamed of it either. Thank you very much, Catholic guilt. In fact, if you look up the word glorious in my dictionary, there is just a picture of her ass. It takes up a whole page, and definitely deserves a spot in Barney's pink binder. So yes, I hope you won't judge me too harshly, but I looked. I argue my biology left me no other choice but to take full advantage of the opportunity to gaze upon such glory. I'm pretty sure this, in fact, is the primary reason I exist. That, and I guess to hear Nirvana. My brain and nervous system are helpless against such powerful forces. If you think I am wrong and horrible and bad for that, then you'll be happy to know I paid for it with the next clumsy step I took that sent the palms of my hands rushing towards the earth. Rip. Oh, are you okay? I flung myself back up. Yeah, I'm good. Just, careful there, loose gravel, you know. Oh, those eyes. Never concerned. Big, beautiful, blue eyes. The difficulty I experienced in giving her the eye contact I wanted was baffling. Stupid difficult. Impossible. As I have said before, like staring at the sun or something. And I almost fell down again as we approached her amp. Here it is, but it's really heavy. I can help you. No, it's no problem. I'm sure I can get it. I hoisted the big black box with a grunt and forged ahead of her back down the hill. I could feel her soft eyes upon me, and I never walked down a hill more carefully before or since. We found our places in the cramped stall. She flipped open her tattered case to reveal a tobacco-burst Fender Mustang, the bass version of the guitar I played. Another coincidence? Another thing we had in common? More like another reason we were so perfect for each other. Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. Yes. She ducked under her strap and whipped her reams of hair over it in one fluid rock star motion. That's a really cool bass, I said. Yes, please go ahead and be proud of me and the fact that I managed to squeak out a compliment about her vintage instrument, which she then fielded in her own sweet, awkward way. Yeah, cool, right? It's pretty awesome. And so on. It was a generic answer, but you should have seen her pink, braces-filled smile. That said it all, and therefore, I did not take these answers as designed to blow me off in any way. I could feel her authenticity and excitement in her tone. Then there was Max.
You still have that bass?
He said. Yep, I just kinda never gave it back to the school, she confessed with a guilty shrug.
Nice! Bonus from Jazz Band. Compliments of Parkland High School.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I really should give it back. She looked down, and I sensed her humility and shame. Gosh, yeah, I definitely should give it back, since I'm not even in jazz band anymore this year.
Fuck 'em. That class kinda sucked anyway.
I guess that was Max's attempt at a comforting retort. So what do you guys like to play? Ella then asked, obviously eager to change the subject. So far we've been working on original stuff, and a few covers, mostly Nirvana, I said with some air of confidence before Max jumped in with a bit more of his dominance.
Let's play Molly's Lips,
he directed. Then Ray bombed in with a protest.
Fuck!
His familiar sharp tone stabbed me as I heard his sticks bounce off the snare and ricochet off his kick drum.
I don't want to play that shit anymore.
Come on, man, it's easy, Max shot back.
Maybe for you guys. It's
It's a fucking Dave fucking Grohl pain in the ass for me.
A blast of cortisol saturated my core as a painful silence choked the room. Ray looked at me. Max looked at me. Then Ella looked at me. Why the fuck was everyone looking at me? I froze.
Chapter 14. The chapter where we take Ella Levinsky home from band practice, and I attempt to ask her to join the band with disastrous results. 2.5 hours later. I had never been so happy to be carrying something so heavy. Ella's additional statements of gratitude bounced around in my head as I eagerly lugged her amp back up the hill to the Duran's driveway. Our jam time together flew by so quickly once we got over Raymond's initial episode of effrontery. The desperate look in my eyes must have touched some soft spot in him for me, because he soon agreed to suffer through the song we had selected. But just once! I chose to focus on gratitude for this, not to mention the fact that I was still able to stand to play guitar with such weak knees. We played through the 2-chord Nirvana cover of a cover, and then went to work teaching Ella a few of our original compositions, which we then fumbled our way through a handful of times. She handled it all with ease. I assumed she could play anything we asked her. Even 2 hours into it, I still couldn't believe it was happening. And then, of course, it was over far too soon. I took great care to load my bulky, precious cargo in the trunk of Mrs. Duran's awaiting caddy. Ray appeared with several sleeves of Ritz crackers and cans of RC Cola. "Raymond's got some snacks for a ride back to town. Trying not to spill crumbs," Mrs. Duran informed. "This damn thing needs to be sucked out anyway," Ray said. "Well, son, you know where the vacuum is when we get home." "Damn, Mrs. Duran. Quite a bit feistier than usual." She opened her door and turned to Ella. "Ella, why don't you ride up front with me? We'll let those boys cram in the back." Damn, I was really hoping I might get to sit beside her. With her shoulders next to mine, our knees accidentally touching, her emanating scent constantly saturating my olfactory nerves to the point of acclamation. Acclamation, people! All a total bust. Thanks a lot, Renee. Oh, but she wasn't done yet. "James, am I going to drop you off first, dear?" Shit. My house, of course, was just a mile up the street, so I just stood there and choked as I racked my brain for any excuse that would justify me tagging along to increase my time with Ella, not to mention to find out where she lived. I had nothing.
Ha ha! Of course you've got nothing, idiot!
Shut up, Beauregard, you dick. Luckily, Max jumped in with an assist.
James needs to come with us to my house so I can show him something real quick. It'll just take a minute."
He nudged me with his elbow. As much of a pain in the ass as Max could be, well, he still had my back. Mrs. Duran agreed, then turned her attention back to Ella. Little did I know, my best friend's mom was about to assist me in my quest for love too, as she inadvertently mined for a wealth of highly desired information about Ella. Okay, thanks, Renee. "So, Ella, what part of town do you live in?" she asked. We're over in the townhomes on Main Street in Parkland." "Okay, then we'll head that direction. Have you lived there for a long time? Are you from Parkland?" "No, I was born up in Wyoming. My mom and I have been down here for about 2 years. My dad's still up in Cheyenne." Maybe Mrs. Duran was just being polite, or perhaps she missed interacting with her own teenage daughters. Whatever the case, she talked the poor girl's ear off for the entire 20-minute ride to her house. Between this endless supply of inquiries and Max's typical extroverted interjections, I barely got in 5 words. I'm not complaining, though. It was like Christmas. Dear Renee Duran, thanks for assisting me in finding out that Ella Levinsky is a sophomore like us. Her birthday is on September 17th, that her favorite subject in school is art, that she's been playing bass for 2 years, that she's never taken lessons from Barney Thunderhawk, that her parents are both lawyers and divorced, that she has an older brother who lives in California, that she hasn't yet tried the new burger joint in town, Brownies, and that Ella Levinsky wears Revlon brand nail polish, red, among other colors. Oh, plus, she mentioned she's on the cross-country team. Honestly, I didn't even really know what the hell that was, but I looked it up the next week in the library and immediately decided that the fact that she was an athlete, but not in a jock kind of a way, was highly attractive and very sexy indeed. All this and more, but Renee Duran didn't ask the one thing I wanted to know most, but was far too terrified to ask myself. Are you going to join the band? Are you going to become Elysium's bass player? My hopes that the topic would naturally come up dwindled as we approached her neighborhood. Ray wouldn't say anything, I knew, but surely Max would ask her, I concluded. But if it came down to it, I was determined to rise to the occasion. I was resolved to brave the terror of rejection. It's this one here, number 56, she said as we arrived at her family's abode. Well, Ella, it was so nice to meet you. We hope to see you again sometime, Mrs. Duran offered in parting. Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It was fun. I opened my metal-filled mouth to reply, but Max beat me to it.
Sure, thanks for coming over.
He elbowed me and whispered,
Go help her with her amp, jackass.
Incidentally, Beauregard had just said the same thing. I jumped out of the car and raced to the trunk. I can help you get this inside, was something like my overly eager statement. Thanks again. You're so nice, James. She smiled and sent my heart racing again like that freshly emptied out equine. I'll get the door and you can just set it up in our entryway, she added. Again, I found myself blissfully following her up an incline, but this time I didn't get to enjoy it. This time Beauregard was screaming in my head.
Ask her, James. You've gotta ask her. Ask her on a date. Ask her if she wants to join the band. Don't blow it. Don't you fucking blow it.
She unlocked the door and called to her mother. No response. She held it open while I negotiated the bulk of her amp through the tight squeeze of the cramped entryway. The house was dark, yet my brain still managed to fixate on the pink walls as my vision went in and out of focus. There might have been some sense of fear I might pass out or otherwise fall over as I reached for stability in my balance. I knew one wrong move with this cumbersome load, and I might burst through the drywall like the damn Kool-Aid man. I heard a cat meow. Hi, Mortimer, buddy, Ella said. I couldn't see, but it sounded like she had bent over to pet her tiny beast. Now I had to worry about crushing the damn cat, too. After just a few steps, I set down the amp with care and gasped for the most precious oxygen required to cope with the butterflies in my belly. Thanks again, I heard her say behind me.
Okay, fuckface,
Beauregard continued.
This is it. Last chance. What are you made of, Biff? Huh? Fucking puss? Looks like no pussy for you. Ever.
I breathed in again and pushed through it, and mercifully, the words I needed arose. Hey, if you're up for it, we'd love to have you come jam again sometime, maybe even next week. Yes, there they were, the exact words I needed to say, poised, ready to ride the air in my lungs, upward and out off the tip of my tongue. Then I heard a different voice that seemed to shout, Yes, that's perfect. That will work. Say it. You can do it. Just do it. I could feel this language about to leave my lips as I turned back towards her and... Oh, sorry, excuse me, I said with a rapidly reddening face.
She had attempted to squeeze by me in the tightly narrow quarters, just as I had whipped around with all my nervous energy. Our faces weren't much more than an inch apart. Shit. If I had RC breath, she surely got a big blast of it. And if only for an instant, I could strongly smell her shampooed hair, and I felt her feminine energy. Awkward? Yes. Intimate? That too. And way too much for me to handle at that moment. Adrenaline and cortisol. Lesson in Rejection, number 10. Learning to manage awkwardly intimate accidents. Thanks, Ella Levinsky. Oops. Sorry. No problem. Thanks. Have a good night. Was something like the frantic spew of words I barfed on her as I tripped over my own feet and practically ran out the door. Mission failed. Chapter 15. The chapter where I reckon with the aftermath of failing to ask out Ella or to join our band. Then she officially declines to join the band after Max asks her because I'm too chicken shit to ask her myself. 2 minutes later. Oh, good Lord, look at that sunset, Mrs. Duran exclaimed as she drove us back down Main Street towards Max's house. That sun, the same sun that had held so much promise for me just 12 hours before. I figured the reddish-pink blaze over the mountainous horizon was no more beautiful than it usually was. I just squeezed my eyes closed. Maybe I was afraid if I didn't, some salty drops of water might escape from them. I didn't want to see it anyway. Whatever beauty it offered would have been too much contrast to the wretched way I felt inside. Actually, I was more numb than anything. Numb, for whatever reason, isn't on Mr. Hammond's wheel of emotions. But he did mention that emotional numbness protects us when we would otherwise be feeling too much. Such as feeling too much like a total hopeless loser, a failure who just fucked up the one and only chance he'd ever have to ask Ella Levinsky out or to join his band. No, I told myself as I wrung my hands. Yes, you just missed an opportunity, but it will not be the only one. Definitely not. No. Luckily, Max and Raymond were too distracted by a lively debate over which was the best Star Wars movie to notice me or my emotional state. That came a little later in the form of copious amounts of grief Max heaped upon me when I informed him, no, I hadn't asked Ella out, nor had I asked her to join the band. By the way, Return of the Jedi is definitely the best. Princess Leia in that slave bikini thing? Hello? Enough said. 2 days later. I hurried up to Max's locker at the end of a never-ending day. It took quite a bit more pathetic begging, but I had earned Max's reluctant agreement to follow up with Ella on our behalf. Did you ask her?
Nope.
She said no?
No, I didn't ask her. I didn't see her at lunch.
Oh.
But hey, Biffy boy, her locker's right by the auditorium. How about you strap on a pair? I think I got an extra set in here if you need to borrow them.
He feigned digging around in his backpack for testicles, I guess, or whatever. This was a dare, of course, and it pissed me off. Plus, as we've seen, he had taken a great liking to calling me Biff whenever he meant to insult me. My anger, for a second, almost pushed me to march straight over to her. Two opposing forces pulled on me, like stepping on the gas and brakes at the same time. Fear, as usual, won, and you'd better believe that prick Beauregard had plenty to say about it. 2 more days later. Back at Max's locker, Raymond loitered nearby. Max had continued to torture me over the next few days, as he continued to procrastinate his follow-up with Ella. Perhaps an attempt to coax me to overcome my fears and ask her myself? Obviously, and I can appreciate that now, but he did eventually give in, as if renewing a pact with my pathology, again enabling my avoidance and deficits in communication with females as my middleman. Anyway, it was time for my daily question. Did you ask her?
Nope. Condolences.
What the hell does that mean? I wondered for the next 4.5 excruciating seconds as he let me burn in silence. Condolences what?
Condolences. It's a no-go with little Miss Stella,
Max said with zero sympathy in his voice. My tone, however, was of the devastated, disbelieving variety. What? I said.
Stella!
He screeched, causing Ray to give up a condescending chuckle at my expense.
Aw, boo-hoo! His girlfriend doesn't want to join our shitty band.
Ray said. I glared at him. My best friend. I never felt hatred for him before in all of our years together. Not even on 3 separate occasions in our childhood when he bit the shit out of my fingers. But I'm pretty sure I did at that moment, as my body blazed with despair or adrenaline and cortisol, to be more precise. Lesson in rejection number 11. How to manage hearing no for an answer. Thanks again, Ella Levinsky.
No, it's actually just because she's already in another band.
Max slammed his locker shut. It felt like a judge swinging a gavel. Case dismissed. She's in another band? I echoed as I stared off into the abyss of denial. Yup. Whack. Let it sink in, buddy, Ray said as he slapped my back. Hard. Very hard. She's already in another band. Was the rumination pounding on my brain my whole next period? That is, until it was replaced with a far more devastating possibility I truly had not previously considered. What if she already has a boyfriend, too? Okay, perhaps this thought had crossed my mind before, but I swatted it away like he might some kind of bloodthirsty mosquito. Too painfully inconceivable, if you know what I mean. I frequently reassured myself that we were soulmates, meant to be, and there was simply no possible way she was already taken. But for now, in this new reality, the question ended up being a formidable pest. Biff. What a fool. And I wondered, had Ella Levinsky ever truly entertained thoughts of actually joining our group?
Ha ha! She probably just didn't know how to say no to Max's request to jam.
Yeah, Beauregard. You're probably right. It didn't matter anyway. What mattered was the other part of my mission, the most vital goal, was also failing. My lack of game hadn't gotten me any closer to falling into her romantic favor either. I failed to ask her out after our jam session, and if I wasn't careful, I was on track to miss the opportunity to use this momentum to continue to build our relationship. Now I needed to find some other reason to talk to her, not to mention a pair of balls to strap on to do it. Okay, Max was right. I deserved that criticism. Maybe I could ask her about her band. Hey, I heard you have another band. That's cool. I didn't know. What are you guys called? What do you sound like? On and on. I could ask her a million questions about that. Yes. I reveled in a wave of confidence this new thought brought me. A surge of energy. Where is she? I wondered. Quick, before I lose my nerve. I looked up, just as the get the fuck out to the bus bell rang, and, believe it or not, I raced off to go talk to Ella Levinsky. I hurried towards her locker, down the senior hall, left at the cafeteria, then a right turn at the corner by the auditorium, and there she was. Maybe it was the surprise of seeing me. Maybe it was the fact she had so recently informed Max that she declined our invitation to join Elysium. Or maybe she truly just needed to find something in her bag right at the precise moment I approached. Because that is what she did. As our eyes met, she immediately threw her gaze down into a dogged pursuit of some sorely needed chapstick or pencil or whatever. More adrenaline and cortisol. Lesson in rejection number 12. How to cope with another's avoidance and or disinterest. Thanks one more time, Ella Levinsky. Ouch. I looked away too, faster than a kid who just walked in on his parents boning. At, my watch. Gosh, what time is it anyway? As we moved away from each other down the hall, the numbness set in all over again, and I found myself wishing I was with Kurt Cobain. Dead, that is. Soon I turned another corner and had a much more favorable human interaction. Seamus, or Mr. Mustache, as I secretly thought of him, greeted me, bursting with stuttering good news. Hey, man. Good news. I just found out we got my bass and amp back from those damn bastard movers today. Yeah, you guys gonna be jamming sometime this weekend by chance?
Chapter 16. The chapter where Ray and I go to a local garage rock concert and have a run-in with Johnny Law. 17 days later. November 5th, 1994. 5:30. A mild, bone-dry Friday evening in Parkland, Colorado. Back in the band barn. We reached the conclusion of another successful Elysium practice. Our second since Seamus had officially become our fourth man. He yawned, stretched, adjusted his dark green patty cap, and burp. An inhuman sound erupted from his general face area and went reverberating off the rafters. Shameless Seamus, apparently. It took only a few seconds for the consequences of his molecular biology to assault my olfactory. Put another way, his breath reeked of Guinness, the beverage of choice he had swiped from his old man's stash. The tallboy can of the stuff had showed up with him in his bass case this practice, and, I can tell you now, virtually every practice thereafter would be no different. He was always more than willing to share, by the way. The more he drank, the less he stuttered. So that was good, I guess. And his inhibitions towards alcohol never impacted his ability to play bass, so I had nothing to complain about. In fact, this Texan Irishman had led us to a pot of gold as far as bass players go.
Well, we're starting to sound like a real fucking band, gentlemen,
Max said as he made a bid for a round of high fives. We all obliged to confirm our agreement with his statement.
Yeah, hell yeah, man, Seamus said. I suppose that's a hell of a lot better than sounding like some kind of a fake band or some shit. Fucking posers, right?
I couldn't argue with that either. The conversation about how much Seamus had already contributed to our band continued as he began his awkward efforts to pack up his gear. I stared up at the Purple Palace and then pulled a flyer I had out of my pocket to reread it yet again. Anticipation for the plans Raymond and I had for the rest of the evening demanded I be distracted. Max gave me a reminder.
Well, you dicks have fun at your little garage band show and try not to suck too much of yourselves while I'm out slaying some serious pussy.
The boastful son of a bitch had mentioned the hot date he had that night several times.
Becky Joss? Yeah, right. He might as well have been dating Brittany Johnson. Seeing is believing that your buddy's not a total liar.
Yeah, nice, man. Serious pussy. Sounds a lot better than getting stuck with some kind of silly pussy. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Like some kind of tease. Chicks with dicks or some shit, right?
Yeah, that was Seamus again. I did appreciate his dorky humor and laid-back nature, which mercifully served to temper Ray and Max's cantankerousness. Plus, Seamus had his own car. An 88 Volvo tank? Ha! Yeah, I believe that was the year and model. Max and Seamus loaded their gear into its ample trunk. Are you sure you're safe to drive, man? I asked, concerned. Seamus cocked his head and grinned.
Hell yeah, man. That's why my folks bought me a goddamn Volvo. The safest car supposedly ever made.
I read somewhere that Kurt Cobain drove Volvos for their safety rating, too. The guy who killed himself, remember? No, I just mean, that seemed like a lot of booze you slammed back there. His cackling response gave me the chills. What character from what movie had just come to life in my new friend?
Nah, man. I'm no two-beer queer.
And there was the Texan in him, finally making an appearance. 25 minutes later. Back in the Purple Palace, Ray handed me a bowl of Kraft mac and cheese as I queued up the VCR for another Return of the Jedi rewatch. Or at least that's what we wanted his parents to think. I had already informed my mom and dad I was going to stay the night at the Duran's house. This wasn't a lie, but a statement that did omit plenty of truth. Mr. and Mrs. Duran had a big night out planned, and, unbeknownst to them, so did we. Just as their headlights curled around the bend, click, the TV shut off. Unfortunately, just before the Princess Leia slave bikini part. Damn. I must admit, most boys on planet Earth might have counted Raymond and I as lucky ducks. We grew up with many privileges, to be sure, but one that set us apart from most kids, even in the developed world, was our pair of rickety old dirt bikes we each received one unforgettable Christmas morning. Now relics from our childhood, certain cases of transportation necessity demanded we continue to rely on them to get our asses around town. Despite my recent cake with 16 candles, there would be no four-wheeled street vehicle to call my own until I got a job and my math grade up. A fact Dad sprung on me just days before that milestone birthday for that extra devastating effect. There's always plenty of shit to shovel if you want a car. Thanks, Dad. At least I had lots of motivation. You can't take a girl out on a date on a two-stroke. Over the years, Ray and I had trespassed on countless hilly acres of land to forge a network of trails that connected us to the outskirts of Parkland and a few neighboring trackhouse subdivisions. This meant that despite the 15 miles between us and the town, we still could independently access the comic book shop, the mini-mart, and many of our suburban-dwelling friends throughout our latter elementary years and beyond. And that was something like the plan on this night. As Max so callously said, "Have fun at your little garage band show." No, Max. He had it all wrong. In my pocket was an invitation, of sorts, to a garage rock concert. See? Big difference. We probably could have gained parental approval to attend this peer-given alternative show. Hell, Mom might have even lent me Big Bertha, for all I know. But the potential for denial was not a risk I was willing to take.
Riding my old dirt bike with no proper headlights in the dark, however, apparently was. Our attendance there felt vital. So with multiple flashlights duct taped to our helmets and handlebars, we breathed in the ever-present ghastly redolence of our mechanical steeds as we rode through the night to what was to be the most lively spot in town, Pinewood Farms. If that doesn't sound too exciting, you're right. We found ourselves in another hilly dirt road neighborhood, much like our own. We were looking for Dennis's house. We had no idea who the hell Dennis even was, but someone at school handed me a flyer, the invitation I mentioned. This meant we were officially on the guest list. If we could find the place. I shouldn't have worried, though. All we had to do was follow the music.
Hey, fuck you is my attitude. Hey, fuck you is my attitude. Hey, fuck you is my attitude. Hey, 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 fuck you.
This, the 3-chord punk rock chorus of screams we followed as they echoed over the rolling hills. We arrived at a steep gravel driveway that led to an average-looking bi-level with at least 30 kids gathered around its garage. We threw down our kickstands and began our hike up towards the action. I couldn't even see through all the moshing kids and wafts of smoke. Tobacco and cannabis. Not surprisingly, I soon heard the scrapey flick of Ray's Zippo as he was eager to light up himself. Apprehensive nerves demanded a cautious approach. I recognized some kids from school. You could say it was your typical collection of flannel and or leather-wearing dudes. Yes, unfortunately, mostly dudes. Also known as a sausage fest of punks, stoners, burnouts, or whatever. This was a major letdown, of course, because as I'm sure you've already guessed, I was really hoping Ella Levinsky would be there. No dice. She, as usual, had remained status quo elusive to me, for the most part. Anyway, most of the kids were slamming beers as they stumbled around. Not everyone was drunk, but it's safe to say we were all intoxicated by the music. We edged closer to the chaos to discover an interesting cast of characters making the racket. A 3-piece of daft-looking punks surged and thrashed around the stage area they had designated. The Moron Men, according to the posting on the kick drum. I recalled one of the bands advertised on the flyer was Macho Moron. I guess they must have made a last-minute name change. As a guitarist, my eyes were first drawn to evaluate their axeman. Adorned in assorted cuts of punk rock leather, he sported a long, fluorescent, dyed green mane bound in a tight braid. The most focused and tame member of the trio, and therefore, he failed to maintain the attention I wanted to give him for long. Their drummer dude, short and thick, had huge calf muscles, and judging by how much the temperature had dropped, he was apparently one of those guys who always wears shorts no matter what the elements call for. His hair was a sight to behold, an anomaly of nature. This curly rat's nest of a mop, gently matted, if not dreaded, weaved and bobbed atop his ample noggin as he commanded punk rock beats from his drum throne, a shitty folding chair that looked like it had been to hell and back. Punk rock drumming takes precision and speed. This guy didn't seem built for that, with his noticeably inconsistent notes and tempo. I found his playing sporadic, if not spastic, but nevertheless, and who was I to judge anyway? I could easily appreciate his energy, which, believe it or not, was overshadowed by their crazed frontman. Doubling as the bass player and lead vocalist, I think tall bag of bones is an apt description. Dressed in nothing but stained long underwear and a well-worn, adequately patched leather jacket, this guy had demons. Does the term musical conniption make any sense to you? I had no doubts or questions, along with one concrete conclusion. What an animal. And the bull ring shoved through his septum struck fear into my heart. And what was that weird black tattoo on his neck? He was scary.
I was scared. Maybe it was his height. Nature had allowed me to stand at least 6 foot tall by this point in my life, and therefore, I was not so used to looking upward into people's eyes. His pierced and disheveled head seemed to be damn near a head above mine. He seemed Chris Novoselic tall, if you know what I mean. Maybe I wasn't completely cognizant of it at that moment, but these guys embodied much of what I think of as the punk rock spirit. Free speech and expression, teenage angst, rebellion, anarchy, DIY, and of course, challenging authority. No question, these moron dudes had won themselves a decent set of loyal, if not enthusiastic fans. And I wondered, if they could do it, maybe we could too?
Hey, fuck you is my attitude! Hey, fuck you!
The song kind of crash-landed in an abrupt ending. That's the best way to put it. The crowd gave a roar as the frontman guy, Dennis, I guess, unstrapped his bass and let it smack on the concrete at his feet. It squealed with violent feedback, as if to say, ouch.
All right, you guys, thanks! We are the Moron Fucks, and we're fucking out of here! But drink more beer and smoke more weed, and stick around, 'cause Clone Dodo's up next!
Cloned Dodo? I questioned under my breath. I didn't recall seeing them on the flyer either.
Hey, James! What's up, dude?
I heard a somewhat familiar voice shout from behind. I whipped around to see the freckled face of a young man wearing a blood-red Stratocaster strapped on like a rifle around his neck. Spencer! Yes, Spencer. In my estimations, and by all accounts, one hell of a guy. While I had never seen his band play before, he had told me all about them when our paths first crossed the previous December at one of Barney's notorious Christmas recitals I mentioned before. Claustrophobic Holiday Cheer, remember? An event which a few dozen of his students and their families found themselves packed like rats into the tiny living room of his girlfriend's home. It was all worth it, though, for one reason. Okay, maybe 2 reasons. Anytime you're playing music for an audience, there's a chance to impress girls. As paramount as that quest always and forever is, really the best thing that came out of Barney's marathon recitals was the connections we made with other kids playing music in our town. Many of his students, like Ray and myself, were in various stages of establishing rock bands of their own, including my red-headed friend Spencer and his small tribe of accomplices, the twin Scott brothers, Andy and Frank, who I already knew from school, and some mysterious character known only as Bezdek. Wait, no, I thought. That's not Bezdek.
Glad you could make it, man! This is the debut of our new lineup.
We ditched Bezdek and changed our name, then got an awesome new frontman, Robbie, he said. Awesome, man! I didn't know you guys were playing, I said, still reeling to catch up with this happy and unexpected turn of events. Fuck yeah, man! Rock on! He said while forming his free hand into a set of flesh and bone devil horns. 10 minutes later. From the front row, I watched in awe of Spencer setting up his plethora of gear as I tried to ignore the burn of Ray's cigarette puffing like a factory nearby. Okay, we've got it! Let's do it! Spencer shouted as the open space around us filled with the unmistakable guitar intro of one of my very favorite grunge rock masterpieces, Chira Brock. I then shit my pants. Okay, not really, but you get my point. It was the kind of surprise that knocks you flat on your ass, but in a good way. Kind of like the shock you might get when a hot chick flashes her titties at a rock concert. Sure, kinda. Basically. So why, you might ask? For one thing, it is my favorite Smashing Pumpkins song. And also because I had seen
the actual Smashing Pumpkins play it a few months before, alongside my good buddy and bandmate, Raymond Joseph Duran. Our first ever professional rock concert. And we had killer seats, too, at the world-famous Fiddler's Green Amphitheater. I'm sad to report no hot chicks flashed their titties on this particular night, but nevertheless, it was totally awesome and amazing and blah, blah, blah. Oh, and one other quick side note. Actually, major side note. Darcy Wurtsky. Do you know her? The Smashing Pumpkins' bass-playing beauty. Had long been admired by me and countless other horny teenage boys across the world, I'm sure. There she was, standing right in front of us on that giant stage of fiddlers in all her feminine glory. Even more beautiful in real life. And you know how I feel about female bass players. She was the first woman in rock I became enamored with, but certainly not the last. By far my favorite pumpkin. My fanboy crush on her was at least somewhat fierce. But I couldn't give Miss Wurtsky all my attention, though. While there, I was, of course, also on the lookout for a particular local grunge girl, whom I never did see, by the way. Anyway, back to Spencer's Pumpkins performance. An odd thing happened to me as they played on. How unfortunate, I couldn't even fully enjoy hearing my friend's band play a cover of one of my favorite songs. Okay, maybe I did for the first minute or so, but then every second after was nothing but forlorn despair, slowly building with insidious precision. Maybe Beauregard summed it up best.
Wow, Biff, you're in trouble now. They're so much louder, tighter, and more powerful than you and your shitty-ass band will ever be. You guys couldn't play this song this well if your pathetic little lives depended on it.
Thanks, Beauregard. You dick.
So, it's one thing to feel inadequate when measuring yourself up against your idols. What about your peers? Here we go again. Adrenaline and cortisol. Lesson in rejection, number 13. Managing the shameful feeling that you're not as good as your peers. Thanks, Spencer and crew. And I wonder, did Kurt Cobain ever have to struggle with feeling like his fellow grunge rockers were way better than him? Maybe. Their towering new singer wore a black Telecaster and a black fedora pulled down over his scraggly long black hair. Robbie, if I recall. I couldn't question his obvious talent, though I was a little disappointed when he didn't sound exactly like Billy Corgan. Still, I pushed past my envy and smiled and closed my eyes as I raised my fists upward in an arch of appreciative joy and whispered, "Thank you, God," who does exist for me, at least for now, at least for this moment. What a lovely thought. What a soothing thought. And unfortunately, short-lived. As they moved towards the conclusion of this first song, Ray tapped me like I'd never been tapped by him before. A rapid, frantic, "Oh shit, we're in deep shit," kind of tap. "Cops! Run!" he shouted in my ear. I swung my head back to see two black and whites careen down the road with their reds and blues ablaze. At least half of the attendees immediately scattered in all directions, like a pack of rats tossed into a pack of cats. As the music came to a screeching halt, time seemed to slow down, and there was fear and confusion. Ray's voice cut through the haze of my shock like a beacon in the disarray. "Follow me," he said, taking charge of our two-man escape. We scaled ourselves down the steep hill on the south side of the property, opposite of the driveway Parkland's finest had just occupied. I bumped into Ray's back as we stopped at a bush barely thick enough to hide behind and further surveyed the scene. Two officers stood at the mouth of the garage talking to Spencer's band. I heard whispers of kids all around us trying to find their own places to hide. Our dirt bikes sat awaiting us only 20 feet away.
Let's get the fuck out of here. Just push off and roll down the road a ways before you start your bike,
Ray instructed. I nodded, and I wondered, is it possible for a healthy 16-year-old to have a heart attack? And can a healthy 16-year-old's heart pound so loud it gives away his location to the cops he's hiding from? We snuck out from behind the bush, and in a flash, a third police cruiser came out of nowhere from the opposite direction and threw a white-hot spotlight right on our bikes.
Fuck!
Ray half screamed, half whispered, as he whipped around and bulldozed me back behind our new best friend, the bush. We watched in terror as the third officer stepped from his vehicle and took a much closer look at our seemingly abandoned bikes. He glanced at the house and returned to his car while speaking into the little black box velcroed to his collar. We settled in, assuming the long wait we were in for. The garage bustled with movement, but I couldn't tell if anything noteworthy was happening. A minute or two crept by. The cop in front of us killed his lights, but we could still see his glowing eyes affixed in the darkness of his front seat. An engine turned over amid some incomprehensible shouts. It finally started, and then, bang! I winced as a gunshot rang out, or so my fight-flight brain initially perceived, followed by more yelling I couldn't make out. A pair of headlights on the driveway then flipped on, and the truck they belonged to sprang to life and raced down the hill. I think it's safe to conclude the gunshot we heard was actually that piece of shit truck backfiring. More screams. The truck took a hard right at the end of the driveway and lurched onto the road, swerving left and right in an attempt to find its straight path. Officer number 3 then lit up and took off, chasing the truck down the road and out of sight. "Now's our chance," I said to Ray.
No fucking shit, Sherlock! Let's go!
We snuck over to our bikes, hopped on, pushed off, and let gravity roll us as far away from the house as it would take us before we fired up our engines and headlamps and motored home. That was more than enough action for one night. And thank God we made it back to the Purple Palace just moments before Mr. and Mrs. Duran did. Phew. And I wondered. And so the wondering began. Chapter 17. The chapter where we meet with the mayor of Parkland to discuss the town sponsoring local teen rock concerts, and I try again to foster more of a relationship with Ella Levinsky. 4 weeks later. December 9th, 1994. A Friday. I had never felt more grown up in all my life as Ray and I sat at the tattered desk in Mayor Cassiano's modest-sized square of an office, oblivious to the implications of the many decades of negotiations that had been conducted under this unassuming slab of wood. Surely the sum of millions had been signed for or otherwise exchanged, and then there we were, ready to advocate for our own dreams and desires. The orange light from the setting sun beamed through the dirty windows and glimmered off the metallic hands of the gaudy clock on the wall that reported 4:30 p.m. We were surrounded by some god-awful floral wallpaper, pre-Reaganomics, I'm sure. In fact, I later learned this had been the one and only mayoral office of Parkland for the entire history of the town. That's pretty damn old. I realized the whole place smelled of office supplies, especially whiteout. He had 5 fucking bottles of whiteout on his desk. And I wondered, why the fuck does he need so much goddamn whiteout? Anyway, yes, Gerald Cassiano, the mayor of Parkland, had just shaken my hand and welcomed my bandmate and I to his workspace. We had important business to discuss. In fact, it felt like the most important thing I'd ever done. You'll see why here shortly. Okay, I owe you at least a quick explanation.
The Sunday morning after our nail-biting punk rock garage show situation we narrowly escaped, I awoke and fell into deep contemplation. The potential for big audiences for our music in our hometown was out there, and it called to me. But how, when, and where could we get a legitimate venue to get our music to the people? Put another way, how could we play without getting shut down by the cops? Who would help us? Possibly our church? No. Perhaps the Boy Scouts? Maybe. Our school? Not likely. Hell, how about the police themselves? Ha! I racked my brain all morning with no obvious answers. By the time we got to church, my desperation for ideas dictated that I offer a sincere prayer, asking God for help. Only after a perfect act of contrition, of course. My brainstorming continued over the next day and every day that following week. Fervent brainstorming, you understand. My cerebral cortex then exploded with the realization that if I could set up some legit shows, then I could invite Ella's band to play at some of them. At that point, fervent became extremely fervent. This was exactly what I needed to recover the fumble I had made and get back in the game. Or, you know what I mean. To tolerate the terror of talking to her again. Our connection had become dead on its tracks. Or maybe dead in the water would be a better idiom for the relationship I wanted to vitalize. Whatever. But how could I make it happen? My weekly guitar lesson came as a welcome distraction after several days of wrestling with my unanswered questions. Mom had to drop me off a bit earlier than usual because of some other appointment she had in town. I could hear Barney in there with another student. I guess Barney teaches some adults too, I realized as I studied the fancy pants Lexus sitting shiny and proud in the driveway, vacant. I pulled out my guitar and began warming up. Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Bonnie. Have a good one, someone said, muffled behind the barn door until it swung open. A short man with olive complexion stepped out clutching an acoustic guitar locked in a bulky hard case. He wore a sharp-looking New York Yankees baseball cap, which sat in stark contrast to the rest of his outfit. It's not every day you see a guy leaving Barney's barn dressed in a suit. It fit well with the car, though. Hello, young man, he said to me. Nice Mustang you got there. Have a good lesson. I replied with a simple, thanks, as he gave me a scrutinizing look. Then I heard Barney's voice creeping up from behind me.
Hi there, James. Hey, do you know who that guy is?
No, I replied, but he does look kind of familiar.
That's right,
Barney said, his voice deepening with a noticeable inflection of reverence.
That's Jerry Cassiano. He's the mayor of Parkland, you know. He takes guitar lessons from me now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, huh? Mayor Jerry Cassiano. He's actually a lot cooler than you probably think. Hey, he's even a Nirvana fan.
The idea then hit me like a speeding Lexus. I couldn't see for the blinding light bulb that had just exploded in my mind and blown me away like the fallout from a nuclear blast. What I mean is, well, so much for that guitar lesson. I was a bit distracted after that. I wanted to run up and knock on the guy's window right then and there, but as we know, I was not that bold. About an hour later, I was back in Big Bertha with a litany of unexpected questions for Mom. Mom, do you know how I can contact the mayor? The mayor of Parkland? She said, confused. Yeah, Mayor Cassiano. I suppose you could call his office, or it might be better to just write him a letter, she suggested. Yes, a letter, I agreed.
That seemed like the easiest and the least threatening option, so I immediately started writing one in my head. Where can I get his address? A week later, our phone rang and my mom called to me with excitement in her voice. Buford, it's for you. It's the mayor. In my well-written letter to the mayor, I noted my association with Barney and explained my desire to provide the youth of Parkland with a safe community activity that could be recurring. He ate it up. Absolutely loved the idea. It had been the longest 4 weeks of my life waiting for this meeting, but as you might expect,
Mayors do tend to be busy people. And so, Ray and I sat, stiff, in awkward silence, awaiting the arrival of the rest of our cohort.
I had invited a few friends to join us, including one particular acquaintance who happened to have very long, very beautiful hair. Wink, wink. Yes, Ella Levinsky would arrive any minute there at the mayor's office with the rest of her band. A bead of sweat squeezed out of a pore and slid down my back. Wheel of emotions check? Overwhelmed, worried, nervous, exposed. That pretty much covers it. Mayor Cassiano, Jerry, of course seemed like a powerful guy.
The big cheese and all.
I don't care how small our town was, or how desperately his office needed a makeover from this decade. A mayor is a mayor. He was the top dog elected official, and thus commanded a dogged display of respect. Maneuvering his denim-wrapped ample belly, no suit on this casual Friday, he cleared his throat and plopped down, pen and legal pad in hand. His groaning chair let out a squeaky protest. I mean, violently squeaky. Nails on a chalkboard level, cringe-worthy fucking squeak. I need my dictionary for this one. It was fucking precipitant. Goddamn andouille. A can of WD-40 suddenly seemed like the most important thing in the world. James, how many band members are we expecting today? He asked in his thick New York accent.
Maybe like 10 or so, I said. Jerry's eyes fluxed wide as he reached to press a button on his intercom. Nancy, we're going to need about a dozen more chairs in here, please. I jumped to my feet to lend my sweaty hands to the secretary to set up more seating. Ray decided, or defaulted, just to watch. I shuddered to notice my 10 invitees were now over 10 minutes late. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure that grotesque golden clock on Jerry's wall was about 10 minutes fast. Fuck. Ella. Where was Ella? A tiny voice cried out somewhere in the back of my brain. And you know Beauregard had a few theories about whether or not she would show up. As I briefly mentioned before, the grand vision of asking my crush if her band would like to play at a show we were putting together with the mayor was, of course, the lifeblood of the mission. And believe it or not, I had actually done it. I had used my rubbery legs to march right up to the bank of lockers by the auditorium. It felt like I was getting ready to skydive again, and I regret to report this was the first time I had interacted with her since our one-off jam session nearly 2 months before. And why? Guilt, shame, fear. And of course, I couldn't just talk to her for the sake of talking to her. Heaven forbid. I had to have some secondary supporting reason. Yep. Pretty sad and pathetic and grievous and egregious and fucking woefully disappointing. Sorry. I needed my trusty thesaurus and a hint of profanity to get all that out. The truth. I squirmed as more sweat excreted from me. Maybe I was just trying to block out the sound of Jerry's chair, but my distracted mind flashed back to the glorious scene as it had many times since that day. That wonderful day when Ella closed her locker as I approached, revealing herself, blasting me
with her mind-melting visual presence. I breathed in deep and swallowed hard, and with some amount of momentum, I hit the point of no return. And I actually felt bolstered by the power of my newfound clout, I guess, or purpose, or you know what I mean. I finally had that good reason to talk to her. Yes, there we go. Not just a really good reason, but a powerful reason. I had good news that would guarantee a positive response, and therefore, I enjoyed the minimal threat of rejection. This, I knew, would be a slam dunk. An offer she couldn't refuse. And refuse she didn't. I managed to get a few somewhat confident and coherent words to leave my face. Just as expected, she smiled and nodded and said, "Yes. Oh, wow. Totally. Yes. That would be amazing." Yes, she actually said that. I passed on the particulars about our meeting with the mayor, and we parted with her enthusiastic assurance that she'd be there. And that, my friends, was the new greatest moment of my life. Anyway, Ella wasn't the only highly anticipated guest I nervously awaited to join us in Jerry's office. Similarly, I had invited Spencer and his crew to play. Plus, I suggested he request the presence of those dudes from that moron punk band, whatever they were called, as well. I dared another glance at the clock. 15 minutes late. But thankfully, not a minute more. A handful of grungy-looking teenagers then filed into the office, all together, as if they had taken the same bus. My wide eyes met with Ray's own magnified peepers as our backs stiffened. The energy of the room shifted immediately as 20 or so hesitant teenager feet came creaking across the moaning wood of the 90-year-old floors. Just as promised, Spencer, his new frontman Robbie, and the rhythm section had arrived. Then the three dudes from the moron band, including their crazed frontman, singer, bassist. I continued to assume his name was Dennis. I think the sight of him might have sent a shiver up my spine. I know a lot of dudes who write books say things like that for effect, but it's true for no other reason than the look on his face, which I could only describe as noticeably indignant. Yes, I definitely looked up that word to be sure. Definitely indignant. While I'm describing his face, I must also note the impressive shiner under his right eye. Wow, that must have hurt. And wow again. I couldn't believe he still had on that same leather jacket and long underwear combo. At least it had been washed, I think. But apparently the big stain on it was permanent. So it was hello Spencer's band, and howdy moron dudes, and of course, Ella. Oh my God, who does exist? He fucking has to just look at her. There she was. My heart, my damn heart again, jumped at the sight of her and pounded so hard I feared the others might hear it. Why did I keep worrying about that? She wore a black Toadies t-shirt with a rubberneck cover on it. Awesome. And I won't use any more precious literary real estate here to describe just how amazingly incredible she looked. I know you already know, or surely can imagine by now. She was accompanied by her bandmate, another lovely young woman I'd never seen before. I think I would have remembered the piercings and the purple hair. There they are. Look at all these rock stars, Jerry said, with at least a hint of cynicism. Please, have a seat next to your bandmates, and we'll do some introductions. The entire throng crowded around the desk, our eyes all darting around the room, with most of us apparently finding comfort in staring at Jerry's yellow legal pad. For me, it was again all those excessive bottles of whiteout. That's when I realized at least half of the people crowding around the table were students of Barney's, including the mayor. Ha ha. Well, welcome everyone. I'm Mayor Cassiano,
And your friend James here, and his drummer, Raymond. Ray? Is it Ray or Raymond? Ray's pimpled face flushed red with the hot spotlight of this unexpected and completely inconsequential question. It doesn't matter, just Ray's fine. Jerry nodded. They're from the band Elysium. We nodded as I snuck a glance at Ella. Our eyes met, and she smiled, but I didn't have the fortitude to stay focused for long. Jerry then motioned to Spencer and his crew. And who do you gentlemen represent? Hello, sir. Yes. My name is Spencer Bardos. This is our singer, Robbie Russell, bassist Frank Scott, and his brother Andy on the drums. Each of them offered brief eye contact to Jerry, with a nod and a wave in acknowledgement. And our band is called Cloned Dodo. Jerry continued to make his notes as he pointed to the guys from the Moron Punks, or whatever. And you, gentlemen, Something shifted in Jerry's inflection, and an immediate tension arose as the Moron Men's disheveled singer squirmed in his chair and his eyes narrowed.
Oh, I think you already know who I am, Mayor. Or should I say, Judge Cassiano? Remember me?
I writhed in reaction to his sharp tone. Okay. Apparently the mayor used to also be some kind of judge.
Yes, Mr. Hernandez. Dennis, I remember you, and I think it would be best to let our past relationship stay in the past. The two stared at each other, each with stern brows.
Sure. Besides, I'm totally clean now, so none of that matters anyway.
Well, excellent. That's what we hope a year in juvie will do for a wayward young lad such as yourself. Now then, who—
Hey!
Dennis interrupted.
That's like my confidential info. You can't just mention to all my friends that I'm some kind of low-life druggy jailbird. I wanna—
Excuse me,
Jerry interjected with mayor-grade force.
young man, your juvenile record, in fact, is still part of the public record. And this is precisely why I didn't want to bring up our past relationship in any capacity. We're here for the music. Now, who are your bandmates, and what do you call yourselves?
A cold silence paralyzed the room. I think it's safe to say we were all in some variety of shock. Dennis put his arms around the shoulders of his bandmates.
To my left is Alistair Manson Tate, the most badass drummer in all the land.
Alistair?
The drummer questioned, apparently having never been called this name before. Dennis didn't break pace.
And to my right, meet Gorgax Rogan, the greatest fucking guitarist who ever lived.
More shocked silence gripped the room.
You need to watch your language in my office, Mr. Hernandez. Boys, what are your real names?
The drummer stood up and saluted.
I am Elliot of the Ainsworth clan. At your service, sir.
Jerry raised an eyebrow and shot me a sideways glance as if to say, "Are you fucking kidding me with this shit?" I felt like the rickety bridge that connected Jerry and my friends as our meeting unfolded. After all, this whole thing was my idea in the first place.
I'm Calvin Ross, the guitarist then offered in calm contrast. Okay, Dennis, Elliot, and Calvin. And your band's name?
We are called—
Dennis paused and looked up, obviously trying to come up with something on the spot.
the Fuck Morons,
He said in a low, cartoonish tone. More awkward silence. Jerry's face seethed red.
Well, isn't that cute, Mr. Hernandez? And if you want to play at this concert, you're going to come up with a band name without the F word in it. No band called the Fuck Morons is playing at a town-sponsored event.
He resumed writing on his pad.
For now, we're just going to call you the Fudgy Dum-Dums.
Calvin, the apparent voice of reason in the band, leaned over and piped in. If it's okay, sir, we can just go by the Moron Men. I would later learn that their band name was always in flux, with variations on the moron theme. They had been, or would be known, as Moron Men, the Fuck Morons, the Moron Fucks, Troop Moron, Moron Mathletes, Moron Genius, Master Moron, Monday Moron, Moronic Plan, Moron Whale, and simply just the Morons. Thank you, Calvin. That's better. Tolerable. Acceptable. I couldn't believe, after all that, Dennis still had the balls to wear a smug look of disappointment. And how about these lovely ladies? Jerry then asked, turning his gaze to his left. Yes, I buzzed in my head. How about them indeed? Ella and her purple-haired bandmate had sat there this whole time, ever patiently, and never wavering from their polite feminine glory. The bandmate spoke first. Hi, I'm Tina, and this is Ella. And our drummer, Alan, couldn't be here today, but we're from Please Say Thank You. Oh, but the spelling's kind of weird. It's like PLEESAYTHAN capital KU. She spelled out. Now that is a nice name, ladies. Thank you, Jerry said as he tossed his pen down. I smiled and melted in complete agreement, blissed out in the utter privilege to gaze upon Ella's splendiferous smile. Yeah, had to bust out an extra fancy word for that one. It had been a long 6 weeks since that fateful day she declined to join our band, and I saw her in the hall, and God help us, when I looked at her, she glanced down immediately into her bag to avoid my eyes? Supposedly, apparently, or so I hastily concluded. What does a teenage boy do with such acute perceived rejection? Keyword perceived. Hey, I think I learned another lesson that day. Lesson in rejection, number 14. Sometimes rejection is in the eye of the beholder. Anyway, I was enjoying Ella's smile. That is until the weirdo piped in again.
I bet you girls are like goddesses on stage, and you'll for sure be the best band we have in the lineup, and certainly the most beautiful,
Dennis said with a flirty tone, obviously hitting on them both. Now I was the one shooting a frown his way. They both seemed to blush and offered embarrassed thank yous. The mayor cleared his throat, probably to avoid rolling his eyes, and went on. Great. Well, your friend James here wrote me with this terrific idea for setting up some youth rock concerts to give you and your peers an exciting new activity here in Parkland that is safe and fun. He stammered or otherwise lost his train of thought. A safe and fun place where you can play your music for your friends. The deafening silence was tempered only by plenty of wide-eyed nods as we nervously glanced around the room at one another and squirmed in our seats. Squeak! Ah, Jerry's damn chair again. So, I've already got the Chamber of Commerce on board for the funding to rent the building, to hire the sound man, and we're going to see about selling some concessions, soda, maybe some pizza, and of course, we'll request to have at least one police officer to join us for security. Cops! Dennis blurted through frowning lips as the vein in Jerry's forehead swelled. Yes, Dennis, trust me. It's much better to have the police at your show from the beginning as opposed to the end when they show up to issue noise tickets and put an end to the fun. I doubt anyone was happy to hear this news, but Dennis was the only one with a sour look on his face. And I need everyone to know we will have no tolerance for any drug use from the bands or the attendees, and we will enforce a strict no moshing policy. Dennis continued to squirm as he bit his tongue, I assume. Is that understood by everyone? Jerry then stared hard at, you guessed it, Dennis. Variations of yes for an answer filled the room, along with a score of nods. Mr. Hernandez? Is that understood? Dennis then jumped in with some kind of bastardized, goofy Ned Flanders hybrid impersonation.
Well, oakley dokley, whatever you say, Mr. Mayor.
I couldn't believe the balls on this guy, and not in a good way. They might as well have been a father and son bickering over whether or not he gets to take the car out on Saturday night. I prayed for someone to tell a joke to cut the tension. It didn't come, so I opted to change the subject, directing us to confirm the date and note some specifics on the venue. About 100 yards to the west stood our one and only option, the town's community center. The Main Street Center, I guess, but known to many as the Parkland Superdome. A semi-cylindrical building nicknamed for its Quonset hut shape, and I will forever refuse to refer to it by any other name. I had spent a lot of time there in my youth, but hadn't set foot in the place in years, not since my last Cub Scout meeting in 5th grade or whatever. I dug into my memories trying to pull up old mental pictures of the place. It's a big space, I recalled. The word cavernous came to mind. I could picture the stage at the north end of the room. That's where I remember proudly receiving my Weebelow's scarf or badge or whatever. And I could still imagine its little kitchen area. Shit. That's where Cooper Gibson once submitted me to the longest, and therefore worst, headlock of my life. Yeah, that bastard was in Scouts too. We went on discussing plans, hammering out the details, including the band order and costs of admission. Everyone stayed generally affable, amicable, or otherwise cordial. Even Dennis, no matter how much it may have pained him. Things were going well, especially Ella's smile. We also talked about the need for flyers to advertise the show. This brings me to another important detail to note about my quest. Let us never for a second forget my primary mission here: to further connect with Ella Levinsky and create more opportunities to ease my terrified self into winning her romantic favor. During our initial phone call, back in November, Mayor Cassiano mentioned that it would be damn near 2 months before we could actually put on the concert. After the holidays, that is. I knew my quest to become Ella's boyfriend could not wait for that. Or so I told myself in my more confident-feeling moments. So, when and where and how the hell could I arrange to see her again before the concert, which indeed would be 5 more fucking weeks away? What excuse could I come up with that would work? It had to be something to do with the concert. It had to be some aspect of it that we could work on together. My idea farm was experiencing a severe drought. Then finally, the day before the meeting, an idea hit me like a bolt or a wave or like a...
Or some other shitty cliche metaphor.
Sure, Beauregard, you bitch. My brilliant idea to create a circumstance for more connection and conversation with Ella Levinsky could be summed up in the following sentence. Ella Levinsky is an artist. She's a damn good artist, in fact. I knew this because close to half of my classes had been art classes, and I had noticed her work displayed on Mr. Sweat's chalkboard on multiple occasions. I'm sure you've already guessed where this is going. What if I could mention that I've seen her art and sing its praises, and then ask her if she, Ella Levinsky, would be willing to work with me on designing a flyer for the concert? Brilliant. I would be killing several birds with one big-ass stone, I figured. Unfortunately, my rather brilliant plan was ill-fated and to be inadvertently thwarted by a couple of morons. I mentioned the need for a flyer to the group, fully prepared to bravely shine a light on Ella's artistic talents and request her artistic assistance, and publicly no less. But guess who piped in with another infuriating interruption? Dennis, weirdo contrarian extraordinaire, Hernandez. He put his right arm around his guitarist, Calvin, remember, and said,
Andy McMuffin, Smithsonian III here, is the best graphic artist in the F-word world.
Calvin just looked surprised, confused, and somewhat worried. Dennis didn't break pace. Before this wacky declaration was complete, he reached his left arm around his drummer, Elliot, and continued.
And Macmillan Gandalf Anderson here draws the best cartoon cock and balls in all of Middle-earth and beyond. I offer their services at our service.
Calvin again stepped in to correct his wild card of a bandmate.
Yes, sir, I do have a talent for graphic design, and I'd be happy to make a flyer without any inappropriate drawings on it. And you could approve it first if needed.
Fuck. I clenched my fists, held my breath, and bit my tongue. What else could I say? Wait, everybody, no! I was planning on asking Ella to design the flyer, and somehow weasel my way into spending more time with her so I could get to know her better in the process, and hopefully that would increase the momentum of our tenuous relationship so it could grow into something much greater, because I desperately, desperately want to be her boyfriend, which is why I'm really doing all of this, in the first place. Yeah, I couldn't say that, so I let it go. I had absolutely no choice, in fact, because at that moment, Tina sprang to life. Oh, sorry, she said, somewhere in the middle of our flyer discussion. I can see my dad waiting out in the parking lot. Ella and I have to run. They bid us adieu, as Ella Levinsky, quite deliberately, in my estimation, looked right at me and smiled, and directed a thank you my way. After the initial blast of joy that gave me, the larger part of me panicked. I wanted to scream. No, please don't go. Please stay forever here with me. This meeting is nothing without you. I feel like I'm nothing without you. My heart sank so far it might have fallen out of my ass.
Opportunity missed, jackass!
I know, Beauregard. It felt like someone was taking the sunshine out of the room, or even the oxygen. Not true, of course. So I sucked in a deep one and tried to tell myself, yet again, that I would have another chance. Maybe not for 5 more goddamn weeks, but nevertheless, I would have another chance. I tried not to forget the positive. We had a monumental victory on our hands in regards to my other mission. Our local music scene had been ignited. The rest of us soon adjourned as well. Many handshakes and goodbyes were exchanged. As we all stood up to file out, Mayor Cassiano spoke my name with one final inquiry. James, hey, please hold back here for just one more minute. I have an extra request for you. Something I'd like you to do for me, if you don't mind. I froze. Chapter 18. The chapter where we get to our first community-sponsored gig and set up and watch Ella's amazing band play before it's our turn to hit the stage. 5 weeks later. January 14th, 1995. A crisp and clear winter's eve. On this date in history, the youth of Parkland, Colorado, had an easy decision to make. Would they sit around their parents' house twiddling their thumbs and bored to tears? Or would they opt to check out the very novel, local rock show all their friends were talking about?
Where is this concert?
Their parents likely asked. It's at that weird dome-shaped building in the middle of town. Right. You recall I've already used the word podunk to describe our 2-lane town. Flat and boring. Not all of Colorado is mountainous, by the way. Hell no. We should also specifically note that our little community felt contained. More than most. Probably because of the miles and miles of barren highway and dry landscape that surrounded it. Teenagers don't tend to be fans of geographical isolation. When you're living the small-town life, you tend to feel a constant concern for all you imagine you're missing out on in the big cities nearby.
Therefore, in the unlikely or infrequent event that something exciting is happening out your front door, you certainly take notice. How novel indeed. My 3 bandmates and I arrived at the Superdome early. Like a quadrant of warriors, we walked in together, single file for some reason, into the large, dimly lit, dome-shaped space, surveying the Colosseum for the battle scene to be. Quick wheel of emotions check, please. Proud, powerful, and optimistic. Okay, plus cautious, nervous, and nostalgic? Sense memories rushed back to me. All those Cub Scout meetings from my youth. The room still smelled exactly the same. Musty. What does musty really smell like anyway? How about heavy? The place felt heavy, as if weighed down by the compressed energies of decades of people who'd occupied it before. It looked mature, aged, decrepit, or perhaps worn out is simply the best way to put it. To the point that it demanded some kind of reverence. This Parkland landmark, which had been around longer than most of our parents, was about as big as a football field from front to back. The stage I mentioned was smaller than I remembered it from my Webelos ceremony, but still big enough to be intimidating. Raised and embedded at the north end of the vastly vaulted, linoleum-tiled room. A pin dropping on a pillow would have echoed in the damn place, I realized, even as the faint sound of my sneakered footsteps seemed to bounce off the walls. And I wondered, what was Ray's kick drum going to sound like?
Hello!
Max boomed, and a second later, every light in the place blazed on, blinding us, as we heard the mayor's familiar voice.
Hello!
Mayor Jerry shouted back from the shadows by the men's room. By the way, I know I totally left you hanging there at the end of the last chapter as we wrapped up our meeting with Jerry when he asked me to stay back because he had some additional requests for me. As you recall, I froze. But, as usual, that was unnecessary because for some reason, Jerry just wanted to ask me if I was planning to invite Barney to the show. I guess he wasn't going to be taking any more lessons from him, but thought he'd like to see so many of his students performing. I'm not sure why he didn't just ask him his damn self, but I agreed to his request to pass on an invitation to our mutual music teacher. Indeed, I did tell Barney about it, and he did agree to come, but I wasn't holding my breath for him to show up. Anyway, I was telling you about Mayor Jerry greeting us at the Superdome. Welcome, rock stars. I hope you brought some roadies. It's time to get to work. We're ready, I exclaimed in kind of a Tony the Tiger cadence. Great. We can start by helping Soundman Randy carry in his gear. Soundman Randy. What a bitterly wretched, miserable, human-like, mullet-wearing beast of a creature. Like most soundmen, by the way. And I'll leave the rest to your imagination. Jerry nodded as he continued. So, how'd the promotion go? Are we expecting a big crowd this evening? Hopefully, I said. I was hopeful. We had promoted the event heavily. Remember those flyers I mentioned? The one Ella was supposed to help me design? Fresh off the presses, and whether you wanted one or not, full legal-sized, bright white paper with bold black ink informed the local student body of an upcoming Parkland Band showcase. Just $2 granted admission, and soda and pizza were available for purchase. 50 cents. We raced around for the next 45 minutes loading in gear, along with Randy's stuff, and taking care of various odds and ends. Throughout it all, my mind was never far from Ella Levinsky. Is she here yet? Is she here? I was glancing back at the glass front doors every 10 seconds or less. What would she be wearing? Her Radiohead shirt or her Nine Inch Nails? Or the new Alice in Chains one? The black Chuck Taylors or her white pair? Would she put her hair in braids or straight? Oh, the possibilities. The many, many fabulous, wondrous, awe-inspiring possibilities. In the days leading up to the event, dreams about playing did surface in my mind, but more mental airtime was consumed by fantasies of potential interactions before and or after the show. And I wondered. Lots of stuff. Would Ella talk to me? Would I win her over? If I play well enough, with enough energy and heart, would I impress her? Could I make her fall in love with me? These were the thoughts and more. I felt like I had been dealt a new hand, or handed another lottery ticket, or whatever other metaphor you like. I had another chance with her, and something told me I needed to treat it like it was my last. A plan formed in my head. I found myself returning to go over it again and again any time my brain was otherwise idle. Ego bolstered by the amazing performance Elysium was surely about to give, I intended to approach her soon after Cloned Dodo finished their set. I would open with a comment on what we just witnessed, followed by some specific praise for some particular aspect of Please Say Thank You's awesome performance, as it assuredly would be. Then, a well-rehearsed, but totally natural-sounding, casual invitation to get coffee with me and chat more about music would be offered. She would surely say yes, and that she'd love to, and I would suggest the following Friday evening as a tentative date. A date! It all seemed pretty simple in my head, but I knew the realities of adrenaline and cortisol. No doubt, they would be beastly. No cakewalk in the tea park. More like climbing the Matterhorn. More like slaying Schmog. But I could feel the confidence I was reaching for. It was there. Another past lecture from Mr. Hammond popped in my head. Something about confidence and where it comes from. Something about it being a choice. Like a choice to proceed with confidence. It's a stance you find or get yourself into. You should always focus on what you are confident in, whatever the situation. Shit. Whatever it was. One of his handy handouts could have been invaluable in this situation, I'm sure. Anyway, as I checked a mic for deplorable soundman Randy, a couple of my goatee whiskers found their way into the windscreen and shocked the shit out of me. As I held my face in pain, I think I held my breath too, I stared off at the blurry figures at the entrance about 100 feet away. And there she was. Exhale. Ella stood with Tina, both with cased guitars in hand, both dressed to kill, in matching outfits as if they were about to attend some kind of grunge rock prom. Tight black skirts with tight black pantyhose, fishnets, and tight black high-top leather boots, painted up in dark eye makeup with stark red lipstick that matched a pair of crimson bracelets on each of their delicate wrists. Tight, I whispered to myself. I know you know, but forgive me because I've got to say it. Absolutely fucking stunning. And no, that was not Beauregard yelling again. My jaw fell agape, but soon tightened with a smile. Wow. Oh, and their drummer was there too. Alan, as I recall. Okay, deep breath. The hour of my quest was upon me. Step 1 had arrived. Say hello and offer to help with her gear. I jumped off the stage and headed towards the front. All smiles from me, greeted by all red lipsticked smiles from them. Hello, welcome. Ready to rock? I offered. Hi, yeah, totally, Ella said. This is so exciting. Thank you so much for setting this up and inviting us to play. A certain amount of blood went rushing into a certain extremity that happens to be between my legs. Tina followed up with a similar utterance regarding the awesomeness of our situation, as I covertly adjusted my pants. This seemed like a good start. After meeting their drummer, Alan, tall and nerdy, I offered to help with the heavy stuff. Oh, gosh, Yeah, I guess. Sure, Ella stammered. I froze. The pink and red fist-sized muscle in my chest then exploded. Not literally, but you know what I mean. Slamming thuds. I held my breath as I reeled to interpret her words and tone. What was that stammer? She brushed her hair out of her face, which suddenly seemed a bit pinker. She tilted her head as her dainty eyebrows flexed upward. I knew that look. She was being squeezed by guilt. If you don't mind, I just feel bad because it seems like you're always helping me with my amp. I exhaled. Oh, I don't mind at all, I said. Then this surprising remark somehow found its way out of my mouth. Call me old-fashioned, but I don't believe ladies should have to carry their amps. Unless they want to, of course. I think she gave kind of a pained smile, but my brain may have blocked it out. Okay, if you don't mind, that's very sweet of you, she said. Soon I was again happily, blissfully, lovingly lugging her crate combo, this time into the dome, with a big-ass grin on my face and inquiring about any cover songs they had scribbled on their set list. As we approached the entrance, Dennis and the moron guys sauntered out, apparently having snuck in through the back. Still reeling to recover from the weirdness of Ella's response, I was happy to find distraction, recognizing that, oh wow, look, Dennis Hernandez finally got dressed, I thought with relief. But when I saw the t-shirt under his leathers, the one that said, "Fuck Authority," with a big capital anarchist A, I wished he still had on his stained long underwear. The mayor was going to love that. We exchanged hellos, and out of nowhere, wham! Dennis Hernandez socked me right in the gut. Okay, not with his fist, mind you, but with an unwelcomed, unwarranted, unwanted, power play dick move of a request.
Hey, dude, since you're such a nice guy and a good roadie, how about you help me with my amp too?
I wanted to tell him to carry your own fucking amp, guy. But of course I didn't. Sure, man, I agreed. And not only because Ella was watching and I had to continue to show her what an incredibly nice guy I was, but also because adrenaline and cortisol. Lesson in rejection number 15. Don't say no, not even to some manipulative jerk, or you will be rejected. Thanks, Dennis Hernandez. And I wonder, where did he get the nerve? I wish I could say I just helped him with his amp. But no, I carried the goddamn thing in for him all by my stupid sucker self. Let's see, is low-life roadie a feeling on the wheel of emotions? No, but annoyed, bitter, and humiliated sure as hell are. As I lugged it into the room, I begged my eyes to be deceiving me. He was near the stage, talking to Ella. I almost dropped the amp as I got slammed by a wave of anger, dread, jealousy. Yes.
Just set it right there, slave boy,
He directed.
Slave boy?
My brain screamed. I almost choked on my own shocked saliva. How insulting and offensive could he possibly be on so many levels? His arrogance was palpable. No please or thank you whatsoever, by the way. Who does this guy think he is? Apparently, he'd never observed the concept of serve the servants. Luckily, Spencer and crew then brought up balance to the moment as they appeared and approached me with high fives and gratitude.
Dude, thanks so much for inviting us, man, and making all this happen.
For sure, man, I replied. Thanks for playing. Hopefully you guys will be able to get through your set without any cops shutting you down. Spencer nodded vigorously.
Hell yeah, dude. That's the best part. This is fucking legit, man.
Another high five.
Oh, and check this out.
He reached into his bag and pulled out several large space blankets.
I brought a rock and roll backdrop for the stage.
We then climbed up to install them. The elevated stage was illuminated by a harsh fluorescence that now shimmered off the mylar. I noticed a variety of colored lights above we might utilize if we could recruit someone to run them. Our excitement continued to build as we gazed out over our relatively vast venue. Then someone turned down the house lights.
Dude, this place seems even more cavernous when dark,
Spencer remarked. I agreed as I looked at my watch. Finally, 7 p.m., I noted. The door time had come. We looked up as at least a dozen kids rushed in as fast as Jerry's wife could collect their pair of greenbacks. I jumped off the stage as some instinct pulled me wandering to the front door, not at all ready for what I was about to observe. The line to get in stretched further down the sidewalk than I could see from where I stood. There were already at least 50 kids eagerly awaiting entry. I might take this as yet one more opportunity to consult Mr. Hammond's will of emotions, but my friend Spencer Bardos summed up my feelings perfectly.
Holy fucking shit, man!
30 minutes later. Please Say Thank You was first, at their request. The still growing crowd cheered as Tina, Ella, and Alan took the stage. I clapped along too as I weaved my way to the front to claim a choice spot, slightly to stage left, Ella's side. Their nervous excitement was obvious. Ella and Tina glanced at each other in a cute and innocent way to confirm their readiness to begin. Hello, Parkland friends. We are Please Say Thank You, and thank you all for listening. Alan clicked off a 4 count, and they jumped into Fire by Jimi Hendrix. My eyeballs were like baseballs. My lips were like a clown's. My chest thumped like a jackrabbit's. My legs and feet were like the rubbery bipods of a 16-year-old dude watching the girl of his dreams playing a kick-ass version of an awesome song. Sorry, I ran out of metaphors there. I could hardly contain myself. Blown away is the best phrase to describe my next 30 minutes on Earth. Can we briefly forget the fact that I had the biggest crush of all time on the bass player? Regardless of this fact, I was an instant fan, and they were truly, truly, truly phenomenal. And I hope you know that's the damn truth, because yes, I just used the word truly 3 times in a fucking row. It was an emotional decision. Plus, I wasn't the only one dancing and enjoying the hell out of their slick, heavy, cool, fast, fucking fantastic version of the song. After Fire, they delved into a few of their originals. Within 5 seconds, I realized their awesomeness was just getting started. I was so mesmerized, song after song, that it wasn't until they finished that I realized, oh shit, I'm in big trouble. As we know, Ella Levinsky's power of inherent high status in my life was exponential from the first moment I laid eyes on her. Then, I found out she was a bass player. Then I discovered she played bass in a band, and not just any band, but a really, really good, incredible band. And I wondered, how the hell am I going to talk to her now, after that? Hey, nice set, I managed to squeak out as she passed by me on her way off the stage, followed by, of course, another offer to help transport her gear. No protest this time. I guess I had broken her down. Elysium was up next. Chapter 19. The chapter where our band plays our first gig, and I get horribly humiliated multiple times in sequence. 15 minutes later. Okay then.
Strap in, my friend. Let's see how dramatic I can make this for us. Beyond intoxicated on nerves and excitement, I squeezed a stiff, sweat-soaked grip on my fender. And my heart? Well, I won't bore you with yet more descriptions about what my ragged heart was doing. I clenched my eyelids and sucked in a lungful of air as if it were to be my last for the next 8 songs we were about to play. Max gave his ever-confident frontman introduction, and the crowd of our peers roared. Song number 1, Tapeworm, one of our originals about my unfulfilled desires for Ella Levinsky, that starts out, appropriately enough, with me literally punching my guitar repeatedly in a rhythmic rage. Max still wouldn't let me near the microphone, but you better believe I was shredding my voice, screaming along with every word, all the same, nevertheless, whether anyone could hear me or not. I needed Ella to know these were my words to her. Song 2, Nirvana cover, success. Song 3, Soundgarden cover, success. Song 4, Soul, spelled S-O-L. Another song about a girl named Stella Olivia Levinsky and how much I wanted her. Our stage time flew by in a blurry flash. I, of course, played my heart out. It's as remarkable as it was fortunate that I didn't incur permanent neck damage. I was like an animal, on break from a cage of my own making, headbanging the whole time, my grown hair whipping to and fro, like a weapon, like a warrior, bursting with creative sexual energy and little discipline to control it. Let's put it this way. I blew my load and reloaded, again and again and again. Sorry. Now, as I read that out loud, it sounds kind of gross. The rest of the band, in tongue-tied contrast, stood quite stiff for most of our performance. Even Seamus, who I guess didn't drink quite enough Guinness Tallboys, and also Max, which surprised me. In the dark of the room, I quickly lost track of Ella's eyes upon me. Still, I could feel her. I knew she was watching. She alone provided the energy and inspiration for that animalistic performance I mentioned. As if every note screamed out, "I love you! Look at me! Love me!" It was another earnest attempt to show her my value, to set ablaze a mutual attraction between us, a spark to a flame to a fire. Oh, how I burned inside for her. Okay, I know I'm getting a bit melodramatic here, but as Mr. Hammond says, that's what teenage romance is all about.
Plus, you're wasting ink. This is nothing you haven't already said before, dumbass.
Okay, true, Beauregard. Song 5, Shotgun. One more original. One of those ones about our fallen hero, Mr. Cobain. Success. By song 6, I took some kind of subconscious inventory. Things were going well. The crowd hadn't abandoned us. Some ominous awareness threatened to creep in, though. They seemed less than super enthusiastic. We didn't seem to be inspiring much passion, amazement, or movement, for that matter. But still, they watched and listened and clapped. Only 2 songs to go, I thought, as Max introduced our next grunge cover of choice. Song 7, I Am One, by the Smashing Pumpkins.
Total failure.
According to Beauregard. And I agree. This one had been a problem in practice, and we almost decided to cut it. Guess what? We should have. Right on cue, just as I feared, Raymond Joseph Duran botched the bridge part, just as he usually did at least half the times we'd ever played it. Naturally, the song fell apart like the house of cards it was for us. Ray slammed the brakes as my nervous system stepped on the gas. Hard. I froze. Adrenaline and cortisol. Lesson in Rejection, number 16. Dealing with the fear of being rejected for failing at something. Thanks, large crowd of my peers. The three of us in front naturally put on looks of confusion, while Ray, who was at fault for this fiasco, threw on his angriest face and tone.
What the fuck?
Was the question he apparently had and wanted the whole place to hear. I couldn't help but react by tossing the blame right back at him, but not as loud, of course. Max tried to save face with the audience as he hurried us into our next and final song.
Oops. Hope you guys liked the first half of that one anyways. We've got one more for you. This is called Waiting to Burn.
Oh shit. I remembered I needed to tune my low E string a step down for this last song. When I mentioned my less than great singing before, I may have neglected to note that my total inability to hear tone may have been the primary factor to blame. I reached for my chromatic tuner, a little battery-powered black plastic box with a tiny digital screen a guitarist plugs into for electronic visual assistance in tuning. I plugged in and fired it up as usual. I plucked the top string and twisted the peg down. The guidance I was accustomed to and expecting, and desperately needing, was nowhere. When I looked down at the screen, it was dead. I froze. On stage is the last place you want to find yourself feeling paralyzed from the waist down with a crippling shame. Yet there I was, burning up in the intense heat of the spotlight, while simultaneously frozen in a cold sweat. Say it with me one more time. Adrenaline and cortisol. Talk about fight or fucking flight. Humiliated, devastated, stunned and stiff, my body petrified with the fear of my immediate foregone conclusion. I was the most inept, maladroit bungle of a musician on the face of the planet. Not to mention, Ella Grunge Girl Levinsky was watching.
We're still waiting to burn!
Some prick from the crowd shouted. I'm pretty sure it was Cooper Gibson. This caused the majority of the audience to erupt with snickers and whispers. Max called upon his wit in another attempt to save face.
Hold on! It'll be totally worth the wait,
he announced.
I think we just got a minor technical issue here.
I hurried up to Max's ear. My tuner isn't working. I can't tune my guitar. I need you to tune it for me. He didn't even bat an eye. The next thing I knew, he had set his axe down and had grabbed mine. Like a warrior forced to surrender his sword and shield, there I stood, center stage, empty-handed and impotent. After a perceived eon of awkward silence, under a wash of more excruciating whispers and a few additional incomprehensible heckles, Max swiftly recalibrated my instrument to the desired drop D tuning, using nothing but his fingers and ears, the same way he always tuned his, without technological assistance. We then hurried into our final, overdue song, number 8, Waiting to Burn. Success. In the above description, I am trying to be dramatic because that's exactly how I remember it. This didn't have to be a problem at all. I made it into nothing short of a disaster. Total fucking catastrophe. I shivered with shame as sweat poured down my forehead. My spirit was thrashed. If you can't even tune your guitar, what does that say about you as a musician?
Imposter!
Beauregard screamed over and over. This was the primary feeling I had and the label I assigned myself as I limped off that stage. My already fragile ego had been mauled by a great beast we call shame. At that moment, there
was nothing left of it. Little did I know, my embarrassment for the evening wasn't over yet.
Chapter 20. The chapter where the moron men play their set and people mosh when they're not supposed to, and I end up getting horribly humiliated yet again.
10 minutes later. Within 10 minutes, the moron men were champing at the bit, ready to go, ready to explode from the looks of them attempting to rush our troll of a sound man to check their levels. Wait, I should be more specific. Dennis Hernandez rushed Randy to check their levels. Soon enough, he gave them the okay, and Dennis reveled, I do strongly assume, in delivering his authority-challenging introduction. In front of the wall of squealing feedback, he pressed his lips to the mic and screamed,
Hello, punks of Parkland! We are the motherfucking fuck morons!
No question. They had pounded the pavement. I noticed for the first time that at least half the kids there were pierced, dyed black, and or clad in leather covered with patches. They launched in with that same "fuck you, this is my attitude" song we'd heard them playing in their garage. The place exploded in, let's just call it youth energy. Luckily, the song wasn't much more than a minute long. Still, the most chaotic 72 seconds I can recall witnessing. At first, everybody was just jumping and dancing. But we know what that quickly turns into. Moshing. The forbidden activity, of course. The two police officers glanced at each other and exchanged a nod. They took slow footsteps towards the crowd. I assume they hoped that's all it would take to make the kids think twice about their chosen method of expression. Yet this had a minimal effect. As the song went on, it only got worse. Then, flash! Everything went white, like it just died or something. We were all blinded by the immediate blaze of the house lights kicking on as the music faded to nothing except the acoustic drum set and Dennis's bare screams. I was still rubbing my ill-adjusted eyes when Mayor Jerry grabbed my arm from behind. His force propelled me to walk with him forward as he blasted instructions in my right ringing ear.
James, you need to get on that stage and let everyone know if they keep moshing, we're going to shut this thing down and send everyone home. I'm the big bad authority they want to rebel against. They'll listen better if you tell them.
I didn't have a chance to refuse or even protest. He just foisted me up on the stage, the last place I wanted to be again, at least on that night. I went with my first inclination, other than to run the hell away, and decided to appeal to Dennis's good nature, which I wasn't even sure if he possessed. I approached him cautiously, like a skittish zookeeper attempting to feed a baboon. By the way, God, did he stink. Hey man, the mayor's going to shut the whole thing down if we can't get the crowd to mellow out and stop moshing. Was something like the plea I tried to privately speak into his ear. I couldn't hear what he said in response, but his body language seemed to agree, which brought me much relief. A feeling he then proceeded to smash to bits.
Hey everyone! I guess we had a problem with the lights and sound there. Weird, huh?
The crowd booed.
Hey, well, listen!
He stepped back and slapped his arm around my shoulders. Hard. Fucking ridiculously hard. So hard, tears welled up in my eyes. And jerked me to the mic. The fucking jerk.
Hey, you guys remember James from Elysium?
The crowd shot back a limply mixed reaction.
He's finally got his guitar tuned, so that's good, right?
Restless cheers arose as my face flared into a red flush, I'm sure.
Well, James here needs to make an announcement on behalf of his good buddy the mayor.
He faded back as he gestured for me to proceed. I stepped up, gasping for air through my trepidation. Adrenaline and cortisol. Lesson in Rejection number 17. How to cope with utter humiliation. Thanks, Dennis Hernandez. Yeah, listen, if you guys don't stop moshing, then we're going to have to stop the concert and send everyone home. I think I could have chosen better words, but I was doomed any way you slice it. Booze filled the room like I didn't know was possible. It felt like a swarm of bees or locusts or whatever had just appeared out of nowhere and tornadoed around me. Tornadoed? Sure, you know what I mean. As I stumbled backward in horror, I felt a force come up from behind me. A Max force. I mean, a force called Max.
Hey! Nah, fuck all that shit! Hey, listen!
Every tongue ceased. Max's command was incredible.
I know you guys like to mosh. I do too. But this isn't the time or the place.
And I thought my face was red. He looked like a erupting volcano, but all at once seemed totally in control of himself.
We've got a really cool thing going here, and a lot of us want to see it continue. But they're going to shut us down, and that'll be it.
Now that he had everyone's undivided attention, he softened his tone a bit.
Look, the mayor and everybody, they just don't want to see anyone get hurt. Because while we're here, they're responsible for our asses. You catch my drift?
Cheers returned to the reverberant air.
So, let's be cool. We can dance and jump and move, but keep your distance from each other. Let's keep rocking. Hey, moron dudes! Let's hear another fucking song!
I don't know how he did it, but he won them over. I guess it was something about his phrasing there. Or his confidence, his poise, his energy, his attitude. More positive cheers followed, along with the moron's next authority-challenging song. And the moshing discontinued, by and large. The moron men blasted through their set without any further issues, though a few of their fans still attempted to push the envelope. Spencer and the Clone Dodo guys soon took the stage and finished out the night. One more kick in the nuts. Watching their amazing kick-ass performance, by that point, I regret to report was thoroughly depressing. Yeah, and for no other reason than because they were, by all accounts, fucking fantastic. Unlike us, I'm afraid. Quite unlike us. This was again the perception of being inadequate through my peer comparison assessments. I knew immediately they were better than us, and we were not good enough. Period. It was simple and clear and didn't get much more black and white than that. Anyway, the hot dodo dudes finished their set to an enthusiastic ovation as Jerry blazed up the blinding house lights again, this time as if to say, "Okay, everyone, thanks for coming. There will be no encore. Please go the F home." The night was almost over, and it had been a success. For the most part. And with that, my moment of truth had arrived. Would I find the courage to finally and at long last execute the most crucial phase of the mission? And I wondered, where were my balls? Chapter 21. The chapter where I want to ask Ella out after our local teen concert, but I can't because I'm too ashamed of how our band performed and over how Dennis Hernandez humiliated me, and then Ray basically quits the band. 10 minutes later. It goes without saying that my night was shot. I felt like I had been castrated at least 4 times. And I wondered, did Kurt Cobain ever have trouble tuning his guitar? Did Kurt Cobain ever have to worry about people moshing at his shows? Did Kurt Cobain ever feel like he hated himself and he wanted to die? Oh, right. Sorry. I was so distraught that I had to strain to bring myself to even wave goodbye to Ella, let alone try to ask her out. Beauregard was raging, of course.
Yeah, right. There's no way in hell your sorry ass is asking her out tonight. Or ever.
No shit. We loaded up the last of the gear into Big Bertha. Okay, you at least have to go say goodbye to her, and we'll see if anything happens, I demanded of myself as I attempted to keep Beauregard at bay. I crept back in the building to pretend I was doing a once-over of the stage to make sure we didn't forget anything. What I saw hit me like the cranium kiss of a baseball bat. As if I hadn't already been through enough that evening, I walked in and again gasped at the dreaded sight of Dennis Hernandez talking to Ella Levinsky. Just Dennis. My entire nervous system went to DEFCON 5. There might as well have been a fucking mountain lion conversing with her. And judging by their eyes and smiles, I feared they were both enjoying their conversation way too much for my comfort. I had to try to cut in. Hey, thanks again, guys. We'll do it again soon, I offered to them both, even though I was just looking at Ella. She gave me exactly the kind of sweet, reflective statement you'd expect, laced with loveliness and gratitude. Then Dennis apparently just had to get one more jab in before the night was through.
Yeah, bud. Hey, next time if you need to borrow our tuner, just ask, man.
I winced. Not again. Don't remind us of that again, you fucking asshole. At least he didn't ask me to carry his fucking amp one more time. Yeah, it's no problem. I have one, it just wasn't working for me when I needed it the most there, I explained.
Yeah, man, we've all been there. And hopefully that fucking mayor's gonna fuck off about the mosh pit stuff in the future.
Oh, the things I wanted to say to him at that moment.
Dear Dennis Hernandez, in case you've forgotten, you were invited here to play tonight by me, and I feel like you've been kind of a prick to me every time we've interacted. And then you really embarrassed me there on stage when I was just trying to keep the show from getting shut down. And to top it all off, now you're chatting it up and probably hitting on the girl of my dreams who I am madly in love with, but haven't found the courage to ask out yet, despite multiple valiant efforts. So not too cool in my book. But anyway, have a good night, regardless. If only I could have said anything even remotely like that. I did not have it within me at the time. And why? Why not? Again, I blame my damned nervous system. I blame my father. I'm a fucking beta. I'm a goddamn nice guy. Cursed. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens in the future, was all I could muster in response. At that point, I could no longer look Ella in the eyes. I just turned and walked away and felt fucking wretched. Not sure if that one's on the wheel of emotions. 10 minutes later. We were all quiet on the drive home. Max because he was tired. Seamus because he was drunk and snoring. Ray because he was pissed. And me because I was scared. It got even quieter after we dropped off the other two. Mom's radio shit the bed the day before, so all we had to listen to was Big Bertha's tired old engine and the whiz whoosh of the occasional passing car. I couldn't take it anymore. So how do you feel the show went? It was fine. You did fine, James. Okay, but how did we do? We did fine. Fucking fine. But if you want to play any more goddamn Smashing Pumpkin songs, then you're going to have to find a new drummer, or just play them yourself, Mr. Drummer Man. Ray was referring to my recent discovery of a drum set locked away in my brother's abandoned room. Apparently, some poor percussionist out in the world owed him drug money, and so was forced to give up this pristine Tama kit in lieu of cash. The quarter-inch of dust on it indicated, of course, it hadn't been touched since well before he split for the Pacific Northwest. I later realized Griffin too had taken lessons from Barney, only a few, which is how our family first knew of his music education services. Mom let me set them up, and I would mess around on them every Tuesday and Thursday when I was home alone for an hour after school. I had even taken a few drum lessons from Barney, just for fun, for the hell of it, and in just a short time my drumming skills had at least matched, or exceeded, those of my best friend and bandmate, Raymond Joseph Duran. Maybe I was a born drummer. What I mean is, this instrument came to me much easier, with far less beating my head against the wall, than guitar, that's for sure. One day during practice, Ray was taking a long time in the bathroom. A really, really long time. It was one of those War and Peace dumps, if you know what I mean. When he returned, he found us jamming without him, with me behind his drums. Perhaps it was some kind of insecurity that threw him into a defensive rage as he kicked me off them. Anyway, Ray continued.
I'm sure the band would sound a hell of a lot better without me anyway. Nothing I do is ever going to be good enough for you.
What are you talking about? You're fine. You just need to practice more, that's all.
See? Right there. That's what I mean, James. I'm never going to practice as much as you think I should. What? All day, every fucking day like you? I might want to have some kind of life outside the band. Not going to happen.
We pulled into his driveway as the sharp edge of yet more adrenaline and cortisol flooded in. The burning question I didn't want to ask then left my dry mouth. So what? Does this mean you're quitting?
No, I'm not quitting, but it seems like you're kicking me out.
I'm not kicking you out.
Might as well be. We've already established I'm not practicing enough, and therefore I'll never be good enough.
I didn't say that. You said that.
That's basically what you're saying, though. So you guys can get a new drummer and play all the fucking pumpkin songs you want and all the crazy fast shit and weird technical BS.
He opened his door with vitriol and climbed out. Lesson in Rejection, number 18. Relationships sabotaged through misplaced blame. Thanks, Raymond Joseph Duran. Where are we going to find a new drummer? I said more to myself than him.
Don't worry, I know a guy. His name is Biff. Buford fucking goddamn Jameson Hart.
Slam. Chapter 22. The chapter where I learned the worst news I've ever heard, and my whole world crashes and burns and burns and burns. 2 weeks later, in art class, January 28th, 1995, the smell of graphite kept me anchored to my sketch as Mr. Sweat, my towering art teacher, loomed by. My classmate, Angry Ben, who had a well-earned nickname, distracted me with an irritating inquiry, seeking confirmation of a rumor he'd heard. So you guys kicked Ray out of the band, huh? We didn't kick him out, I said, defensive. He basically quit. That's not what he told me. Well, I guess it depends on who you talk to. So now, you're the drummer? Yep. For now, at least. Since when do you play drums? Since about mid-November. He gave me a skeptical look, but what did he know? Anyway, Max and Seamus hadn't offered much opinion or protest to Raymond's resignation. We pretty much just picked up right where he had left us and didn't miss a beat. Pun intended. I had spent a lot of time over the last few weeks occupying the throne of my brother's abandoned drum kit I recently mentioned. Mom and Dad even agreed to let our band rehearse in the house on Saturdays, probably only because they were both away working, of course. Plus, We had big plans to convert my dad's tool shed in the backyard to a music shack, ASAP.
We had become a three-piece, a power trio. I hate to admit it, but we did sound a hell of a lot better without Ray. We were tighter, more dynamic, and more complex. We went straight to work, tackling all those desirable cover tunes Ray refused to touch. Plus, the shift in the band ushered in a whole new era of prolificacy. Speaking of which,
Mr. Sweat's art class was the only room in the school where the motherfucking no headphones rule didn't apply. Therefore, since I didn't want to have to explain nor defend myself any further to Angry Ben, I pulled out my Walkman to listen back to some lo-fi demos of the latest Elysium jams. I wanted to get back to evaluating my new rhythmic craft. This was all very new. But by this point, I had discovered the drums were an instrument far better suited to bear the brunt of my eager adolescent energy and raging teenage hormones. They literally brought out my blood, sweat, and, well, maybe a few tears. The best part of all, I would never have to worry about my chromatic tuner flaking out of me so long as I was the band's timekeeper/skin beater. So yes, Ray cutting us loose was a blessing in many ways. After only 2 practices without him, we were already discovering an enhanced version of Elysium. But of course it came with a steep price I paid. Guilt. Heavy, soul-crushing guilt. He quit. We didn't kick him out. Yeah, that had basically become my mantra. It's just an easier story for him to tell people, Mom had reassured me. I'm sure he doesn't want to feel like a quitter. Surely not, Mom. Surely not. I replayed her words in my head. It was actually nice to be thinking about something else besides Ella Levinsky for a moment. I hadn't seen her much since the show, and I struggled not to feel like I was back to square one on my quest. I kept reaching for a plan for my next move, and it just wasn't coming. Yet I knew it would probably have something to do with the next town-sponsored concert we were hoping to have. I clicked off my tape and cleaned up my workstation. As I swept pencil shavings into a pile, my brain shifted to eavesdrop mode as I listened in to the too loud conversation Katie and Alice were having, 2 of Ella's alternachick friends chattering behind me. I was not ready for what I was about to hear. In fact, nothing could have prepared me. Right? I know. Did you see how much she blushed when he asked her out? Oh my God, yes. I'm so happy for her. I know. They make such a cute couple. I was like, Ella, he's such a perfect guy for you. You both love music, and you both play in bands. Totally. I froze. Everything around me went blurry. It felt like the floor had fallen out beneath me, and I was sliding down into the cold depths of hell. Please. Oh, please, God, no. No. Adrenaline and cortisol. Lesson in Rejection, number 19. Unavailability. Thanks, Ella Levinsky. Ella, apparently, was officially off the market. And Led Zeppelin said it best. Nobody's fault but mine. And it felt like the worst thing that ever happened in the history of the world. And it was. And I wondered, how the hell am I ever going to get over this? It was our final period, thankfully. Totally numb, I failed to realize I was holding my breath. The air rushed out of me as I fought back tears and tried to gather my composure. Who knows how pale white my skin might have been, but I'm sure I looked thoroughly zombified. At least I wasn't demanding brains from anyone. Nevertheless, head down and one foot in front of the other, my heavy feet dragged to my locker, and I managed to get my coat. Hunched and utterly defeated, with both eyes glued to the floor, I made myself as small as I felt as I staggered towards our bus. Even I was amazed a few minutes later when I didn't get on it. I just kept walking, barely noticing the tiny flakes of snow beginning to drift down from the sky.
Hey, James! What the hell are you doing? You're going to miss your bus, you sad sack of shit!
I barely heard Beauregard's warning. I ignored it, regardless. Numb and thoughtless, I focused on the crunch of yesterday's snow beneath my feet as I kept walking. I trudged over the border of our school's property and onto the thin shoulder of Bayou Gulch Road. My despair felt endless, nameless, as my mindless feet kept moving me forward. Buses soon zoomed by me, one of them carrying my best friend, of course, Raymond Joseph Duran. But I didn't think about that, or anything. Left foot, right foot. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Grief, grief, grief. Tormenting thoughts did come, of course, and the long process of mourning my dream began. I had just been robbed blind. She was supposed to be mine. But he made the first move. And it was a goddamn checkmate. Whoever he is. Yeah, right. I knew exactly who he was. Who else would it be? Dennis fucking moron Hernandez. Talk about a downer. The biggest ever of all time. She's gone. I was over an hour into my sad, lonesome trek. The snow was picking up and threatening to become blinding. I guessed I was about halfway home when grim deductions started to chip away at my future. Maybe I won't make it. Maybe I won't make it, and maybe I don't care. It turns out freezing to death isn't such a bad way to die. I read somewhere. You just get so cold you want to die, and then you do. Maybe that's how Kurt Cobain should have done it. I then imagined Kurt's lifeless blue corpse frozen on the snowy forest floor of some Washington state wilderness. Then I truly felt what I was saying to myself. Luckily, it terrified me. And luckily, as if right on cue, I heard the familiar blast of Big Bertha's horn coming up from behind. My mother had found me. She pulled up as she cranked down her driver's side window, frantic. The look of terror on her face hit me hard. Honey, Raymond told me you weren't on the bus, and he saw you out here walking. What in God's name is going on? Sorry, Mom, I said. Really tough day.